Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never 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 liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never 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 liked it.
Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Zena says, what's up, what's up? Well, what's up? Back to you. It is a beautiful day. I'm sorry if I look like trash. I'm sorry if I look tired. I'm sorry if I look like I've gotten the crap kicked out of me. But, you know, New Year's was a beautiful day. My wife and I stayed up. We watched the ball drop. We drank some alcohol. It was amazing. And then the next day, I kind of crashed and recovered. But realistically, all that happened was not Connor, that guy from Introvid. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyways, the point is that yesterday, even though it was a recovery day, all I did was like work. So I worked on, I got my Expanse breakdown done. I got my Star Wars breakdown done. I cut up some shorts. I organized some stuff in we got rid of all of our extra clothing. And I also took out a bunch of trash from the laundry room. So realistically, it was like a super productive day yesterday. So I'm just like, I was hungover yesterday, but I was super productive. And so I'm wiped out. I could have slept like another 10 hours easily. So Fast and Bulbous says, just rewatch your reaction to Dev on Stitch and Adam, where Dev asked Adam if Libs of TikTok was an honest actor. And Adam said he's never seen her act. Yeah. Adam with the subconscious sweeping, man, like he really does it. You know, part of that process is subconscious. So I don't always want to presume malevolence. No, not that way. This way. I don't always want to presume malevolence whenever that's happening, because obviously, like, we do that, right? Like, Steven does something stupid. It's probably not defensible. We use sanitized language in order to talk about whatever bad thing Destiny has done. And then whenever somebody that we don't like does something stupid, we attack them viciously and say that they're a moron and a cancer and they should KYS and all that kind of stuff. And oh yeah, also my Twitter got nuked. I didn't even mention that, but I'll go over that in a second. So yeah, like I don't like attacking people when they use sanitized language for people they like, and then used harsh language with people they don't like, because obviously we do that too. I think it's more subconscious on my end than it is like a conscious rhetorical strategy. It's not a conscious rhetorical strategy. I think people just do that reflexively. But Adam does that with like every contrarian right-wing freak on the internet. And it's like, why? You know, if you're a centrist I know he doesn't like the word centrist, but if you're a centrist who's calling balls and strikes, why do you need to sweep for people who are not on your team? You know what I'm saying? Patriarch says Adam is a massive arsler and or completely dishonest. I did say I was going to be nice going forward, so I'll try. Demon says the quartering, what did he do? So I was watching a Chud Logic live stream yesterday. Pretty funny. And Chud Logic was watching a quartering hit piece that I'll pull up. And it is like a black drama. I'm presuming he's black based off of how many times he used the N-word. But there was a black gentleman who was doing a breakdown of Jeremy Hambley. Apparently that's his name, doing a analysis of his career. And it was actually really funny. Like it was a mad funny hit piece video. And then it just went over like how he started in the Magic the Gathering stuff, all of his YouTube attempts before he finally made it successful on like daily news commentary, how he blew up into daily news commentary, but that was never enough, how he channeled his money into his personal ambitions and side projects, like 90% of whom were not fruitful and kind of were like these money sinks. And despite the fact that he's making like insane amounts of money, like high six figures, maybe low sevens, he's still broke, which I think is crazy, but it's pretty funny. Beef Supreme says, "Are we watching that video I shared? I love Abba and Preach." I mean, if it's the one where they're talking shit about Andrew Wilson, yeah. Jen Winkler says, "Why am I late? I just got the notification." You know, it's not. It's 9:39. I mean, that's early for us. Chud Logic is still around, dude. Chud Logic is doing better than ever. I can never tell with that guy. If I throw one donation, he's like, "Oh, good to see you, Connor," and then I throw a second donation, and he's like, "Fuck you," and I'm like, "All right." No, I'm sure it's just banter. But it is. He's a funny character. Yeah. So Chud Logic is still around? Question mark. So Chud Logic is he does do Twitch and YouTube political commentary, but he avoids the topic itself. Instead, he comments on online personalities destroying each other, so he keeps it solely within drama. And he became a drama streamer, and yeah, he's doing great. I think he normally gets between 700 and 1,000 live viewers. 700 is a slow day, 1,000 is a normal day. It seems like he's not worried about money anymore. It seems like he routinely gets super chats, kicks, Twitch subs, all that stuff. So he's doing good. Moving to drama was actually great for him. Metrically. I think he has surrounded himself with some of the dumbest, most toxic people on the internet, but who isn't? Zenith says, also, if you ever forget to call me Zenith, don't worry. You can just call me Kaz. In effect, it's easier. Sun Patriarch says, good morning, and Grill Shallah, like the stream nerds. True. Chud is fair. True. How did you nuke your Twitter? Oh, okay. I almost forgot because I actually think it's almost better for me not to be dumping so much energy into the void. The way that I used to conceptualize Twitter, by the way, I promise I'll tell you how it got nuked, but let me break down Twitter for you real quick. When I first got on, I did my first Twitter probably in like 2019, somewhere in there. And I logged in and I followed a bunch of celebrities that I liked. And then I checked out my news feed, and my news feed was just a bunch of celebrities being like, I had avocado toast today. It was awesome. And I was like, why would I want this? I'm going to go back to Facebook and I'm going to fight in a closed political group. And I think I kept doing that until like 2020, 2021 was Facebook, like closed political groups were more fun than Twitter. And then when I got linked into the Twitch and YouTube political scene, I started following like all the schizophrenics in Twitch and YouTube politics. And I also followed for follow. And my newsfeed got insanely interesting, like just insanely interesting. But it was a whole bunch of like political schizophrenics and autists and creators, and everybody was fighting everybody, and they were having interesting conversations and this, that, the other. And the way I actually genuinely used to think about it was that it was like living in, this might be cringe, but it's like living in Paris, where like all the houses like in Paris are like kind of like built above all the shops. And then I was imagining like walking down into a cafe bistro with like a garden overhang with the sun shining through, and like having like a morning coffee and cigarette, and kind of going into this community of political autists and schizophrenics all arguing with each other, and then finding a place where I could have like an argue and a debate amongst all the political schizophrenics. And it was beautiful. It was a beautiful place. Now, there was like some overt progressive and liberal censorship where if you got a little bit too spicy, if you said the F slur, if you talked about COVID, if you talked about like election misinformation, etc., then you would get banned. And I thought that was like a little draconian and shitty. And then, but overall, it was still a beautiful place. And then what's happened since Elon Musk bought it, which I guess was in 2022, was he just took off all the guardrails as far as the community goes. All of the advertisers disappeared. So it seems like the money that was normally used to take care of Twitter is just gone. And then it's become like a hellhole of right-wing schizophrenics. Like if I was in Paris in the 1930s, smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee, and hanging out in France, having interesting political debates, and it was a little bit too progressive, but that's okay. It is actually like Nazi Germany invaded. And then instead of like having an interesting conversation amongst a bunch of like political schizophrenics, instead I'm smoking my cigarette and I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. It's a digital cigarette. I'm smoking my digital cigarette and drinking my digital coffee. And instead, like, yeah, half of them are interesting political schizophrenics, but then the other half are actually just Nazis and Nazi propagandists. And so it actually is like a digital version of 1941 France. And yeah. So all of that to say, I've been doing that since 2022 when Elon Musk bought it. And I was like, you know what? Fighting Nazis and the wars of propaganda, and I still get to hang out with digital schizophrenics, so it's still fun. And what happened was I got a 20,000 follower Twitter profile, and then there was that capitalist guy. If you guys don't remember, there was some like edgy guy at some capitalist conference who was like, yeah, we need to get unemployment up to 10%, and we need to remind the working class of who they work for, and blah, 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 blah. And I posted the SpongeBob meme of like, we're going to fucking kill you. It's Squidward, like holding SpongeBob's face. It's like, we're going to fucking kill you. And like, yeah, I get that like promoting violence is technically against Twitter's terms of service, but I'd seen spicy shit like that all the time on Twitter. And nobody had reported it. And then I got permit for that. So I lost a 20,000 follower, routinely blowing up in the thousands or tens of thousands of likes and retweets. I lost it over a SpongeBob "we're gonna kill you" meme. So I lost that profile. And I was like, you know what? I'm still having fun. I'm going to start a new one. So I started a new one, and I just got it up over 10,000 in the past like 3 months. And it was weird because I kept like posting, and some of the random shit I would post would get like 10 likes. And then some of the shit I would post would get like 6,000, 10,000, 50,000 likes. And I think that it's just like once you hit a certain threshold, the Twitter algorithm it'll take like your innocuous random bullshit tweets and it'll just throw it into the algorithm super hard if you're over a certain size. And so I hit that size. And so once again, like three quarters of my tweets were getting like 10 likes, but like once every 10 tweets, I was getting like a 10,000 like tweet. So I was like, all right, well, this is fun. Maybe eventually I'll monetize this profile. And, whatever, I'm still just fighting Nazis and hanging out with political schizophrenics. And then I did a tweet where Megyn Kelly, so this is what actually got me banned. I know it's taking me 5 minutes to get here, but let me tell you how I actually got banned. So Megyn Kelly posted this thing that said, I don't care if Donald Trump groped somebody 20 years ago. He's preventing men from going into bathrooms with my daughters now. And so I found an unflattering picture of Megyn Kelly, and she's still a pretty woman. I'm not trying to hate on her or anything, but I found an unflattering picture of Megyn Kelly, and I put it in quotations, and I said, "Listen up, liberal, comma, I don't care about child rape, period." And within like 24 to 48 hours, this tweet got like 60,000 likes. I think right before I got banned, it got like 65,000 likes. And then I got permed. And they didn't send me the offending tweet. They didn't send me an email. They didn't say you're suspended for a day. They didn't say you're suspended for a week. I got permed, and they didn't tell me why. And so I sent in the appeal form, and then they sent me a response to my appeal, and they said, we reserve the right to perma anybody we feel like. I was like, all right. Like it was already an annoying website. there were already way too many Nazis. I was already throwing a ton of time and energy into a social media platform that didn't have a specific return on investment. And the only thing that it was really good for, if I was to say that there was like something good for it, it's good for social networking because everybody's on Twitter. So basically everybody can find you on Twitter and shoot you a DM. That's what it's good for. But as far as like actual social productivity, non-existent. So maybe I'll make another one. I'm kind of like reserving my mental right to make another one, but I also don't want to grind it out again the way that I've already done it twice and gotten nuked twice, both by Elon for what I think are bullshit reasons. So I might just, I don't know, maybe I just won't make it, and people will just have to find me on Discord or email. Maybe I just won't make another Twitter. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm thinking about it. Let me excuse me. Demon says, how did you nuke your Twitter? I just gave you a 10-minute story about it. It's 7:30 here, says Zenith. Cool. Josh says he's fallen off of my algorithm. Not sure which one we're talking. Oh, quartering. Yeah. Cool. Well, that's because he's a slop tuber, and the algorithm's changed and he hasn't. Sun Patriarch says he's having a great time these past few days if his thumbnails are saying anything. Yeah. Andrew Wilson, true. Grassroots says Leighton gay. Jim Baker, my favorite FBI employee, says, good morning, y'all. Hope you're doing well, Connor. I am over and all. Wait, who was in Paris? The Ninjas. The Ninjas were in Paris. God, I love that song, by the way. Josh CFC says, Connor having a gay Parisian fantasy dream. I know, my bad. But, you know, what can I say? If I could wake up from my second story condo over a bar, walk down with my cigarette that doesn't give me cancer and my black coffee that doesn't give me heartburn, and then wade into a sea of political schizophrenics yelling at each other about politics and social issues, that would be my dream, weirdly enough. Fast and Bulba says, I used to be able to threaten red rum on the internet, and now I have to call it red rum. It's so cringe. Yeah, I know, right? Death threats should be part of free speech for sure. Zena says, where were you with your fellow black associates in Paris? Sorry, it took me a second to realize it was ninjas in Paris. 2inch says, sometimes I feel like I'm the only person in chat who doesn't drink, smoke, or do drugs, trying hard to relate, but can't. Sad. It's all right, 2hinged. Don't worry about it. The other guy says, I've been to preach attacking my boy, Andrew Wilson. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. I'll try to sweep for him. We'll see if it happens. Josh CFC says, the owner of that shit platform posts worse shit than that. I know. Grassroots Hegemon for 5. Thank you for kicking us off with the Super Chat Kings. We need to stand up for proud libertarian indoor smokers, okay? That rebuilt transmission didn't make itself. Yeah, smoking in your garage and smoking in your main house are two different things, brother. Sun Patriarch says, you have nothing to lose but your deposit. Indoor smokers. God, you guys are brutal. Indoor smoking is degenerate. It is. You guys are crazy. Josh CFC says, Megyn Kelly is starting to look like Mark Kelly with a wig. Brutal. That's more mean than what I said. Zena says, every time someone tries to put Elon Salute next to another politician, it makes Elon Salute look worse. That's pretty funny. Christian Blair says she messaged Elon. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if some fucking F-slur conservative had DM'd Elon or one of Elon's cronies and been like, hey, take this guy out. Because, like, what's the terms of service violation? Like, I've probably done terms of service violations, but it's nothing worse than what the Nazis are routinely posting. Dude, the Nazis are routinely posting, like, we need a race war. 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 And I'm over here like, Megyn Kelly is a child rape apologist, which is a descriptively true statement. And I get nuked? That's bullshit. Josh CFC says, if you guys thought Connor was based on YouTube, wait until you see him in Paris with a coffee and a cigarette and a croissant. Rodney says, so I'm under the impression that Abba and Preach think Andrew Wilson is a dick just like me, or did they have personal spat? No, it should just be a hit piece. We'll take a look at it in a second. Don't get your panties in a twist. Batuzai says, damn it, it's January. No longer getting to enjoy my whole month off. I'm sorry, King. Solidus says, I'm going to miss you on Twitter. I know. I might make another one, but I just don't want to spend a lot of time and energy on it, considering I've built up. If my 20K follower Twitter had been unmolested, I think it would have been like 100K follower Twitter by now. If my 10K follower Twitter had been unmolested, then I think it easily would have been 20K to 50K within the next 6 months. So building that up over the course of like a year and then getting nuked, it's like, why am I going to post this hard? I could be spending time with my family. So why am I going to spend that much time building up a Twitter profile just to get nuked? Phil Coffee says Connor really brings home the woke right feel. Yeah. Maybe I need to be the woke right. Maybe that's what I need to be. Usurp the Chief says, damn, dude, Elon ganked you for that simple comment on Megyn Kelly. That's fucking weak. Or something else that somebody went through my shit and reported, but they didn't even tell me what it was. Xena says, Destiny is driven by his avarice. He sleeps with men and still has the stamina to do what he did to Dinesh D'Souza. That's mean. AKA Batusai says, I don't drink or do drugs. There's some of us in chat. Thank God, by the way. Thank God. Grassroots for 20 says, send Patty and I will start an OnlyFans. Nothing NSFW, just us grill hottest extremism. Also, the cancer and heartburn are how you know the cigarettes and coffee are working. True. Yeah. Can somebody work on this for me? I can't think of it. I've been thinking about it for months and I have not been able to synthesize it. Okay. So libertarianism online has too much of a connotation of anti-statism. I would call myself a libertarian, but they're too anti-state, and I think that we need at least a minimal state. And so that's like a no-go for the libertarian label. Then conservatarian is probably like the most accurate description, but it does sound kind of lame. It just sounds like you took conservative, which you did, and libertarian, and you smash them together, which is what happened. And I like conservatarian. I like it. I just don't feel like it has a lot of broad sex appeal. And so there's got to be some word that captures the essence of liberal enough, right? So wanting maximal human freedom enough while still not being like a total degenerate. Like ordered liberty is okay, but it's kind of a mouthful and it doesn't flow properly. Managed democracy is funny because of the Helldivers reference, but once again, it's too big and it doesn't really, it does capture the essence, but it's too big and it's not very memey. There has to be one word that captures that essence of statist and authoritarian and ordered enough not to be degenerate, and then liberal enough to actually have good human freedom. And I don't know what that is. Like conservatarian and ordered liberty are like the closest, but they're not very memey. And then grillhodism, no offense, guys. Grillhodism does capture the essence perfectly, but it's very esoteric. It's very internet brained. Anyways, let me belch away from the microphone. Let me read Beef Supreme. Beef Supreme, good morning, King. Stop smoking indoors unless you're hotboxing the car. Continue to do that so I have people to laugh at on my commute to work. Yep. You can smoke marijuana indoors. Smoking tobacco indoors is fucking crazy. Usurp the Cheap says, dude, the other day I saw some dude with N-word in his handle and you get banned for mocking Megyn Kelly. I know, bro. I know. That's the world. That's the world we're in. Xena says, are you able to do physiotherapy to improve your neck mobility, or is it worse than that? I think it's worse than that, but I mean, I would. I just don't have $50 a month to go to some random physical therapy place and have them say, this is what happened when I went to the physical therapy place. They said, take your arms, put them like this, smash yourself up against a doorway. That way you can spread out your chest. Okay, now put your hand up here, put it up against the doorway and lean so you can stretch out your chest. Now do it on the other side. Okay, now try to do neck rotations as much as you can. Now try to touch your ear to your shoulder. Now try to touch your ear to your like, dude, it was very basic bitch, and I had to pay like $60 for an hour. And it was basically just stretching. For $60 an hour, I can just stretch at home. I don't, but I could. Kaiser says, hi, brother. I hate that Trump is the only one backing us here. I got to give him his props. If only one good thing comes from his presidency, we're lucky as F here. Oh, in Iran? Gotcha. Yeah, sorry. Josh CFC says the right, censoring Connor's speech online. My surprise. I know it sucks. Kay says, Happy New Year's. Hi, Kay. Kay, I didn't want to jump into chat because I didn't have time to hang out, but I did click on the Morally Neutral podcast last night, and I did leave my window open with a like on the stream to support the stream. I didn't have time to hang out, but I left a window open on my computer with a like on it. So I hope you guys had a good stream last night. Grid Motorsports says, I've never drank, smoked, tried drugs, or gambled. Well, Grid Motorsports, I'm going to be a little bit mean. That explains some things. Horses United says, I was Pisco, now I'm libertarian. Ron Paul was elected, I guess. Classic liberalism. See, what is... There was a funny thing, like classic liberalism was obviously like a meme a while ago, but classic liberalism, if you actually read the original, and I don't mind using classical liberal, but classical liberal does kind of capture the approximate area of where I want to be politically, but classical liberal does entail a certain amount of laissez-faire economics, and I am a laissez-faire economical guy, but they are more extreme than me. So Randy Chang says you're just conservative. No need for any new terms. Yeah, but conservative doesn't mean like Burke anymore. Conservative means like Trump cultist now. So that's my problem with conservative. It's like, oh yeah, I'm conservative. And they're like, oh, you hate immigrants, blacks, and gays, and you think Donald Trump is the second coming of Jesus Christ. And I'm like, no. Horses United says Destiny, like me, supported Ron Paul in 2008. Yeah, that's too libertarian. Veld says seems like an inherent contradiction. Yeah, freedom fascist. There we go. Christian Valera says he knows what I'm pushing at. Grassroots says I'm happily fine with being a conservatarian. That's how I described myself in 2016. All right, conservatarian's all right. It's not as sexy as I want it to be. Philip Coffey says, the only sad thing about managed democracy is that Russia already claimed it. Damn. Yeah. Two Hinge says, I'm a degenerate. I don't care. I like my junk food, video games, coffee, and occasional casual sex. Yeah, but like, never mind. I'm not going to go on a pronatalist rant. I could, but I won't. It's too early. Horses United says, Connor, you got your glowing endorsements from Destiny. Don't blow it. You say that. Okay, you say that. And yet, number one, DGG gets way too pissed off way too quick. If anybody is disloyal to the king in any respect, they get super ass mad super fast. Number two, Destiny himself, I'm not going to blow his shit up, but I'm just going to say this. I know that as recently as February, Destiny did something so stupid and so cringe that it could easily blow his shit up. It's personal life stuff. It has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with his political perspective. It has nothing to do with that. It's just another R-slurred thing that he did. And like, once again, there's 2 or 3 players, and some of them are mean, and some of them are crazy, and some of them are this, or some of them are that. There's all these excuses for why Destiny is not the bad guy in the situation. But I've told you guys this before, okay? If you wake up and somebody's an asshole to you, okay, that guy's an asshole. If you wake up and 2 or 3 people are assholes to you, well, that's a bad day, right? But if you wake up and you go through your day and everyone around you is an asshole, you're the asshole. And so this is kind of my thing with Steven. It's like when Anne of War first broke, it could be like, okay, Destiny's a goofy gooner, right? Then it's like the 2022 drama blows up in November of 24, where Pixie, Lauren Southern, Melina, and Stasia and that other girl get hurt by, not intentionally, but they get hurt by Steven's behavior. Okay, he's kind of a goofy gooner. Now, you hit like the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th person that gets like hurt, not intentionally, but they do get hurt through this behavior. And you're like, at what point is it no longer goofy? You know, at what point is it no longer funny? And I don't think Steven's answered that question for himself. And I would need to see that pretty much after February, because my clock reset to February because of me finding out about this thing. I would need to see like changed behavior since February in order to give him credit for like, okay, yeah, you have changed. That's good stuff. Love me some caffeine. Horatio says, Happy New Year. Have you ever seen Destiny reacting to Asmongold? It's interesting because Asmongold is transparent. He's almost troubled. I did see that pop up on my new YouTube feed. I haven't seen it. Normally, my general opinion is Asmongold is too stupid to react to. So maybe I could watch it and see if I need to do it. You know why I'm tired too? Here's another reason why I'm tired. I'm tired because last night, the dream I had, I was in law enforcement again. I was like a volunteer. And then something like serious happened at work where I went to a call and something bad happened. And then I was like, no, there's a reason why I quit this. I'm out. And then like everybody got really pissed at me for leaving. And I was like, no, I got to go. This isn't for me anymore. And then I kind of had to like turn in all my shit and like fight some of the admin people and fight some of my peer law enforcement officers and be like, no. You don't get it. I've done enough. I've done enough crazy shit. I've seen enough crazy shit. I'm good. I'm out. And so I think I spent like the past like 2 hours in dream world, effectively like quitting law enforcement emotionally. So kind of a tough night, not going to lie. Grid says I had serious knee issues and my orthopedist sent me to PT for dry kneeling and it was amazing how well it worked. That's cool. The other guy says, sucks that they kicked you off Twitter. A bunch of wussies. True. Xena says, does your neck need surgery? Probably. I'm curious what's stopping you from turning your neck. It's the vertebrae, the soft tissue. I've eroded a bunch of soft tissue in between my vertebrae. And then also some of them are bulging, but they're bulging just enough to pinch the nerve. So if I turn it or try to turn it, what happens is the vertebrae don't have enough soft tissue to turn. And then also the bulging soft tissue stabs into the nerve in my neck and I feel like screaming. So how about I just don't move my neck until I die? That's easier. Well, QC John for $20 says, my Hoosiers sent Bama crying on a rolling Crimson Tide back to Tuscaloosa 38-3. That is impressive. And they shall get the vengeance on the rebels of Ole Miss for the Georgia Dogs. Hoosiers for $20. Thank you, King. Happy New Year. I hope the Grill Hottest are doing well. We are Fashion 40. Thanks. Good to see you. Send Patriarchs says base Connor lol. Kay says, thanks, Connor. Smiley face. Well, thank you. Christian Blair says, another example of Connor being lazy, bitch him out going to a place to stretch, pay money, but isn't willing to stretch at home. At least he is a communitarian. You caught me again. Connor wants to be a Dave Rubinite. Yeah, if Dave Rubin didn't suck. If 2017 Dave Rubin didn't just like go around being like, I agree. Yeah, then yeah, sure. Fashion 40 says, Connor, just be a liberal already. We promise not to support Bonnie Blue. Hunter is a different story, though. Yeah, see, right there. You lost me already. Also, you know what happens? Whenever I'm like, oh, maybe I could be a liberal. You know what happens is liberals are like, oh, okay. Let's talk about gun control. Let's talk about assault weapons bans. Let's talk about magazine capacity limits. Let's talk about how, what's another one? Let's talk about how abortion isn't that bad. Let's talk about how, what's another one? Let's talk about like maximum Barillion immigrants into the United States. And it's like, oh, I'm not one of you. I'm still a little bit racist. I still love guns. I still think that abortion should be restricted within limits. You know, there's still all these things like a limited liberal, a liberal with limits, a liberal with... a liberal who loves killing people. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Ron Paul is a Christian. Yeah. Xena says, it's weird to see conservatives attack institutions like the Department of Education. They might be libertarians, but they hate every institution. Yep. The Eisenhowers. True. Pisco. Keep your Bill Stein says DGG here. Criticize Tiny all you want. All right, I will. Thank you. Patriarch says I will always back my queen. I know. BPD Orgy Pill Destiny. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Okay, there's this. I'm gonna show it to y'all real quick. I promise. We got 110 people. They're ready for the content. I'm just bullshitting with chat. I promise I'll start the content. You know what happens is I know that I know that 50 people are true coggers. They would just hang out. Even if we were bullshitting for the next 4 hours, they would hang out. Then there's like 100 people who kind of check out the cog. They like the cog. They like the vibes. As long as they're liberal, another favorite liberal streamer isn't live, right? Then there's like another 50 people who show up for drama. So once we start hitting like 110, 120, I'm like, oh, okay. Like 60 people are here for the content, so I can't just yap forever. But I want to show you Long Beach Griffey. Disabled girl. Oh my God. This is the funniest. I cannot listen to it, but it's a hip hop song. Yeah. I love mentally disabled women. We started videos crazier than that. Get in the booth, man. I got something to say. And dude, the lyrics are crazy. I'm just gonna I'm gonna read you some highlights without saying the naughty words. I won't say the naughty word. The song is called Special Needs. It's crazy. So he's rapping about disabled women and says she's got special needs. She plays on special teams. I got special wiener. She's gonna feel me. It's the craziest lyrics I've ever seen in my entire life. And what I thought would be hilarious. You know how President Sunday and J-Stock made fun of Destiny because he kept dating mentally ill women, and then the mentally ill women would like freak out on him and blow his shit up. I think that like actually just AIing Destiny. You know how they have the AI videos where they took somebody else dancing and then they put Destiny on top? Wouldn't it be mad funny to put Destiny on the Long Beach Griffey I Date Special Needs Girls song? Once again, if I had infinite time and infinite energy, I would do this. All right. I'll read a couple more, then I'll get it cracking. Christian Blair says, me finding out that it's recommended to not have sex with a pregnant woman between 4 to 6 weeks after her giving birth. No kids for me. Come on, pussy. Usurp the Chief says, Connor was wondering if your 40K is your only Discord or if there's another one. Nah, just go to the same Discord. This, like most of the people in there are politics people. Dank Brandon says, I've already provided America with 2 white kids, so I can be anti-natalist now. There you go. Fashion 40 says, Connor, how about you stop speaking about the R-slur behavior, especially if no one else is talking about it? No, I do what I want. Don't tell me what to do. If you tell me what to do, I'm gonna do it twice. Ivory says, brother, we just had an entire court case nuke go off and 85% of the orbit exploded. It's all hands on deck right now. Forgive us for being a little bit paranoid. Yeah, sure, but you shouldn't be spending... Ivory, you shouldn't be spending that much time dedicating your online life to defending another human being. That's silly. Horses United says, Steven is an a-hole. His whole life online. Hark Dan and others, friends. Sure. You're giving the anti-fans more ammo. Oh my God, stop. See, right there. Right there. Fashion 40 and Ivory. Too much of your personality is invested in defending the honor of another man right there. Okay? Right there. Like, be a member of the community. Be a member of DGG. Have fun. Engage in memes. Listen to the political arguments. Debate the political arguments. But the fact that right here, you're identifying with a tribe that is... We're paranoid because a court case went off. Did you have sex with random people? Did you have random videos leaked? Are you being sued? No? Then you should not be that invested. Fashion 40 says you're giving the anti-fans more ammo. Right there, it's like, don't talk about the topic. because that'll incentivize the bad people to talk about it. It's like, dude, the truth is the truth. That's another thing y'all need to realize. You live in Sacut, counterfactual nerd. Interesting. Grassroots says, I'm almost positive I quit smoking for 20 minutes. I could make lasers come out of my eyes. Spaced. All right, a couple more. Lecture Queen says, it wasn't just Steven and his behavior. They did all that. It was only him who got leaked. Yeah, don't do any of that shit. See, and this is where the liberals prove that I shouldn't be a liberal, because you're a bunch of fucking sex degenerates. Cal W says, I get it, Connor. I start distancing myself from that community when he was fostering Mr. Girl drama. Yeah, Mr. Girl was wild. That was a wild arc. Not going to lie. 2022, Lavloon and Mr. Girl arc. That was crazy. Philip Coffey says, you've mentioned this February event with Destiny a few times. Is this the thing that the trial or something new you're keeping on the DL? It's DL stuff. I don't know if it's going to blow up or not. It seems like everybody involved is kind of moving on, which is good. I hope everybody moves on. But if it blows up, then it blows up. So, but for me, it's like it's R-slurred. It's just R-slurred. It's just R-slurred behavior. Bulba says, I hate it when law enforcement says, do you have anything on you that can stick me? And it's like, yeah, my wiener. Yeah, do you have any knives or needles? Sure. My disdain for Asmongold is through the roof these days. Not only is he a fascist, he wants women out of gaming too. That's where I draw the line. My absolute dream is a girlfriend who plays Tekken with me. Oh, that's cute. Jen Winkler says, drop the Discord. I'll do that in a second. Bama all year. All right. Let's get cracking. We got 120 people. 70 of them want me to start the content. I'll wait to eat my trail mix until after I do an intro. Let's get a Discord invite and let's get the content flowing. But if you guys haven't seen Long Beach Griffey rapping about how he wants to date a girl with special needs, you need to open up a new tab, and you need to do that. It's pretty effing funny. Then what is it? ABBA and Preach, Andrew Wilson. There's me. That's an old one. I want the new one. There's a new one. I guess I just need to Google ABBA and Preach. ABBA and Preach. What zero accountability looks like. That's mean. That's mad mean. All right, let's open this up. Let's presenter invite. Share the screen. Put on some audio. Add to screen. Take away. Do the intro. Let me pull up my Discord real quick. Get y'all an invite. Copy link. All right, there's the Discord invite if you want it. Let me do an intro and let's get cracking. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd. I'm a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I got a special treat for you today. I got ABBA and Preach, who are two black gentlemen who like to do drama commentary on the internet, and they're attacking let's say a frenemy of the channel, Andrew Wilson. For those of you who don't know who Andrew Wilson is a Christian nationalist debater. He's done quite well for himself, going onto the Whatever podcast and talking to women about their sexual misadventures and why they're dumb for it. He also does pretty well in blood sports debate. And so he's good at throwing elbows. He's kind of like a philosophy bro, where he likes to catch people on logical and philosophical contradictions and then trying to hammer them with them. He's built up like a whole line of rhetoric around it. ABBA and Preach, on the other hand, like I said, are drama commentary people. So they don't take themselves incredibly seriously. They basically just get online and riff and make fun of people who they think take themselves too seriously. So I'll try to, since Andrew Wilson is kind of a frenemy of the channel, I'll try to sweep for him a little bit. We'll see if I'm able to. Let's get into it.
All right, this is actually kind of fun. So you guys remember Andrew Wilson, Mr. Can't Open a Pickle Jar?
Appreciate it.
It was an olive jar, okay? It was an olive jar, not a pickle jar.
What happened with him?
He got in a little thing with a girl named Charlie, who's some kind of debater. They had a 6-hour debate.
Your wife with the 3 baby.
What did I just say?
Wife with the sorry,
I'm sorry.
He went on the PBD podcast and started talking about his little incident that went viral. So I first want to play this video for you.
I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you you lick sniz.
Okay. Breaking that down. I'll try to pre-sweep. Let's see if we can pre-sweep these floors a little bit, okay? Number one, I hate the floor, dude. I hate it. I hate the floor. For those of you who don't know, there are some squeaky floorboards in Abba and Preach's apartment, and they do not need to have squeaky floorboards. They have like more than 1 million subs. They get hundreds of thousands of views on each video. They are raking in the cash, but the squeaky floorboards have now become a character in reference to the YouTube videos that they create. And as a result, they will step on them randomly throughout the video in order to ruin the audio as a part of a joke. And it pisses me off every time I hear it. I hate the floorboards so much. In reference to Andrew Wilson, though, I'll pre-sweep the floors. I got my dust broom out. I'm hitting the concrete floors. I'm trying to get that like 2-inch pile of dirt out of here. Okay. Rachel Wilson, allegedly, somebody back me up if I'm wrong. She married and dated a guy, and they were together for like 5 or 6 years. Then she married and dated a guy, and they were together for like 3 years. And she thought that that was going to be her husband for the rest of her life. And I think she had like 2 kids, 3 kids with these guys. I don't know. And then she met Andrew, and then she got with Andrew. And I think they've been together like almost 20 years, maybe. It's got to be between like 12 and 20 years, right? I've been with my wife 13 years now. And so I know the Wilsons have probably been together between 15 and 20 years. So if you added that up from like a body count perspective, that's 3 bodies if you're being vulgar about it. And that's also somebody who is serial monogamous, somebody who went from long-term committed relationship to a long-term committed relationship to a long-term committed relationship, and the third one stuck, and she is, now with the same guy for 20 years. So to try to portray her as this like white trash, redneck, hooking up with everybody, bunch of baby daddies and all that kind of stuff, it's not fair. It's not fair to the actual experience of the Wilson family. That being said, the Wilsons are quite spicy people. Even Rachel likes to throw elbows on the internet. So I think to some degree, you have to expect that people are going to throw you elbows when you have that kind of past. Let's keep going.
Under your religion.
Sniz.
What is that?
You're a
I
fucking
still think
dyke.
that's funny.
Don't talk shit about my
Oh, and then now he's attacking her for being bisexual.
wife, you stupid. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I just say?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
doll. I'm sorry. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred against
the women that you try
convince them
to?
that they-
Now, for those watching who are like, what is sniz?
Well, I believe it's someone that's, snizzes the snatches.
Yes, sir. So
Yeah.
he's calling her a lesbian.
Yes.
We love those.
Yes. Amen.
Keep on calling her that.
they shouldn't.
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women. Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
Stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
You could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to set.
Now, I just want you guys to remember this conversation, this section started with him calling her too stupid, too effing stupid
Too fucking
to
stupid.
understand.
So,
And then she didn't even insult his family. What she did was, hey, the way you carry your life, I'm not advocating for a position. She's saying it's incongruent with. and he went nuke.
Yeah, you got hurt. You got hurt.
Tell people.
Okay. I'm gonna pause real quick, and I'm gonna ruin the VOD for shits and giggles. So Christian Blair says, "Who made that song, JF Gary Epi?" Referring to a Long Beach Griffey song where he says he likes to date disabled women. That's another AI that we should do. We should have an AI redub where Destiny raps the Long Beach Griffey song about liking to date disabled women. We should also do a JF Gary Epi AI adaptation. But Lexer Queen said earlier that it's like, don't change. We like having liberals beat up on you. Okay, that could be cute. That could be funny. That could be bants. But then Lexer Queen 3008 says, dude, I hate jumping off points to points without finishing one subject. Do a react and finish it or anything and don't cut in the middle and I'm here. Fuck off. Okay? My show, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. I could literally pause right in the middle here and I could talk for 10 minutes about fucking science fiction and you can eat a dick. Don't tell me how to run my show. So if you got, you kind of did like a snide bitchy comment, but it could be considered banter. You also just told me how to run the show. This is my fucking show. I don't fucking need you. I got 130 other fucking people. We make plenty of money. I don't need you. So next time you come in with like a snide bitchy bant, I'm going to have my mods twist your balls. Okay. And twist your balls means that you're going to be suspended basically for a day. And if you come back and you're a snide bitch again, then I'll just ban you perma. How about that? Sounds fair to me.
Okay.
Are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing, which is immoral.
All right, now we need some context on this man because she said he's not a traditional man.
He's not.
And this goes back, okay? It all started with a good old pickle jar.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar? I got to grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. You can't open it.
You need to clip that. Oh, Andrew. That is
Okay. Number one, it was an olive jar. Number two, it was slippy. Okay, it was slippy.
that needs to be a sound clip. Andrew.
We get to watch an old clip of us. I'm gonna enjoy this. So this is happening on the Whatever podcast with our good friend Brian something.
Dan Saltman in stream, although this was a while ago. It's about 15 minutes ago. Do you stream on Twitch also? Not on the Valor Media Network channel, but on my home channel, Counterpoints Politics, yes. And let me go ahead and pull up another one and move over my live chat. That way, if Dan's still here, I can see Dan. And/or I can see Andor. And/or I can see whoever that fucking DGG bitch was so I can fucking ban him if they're being a smug douchebag. All right, hold on a second. Let me get into the live chat. Let me mute the live chat. I do stream onto Twitch for my personal thing, but honestly, I was thinking about moving over to Kick. So what has happened that I've seen in reference to Chud Logic is Chud Logic, so he's gotten like really spicy on YouTube. And when he got really spicy on YouTube, he was like, oh shit, I thought I was on Kick. And he was saying some wild stuff. He was saying like the F slur. He was saying the N-word with an A. He was going crazy. And so if that's the kind of thing that you can do on Kick, you know, like I have to be a good boy because I'm still technically employed. But let's just say that if I was ever a truly free agent, I might become a Kick streamer. Anyways, continuing.
I hate him. I hate his podcast. This goober across from him is also an interesting character. Bro, I was so unbiased back then. But I guess they're having some kind of...
Thank God you were unbiased.
I think I glowed up just a little bit. You know?
Oh, jeez.
I do. This seems a little immature now. For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick
for,
now.
it's a little,
See, it
little fun.
is.
I got to grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Dude, I'm getting interrupted by Dan stuff, but it's pretty funny. He says, "What do you say fuck me for?" Did I say anything mean about Dan? I don't think I said anything mean about Dan this morning. What do you say fuck me for?
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody says. Is this meaningful in the grand scale? No, but it means everything.
For them.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Here, I'm going to let some
I'm
chats
hungry.
come. Red Fox, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I can't grip the
You know, I always think that donating to Twitch streams is really retarded, but I will say, I would pay 10 grand if I knew this was going to happen.
Oh, 100%.
100. Like this is like a immortal moment. It doesn't matter what the fuck Andrew ever does. This Picklegate will follow him forever.
Okay, now I want it to be.
I got
happen. It's
this,
like pissing me
boys.
pisses
off.
me off.
Yeah,
Should we-
I know.
should
it's
we have
fine, it's
Jake
fine.
try?
You'll see the same thing. It's
Come
just
on, bro.
greasy.
It is.
See, it's
My
f***ing greasy.
slide.
It
My
just
hands
slides
slide.
off.
Now that I'm watching this clip back, I don't think Brian tried.
No.
I think he's doing him a solid.
Yeah.
I think he's giving him a hand job under the table and being like, baby, I got you.
I got your back.
And he's
And
using
you'll
that
dig.
skin that he got in his hands to go, oh shit, it is slippery, bro. What the fuck, man?
You can't get your f***ing hand on it. Try it. No, you f***er. Oh shit.
And the that he said was not like
All right. This is not substantial. All right, we're just getting through it. All right, we're just getting through it. So all the Andrew Wilson haters, you know, have fun, but we're just getting through it. All right. Anonymous chatter for 20 says we're gonna have a harder time getting Connor to kick the kick channel than a heroin addict. True, particularly if I'm allowed to say, you know, the N-word with an A. Noble Ghost says, Connor, how do you feel about IVF? I think it's based. So like obviously like people are concerned about the moral worth of a fertilized egg that's not going to get implanted, that's just going to sit there in stasis for decades and eventually be disposed of as if it's trash. But I also think that in general, having people who have the means, who cannot have biological children of their own, being able to pay $10K, $15K, and then have biological children, it's cool. Obviously, I think like adoption would be better morally, but yeah, there's something to be said for having biological children. So just trying to keep some commentary on here. All right. For me, I know like a lot of people would have thought that this was even more cringe, but I actually think that it would have been more based if he had just been like, fuck it. And then he like slammed it on the ground and then like eaten a glass covered olive off of the ground. I think that would have been Giga Chad. But my Giga Chad cringe meter is off because some things that people think are cringe, I think are Giga Chad. And then some things that other people think are Giga Chad, I find cringe. So my cringe Giga Chad meter is off.
like fucker, you got it, and I didn't. It's fucker, you didn't understand what I was trying to do here. You come
Brian.
here. You come here. You fucker, you didn't get it. You. That's what it
Why
was.
you acting like we didn't hook up? Now you gonna do me dirty like this?
Do it on the table if you can.
Oh shit!
Hey,
Hey, put it on the table. Put it on the table.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
He can't open it. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
this is such a pointless clip, but it's actually fucking funny.
Ain't no way.
And you know this is gonna haunt him forever. It's almost been like a year, and it's still haunting him. It's still entertaining.
That wasn't that hard.
All right, take them off the table, please.
Yeah,
Well done
I
to
got
both
myself
of
very
you.
messed up.
He rolling his eyes like a bitch.
What did you say to her? What she
So now we're back in the present. This is him talking about the podcast with Charlie, okay?
said? What was
Well,
the
from
argument?
there, what she did was she tried to go on to say that I'm a hypocrite because I tell men not to get married to single moms, which is not true. I have a nuanced position, which is it works out not so good for most people, but there's nothing ethically which is wrong with that. And then went on to say that she had slept with 10 guys and she's in her early 20s, right? She slept with 10 guys. And that's okay because is there. And so basically hides the crime. And so what my wife should have done is just have a series of.
So I'm going to give you guys the details. Andrew's got a wife. She's had kids in multiple different marriages before him. He married her. People constantly call him a cuck for it. Andrew's got a fan base that ranges from the red pill to like a white nationalist or Christian nationalist.
Yeah.
And that's like the array. He's often in red pill spaces. A lot of people will find out about the situation with his marriage, shit on him for it. But that's like the background for this guy.
Clip this up out of context, right? And put it out there as though I was having some kind of meltdown.
Clearly not.
Rewatching that just now, it doesn't look like a meltdown to me.
Sir,
And you
under
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a
mean?
fucking dick. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
doll. I'm sorry,
daddies?
dick. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
So in Andrew's world, that's not crashing out, okay? I'm not making any aspersions. I'm just playing the clip for y'all. Y'all make your own decisions, all right? Unbiased 2026. I'm lying. Don't matter.
So I was like, how? What's the hypocrisy?
Yeah.
What's wrong with a Christian dating a woman who has children? And apparently the perceived hypocrisy is that, well, you tell men that that's a low value woman or that they can't be loved. And I'm like, I've never said any of that shit. What the hell are you talking about? But you can't.
I think this is a birds of a feather flock together problem. So we've gone over this before. Hearshot has been defensive of my analysis of Andrew Wilson's trajectory, his career trajectory. Okay. If you look at the crucible in Andrew Wilson, he grounded out for 2 years. I think he started out in either 2021 or 2022. And for 2 years, he grounded out and he was getting tens of thousands of views. And then towards the end of that time period, he was getting like 250,000 views. He got like 250,000 views in a month, which is, it's not enough to be like a full-time career, but it's respectable that you grounded out for 2 years and then ultimately got a few 100,000 views. Well, if you look at his first whatever podcast appearance, I think it's November of 23. And he also went on to the guy who started the red pill, the guy who wears a bandana and he's been married to the same woman for 40 years, but he still talks about like red pill shit, Rollo Tomasi. So he went on whatever podcast in November, he went on to Rollo Tomasi like a week later. And then he goes from 250,000 views to 1 million views within a month. And then ever since then, he's capitalized on it. And he's just boom, 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 just made money after money after money after money. And the metrics have been through the roof. So he went from probably a few hundred live to, I think he's between 3,000 and 5,000 now, which is a lot, right? Like in our space, that's top 1% easily. That's like top 1% of the 1% as far as streaming goes. So he's made it into rarefied atmosphere as far as streaming goes. And, props to him. Props to him for grinding it out. Props to him for making the right connections. Props to him for getting blown up. Props to him for capitalizing on getting blown up. Now, that being said, though, now he's throwing elbows with the big dogs, right? Now he's in rarefied atmosphere. Now there's going to be big people who are coming after you. In reference to Rachel, though, so just look at it mathematically. I could do a mind map. Somebody was like, what are we going to be mind mapping today? I could mind map this, but I think it's such a simple concept that I don't need to draw it. If you look at left wing Charlie, whatever this girl's name is here, okay? And she seems like a nice girl. She seems smart. She seems funny. I watched the original breakdown. But she said that she's bisexual. She's hooked up with a half dozen dudes. She's hooked up with even more chicks. So she's probably got, 10 to 20 bodies on her, both men and women. And she's not married and she doesn't have kids. So she has 10 to 20 dudes that she has half a dozen dudes that she's hooked up with. She has another half dozen to a dozen women that she's hooked up with. So overall, her body count is between 15 and 20. And if you look at Rachel Wilson, her body count is 3. She just has kids with 2 other different men. And so getting back to why this is birds of a feather flock together, Andrew Wilson might not say, oh, single women are damaged goods. You shouldn't hook up with them. You shouldn't marry them. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. He might actually say something more nuanced, like depends on the single woman, right? Depends on the single mother. Because if the single mother either had a dirtbag husband who ditched her, but she's an otherwise virtuous and decent human being who tried something and it just didn't work out, Or if it's a single mom, let's say that she's widowed, then that's obviously outside of her control. And her single motherhood has nothing to do with the virtues of her as an individual person. I've heard him say this. I've heard Rachel say this. So it could be Cope. I'm trying to sweep a little bit for the Wilson clan. It could be Cope, but realistically, you know, he is getting associated with guilt that might not be personally his. We did get a couple of super chats. I did set a goal, 10 super chats over the course of the next 2 hours. We're at 7 super chats total for the day, but we're at 3 out of 10 on the goal. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for the 10. I showed this video to my godson's father on Christmas. Our laughing made my godson have a plastic car accident in the living room. Stop it. I'm trying to sweep for the Wilson clan, and you're over here fucking it up. Daggerin with the 2 says Andrew Wilson is more morally degen than Wilson. Than Destiny? Absolutely not. Destiny has done more horrid shit in the past 3 years than Andrew Wilson's done in his entire life. Get the fuck out of here. You're just trying to say things to fuck with my sweeping. All right. Anyways, back to it.
Figure out how it's disparaging.
It's disparaging because it goes against the worldview that you espouse.
What goes against my worldview?
You say gnarly things about promiscuous women and that they're disgusting.
That's not promiscuity.
You say 3 baby daddies? Yes, that's promiscuity.
Wait a second. Help me out here. How many different partners have you had?
Certainly under 10.
Yeah, and she has 3 long-term relationships, and I'm one of them. Okay, Chuck. Can you tell me which one of you are promiscuous?
God damn. I didn't know we were playing Who. Welcome to another episode of Who's a Hoe? Hey, man.
I'm not crashing out. Why would you say I'm crashing out? It's not. I'm just defending my wife with the multiple baby daddies. And you a bitch. You a dyke. You a man who's a lesbian. And you eat schniz. Now I'm going to ask you guys the question. Y'all on the dating market, got a choice between 2 partners, one with 2 former marriages, multiple kids, or one who slept with 10 people. Who do you feel is more irresponsible or a risk? And I don't even adhere to this worldview. Okay? That's his worldview. That's his world. That's a traditional. I'm going to choose a partner who got 10, 15, 20. Girl can have 30 bodies. Multiple baby daddies is a whole different.
Now I actually have to sweep. Abba's not married. I think Preach might have just gotten married. I don't think either one of them have kids. I think these dudes are my age. I think they're like early 30s, late 30s. Now they're successful social media commentary people, so maybe they want to play the field before they settle down. But once again, like if we're talking about like I've already gone over this, but I'll go over it again because we probably got new people. Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here. So I parasocially love 50 of you. The other 100 of you, I don't know you. Okay. But the point is that like when it comes to an ideal human life, we've gone over the extremities of both sides. So the extreme conservative life is fall in love with the first girl that you talk to, get married, maybe 5 to 10 years down the road, you got a couple of kids, you got your 4-year degrees, you've done this, you've done that. You don't know each other. And some conservative couples will fight through that, get through the 10 to 15 year turbulence, and then they'll stay together forever. And God bless them. Like that's a great life. So if they're able to do that, that's fine. However, I've also seen it go the other way where giga conservative couples have hit the 10 to 15 year turbulence and then they don't push through and then their entire relationship and life implodes. I've seen it go both ways. So clearly that's not an ideal. And then when you go on the other extreme is, well, oh, you know, you can be a libertine liberal and hook up with as many people as you want to. And who cares about body count and this, that, the other. Well, I've seen that happen. And I'm actually thinking about one person in particular where they got so addicted to sexual attention from the opposite sex that they kind of like correlated pleasure in sex with happiness. And so they've just perpetually hooked up with people to the tunes of now they have like dozens or hundreds of bodies and they're incapable of having a long-term relationship. they're incapable of it. Like the second they start dating somebody for more than a couple of weeks or more than a couple of months, they get uncomfortable in the stability of a long-term relationship, and then they self-sabotage and blow up the relationship. So that's like the two extremes. So in my opinion, what's the ideal? The ideal would be between ages like 15 and 25. That's when I started dating, was around age 15, which was late for some people. But I started dating around 15 and then kind of screwed around until I was 25. But around 24, 25, I was like, I need to get my shit together. Found my wife, got married. We had a couple of kids. You know, we're not perfect. Obviously, we're not perfect. But we do try our best and we do love our kids. And then we had a little bit of an interesting time before we met each other. But then once we had a little bit of experience under our belts, then we got together, then we had a relatively stable relationship. So for me, that's kind of the ideal. And I don't think I think Abba and Preach are kind of throwing stones from a glass house right now. That's my opinion, because I don't think they're living the ideals either, which is being like late 30-year-old bachelors who are probably on the verge of, let's just say, not being in their prime, but they're using money and clout and influence in order to extend their sexual marketplace value. I don't view that as ideal either.
Ball game. And it's not even to disparage anyone, but he's out here and his wife is not like a private person. She's a public person. She puts out books. She actually joins the debate at one point and starts shit talking to girls. She's actually donating throughout the live stream, talking crazy. So I want to make it clear, I'm not here to talk about his wife. His wife is a public content creator with books out and talks a lot, okay? I don't care how they carry their life, but they're very judgmental people. And when you peer behind the curtain every single time, there's nothing traditional about it. Forget to open the pickle jar, which is fuck.
Grassroots says Abba has been married for half a decade. Connor, does he have kids? Because I'm not going to lie, having being married without kids is just advanced dating. I hate to be condescending about it, but I'm gonna be. The move the goalpost. I did. I did move the goalpost, but I'm also serious. The when you're married but you don't have kids. No, I'm serious. Christian Flair says that's bullshit. Well, no, I'm serious. No. Fuck you, General So. Fuck you, Christian Vlaris. Fuck you both. So no, it is advanced dating. What if they can't have kid? That's pretty bigoted. I'm a bigoted guy. What do you want? We were just talking about IVF earlier. Steve says, I thought I liked this guy when the live stream popped up. Not a fan of the sanctimonious bullshit. Oh shit, now it's kids. Steve, I'm gonna put this to you. Relax, or I'm gonna have my mods twist your nethers. Beef Supreme says he's not serious. I might be a little bit serious. Yeah, like dinking. Yeah, Vorpal the Fox. I prefer the term dink. Okay, we got to fight with chat. We got 50 extra people coming into chat. Coming in, throwing elbows. We're gonna have to throw some elbows with chat, okay? Yeah, what do married people without kids do? They spend their expendable income, si se puede. That's what they do. Okay. No nether twisting, a circumcision. All right, we're having too much fun. All right, hold on. Let's actually break this down real quick. Let's see if we can make a coherent point. So, I think that let's break this down. Dating and that promiscuous era of like let's say 15 to 25, where you're hooking up with people, you're kind of like figuring out what you like. Are you promiscuous? Are you not promiscuous? What kind of girl do you like? What kind of guy do you like if you're that kind of guy? Are you looking for a serious committed thing? What are the kind of values that you're looking for in somebody in a serious committed thing? Do you guys have the same jobs? Do you want to live in the same region of the country? Do you want to move to a different country? Do you want to travel before having kids? Do you want to travel after having kids? Do you want kids? How many kids do you want? How many dogs do you want? How many cats do you want? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's all these things that you have to negotiate when you start living with somebody, when you start dating with somebody, and when you start trying to be in a committed relationship. So I will admit that moving to from dating around, fooling around, figuring out what you want, et cetera, and then moving to a long-term committed relationship in which you guys have identified half a dozen to a dozen areas of commitment, and then you commit to those things, that's obviously like a huge step. And then marriage is a huge step as well, because you basically bring all your families together in order to commit to the fact, like, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, till death do us part, you know, we're going to be together. We're going to figure it out. We're a team. Okay. That's a pretty serious thing. Now, the reason why I say that it's just casual advanced dating until you have kids is because all of those things are up for negotiation. Like where you live, whether or not you live in a condo in a house, do you live in the city? Do you live in the rural area? Do you move? Do you travel? All those logistics are they can be complicated, but they're actually way less complicated than once you add kids. Once you add kids, it's like you got to figure your shit out because the story is no longer about you. You're no longer a main character. When you're married and you're a dink, dual income, no kids, you're the main character. You can do what you want. You can move where you want. You can spend your money how you want. You can go out when you want. You don't have to do any of that kind of crap. With the kid stuff, it starts to get really complicated and really tough really quick. So yeah, I'm being judgmental of dinks. And it looks like all of my dink chatters are rebelling. All right, hold on. Let's check in with chat real quick because I don't think they liked it. Other guy says, no nether twisting, please. The circumcision was punishment enough. Okay. Repair my house right now. Lol. I enjoy getting fired up, says Steve. Well, Steve, you should have a fine time. We'll just keep fighting each other. Beef Supreme says, I enjoy getting Connor fired up. True. You guys are working on it with the dink takes. Okay. We got 3 super chats that rolled through, and we have something from QC John. QC John says, weapon squad setting up perimeter around the talk. 3rd squad on the flank. 1st and 2nd ready to bound through. Christian Valeris on the other. Dude, Christian Valeris has betrayed. Christian Valeris is on the enemy team. Christian Valeris is bounding towards headquarters with a satchel filled with C4 explosives. Fashion 40 for 10 says, your kids take his trash. Ab and Preach are better people in society than Andrew Wilson. Ugh. Thank you for the super chat. We'll fight about it later. Fast and Bulbous for 5 says, to marry means to have one's rights and double one's duties. Arthur Schopenhauer. There we go. Yes. There we go. That's the spirit, Fast and Bulbous. Grassroots with a 20. On the legal implications and requirements alone, marriage is nothing like dating at all. This is the worst opinion, and I want to put everyone in prison. Well, at least we got the universal basic prison taken there. All right. Veld says, conservatives prescribing lifestyle comes across as hypocritical. Aren't marriage rates higher for educated liberals? I don't think that's true at all.
Funny.
Hold on. Let's do it. Let's do a quick fact check before we get back into the content. That sounds like cope to me. Liberal versus conservative marriage rates. Conservatives consistently show higher marriage rates than liberals, a gap that has widened, with studies indicating conservatives are more likely to marry earlier, and experience greater family stability, while young liberals, particularly women, show significant declining marriage trends, often linked to lower religious observance and shifting societal values. So yeah, that sounded like liberal cope. And according to this preliminary AI Google search, it is cope. Now, for the sake of the flow of the content, I'm gonna get back into it. We can fight about dating and marriage in a little bit.
That's just a side quest. That's funny. The only thing you had to do was open the pickle. Failed.
I'm be honest with you, that side quest gave him legendary armor. That was a crazy side quest. Him trying to shame her or be like, you're less than mine. I don't even like doing that kind of stuff. But if we were, literally nobody on this planet is choosing your wife over the other girl. Let's be honest. And it's nothing even to do with like.
That's bullshit. I'm gonna call it. That's bullshit. Okay. If you found a nice girl who was a widow, or she had a shitty ex-baby daddy, and then you found like a promiscuous party girl who had like 24 bodies on her, I don't think that there are people who are probably going to choose the girl who doesn't have kids because it's less responsibility. I think that's true. But I think saying that no one is going to pick the single mother, I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit.
Like misogyny is like when you're dating somebody with kids and with different people, it's a lot of headache. It's a lot of coordinating with these people.
There you go. Now they're explaining it.
It's a lot of connections, a lot of tethering. Him sitting there trying to really debate this stuff. And I think she asked a valid question, which is like, if I'm one of your viewers and you're trying to sell me on your worldview and you're living an exact lifestyle that I would never want to live, why would I ever want to follow your example? And Andrew might say, well, my lifestyle might be disgusting, but it doesn't mean that what I'm saying is wrong. And that's fair. But he doesn't say.
But that's not saying that I don't like this. The reason why I don't like this is because I don't think this is actually like fair. I'm sweeping a little bit, but I actually do agree with my own sweeping. There's definitely a birds of a feather flock together problem here where Andrew Wilson hangs out with people who degrade and demean single women, and he's paying a social consequence because of the people that he associates with. But I don't think it's very Christian at all to say that like single women or single mothers are undeserving of like love or partnership or stepfathers or responsibility or anything like that. So yeah, I think this is bullshit.
Yeah.
No, it's got ego.
His lifestyle's amazing. His life's the best. Now Andrew Wilson's wife calls in.
So let's go there.
All right, Politics JK for 2. Thank you for the super chat, King. What if kids will be erasing my blue eye white gene? I don't care about that. Go marry a big booty Latina, Politics JK.
Where did you get the idea that I'm promiscuous?
I would say that I think that having children with multiple men is, I think that is more significant than.
Okay, well, I think it would be if, and I know why people assume this. I do understand why people assume it. They're just wrong in their assumptions. It would
All right, I'm gonna start drawing this because we're actually fighting.
be wrong if I had been sleeping with lots of people, if I had been carelessly getting pregnant with random people. That's not the case. I've spent my entire adult life only in 3 long-term committed relationships. Assumption, but the truth is I'm not promiscuous. I have an extremely low body count. I've never had one-night stands. I've never cheated on anyone.
You know what's the most cringe thing about these whole clips? Is that they're ardently defending their sexual history to random people.
Yeah.
That's the saddest part.
When you make your marketing around that, you have to.
I was about to say, like, public advocacy for the way that people engage in their personal lives. That they're saying it, but I'll say it again too. When you make the way that you conduct your personal life a part of your public presence, then you might have to defend it. But if you actually think that a more conservative outlook on society is correct, then why would that be embarrassing? This is where they think like being liberal and just saying like, oh, you do you, that's like sufficient. All right. I did put on my Bob Ross wig. I am about to paint something.
Defend it. It does not matter. I repeat, it does not matter. But of course they do have to defend it because in their case where they build their marketing over that, it's going to matter. If it makes no sense, then you kind of defend it.
Yep.
That's why they defend it so hard.
That's why he gets bothered whenever he gets called a non-traditional man or he gets called a weak man. He's trying to see himself in this idea of a traditional man. But a lot of the attitudes that he purveys online, his behavior, none of that reflects it. The most pathetic part about it, and the only reason why the pickle video is like actually meaningful is you're watching this man who's trying to, parade himself as a traditional man. And he's making all these pathetic excuses about something so meaningless. And you're watching his ego flare out. And he's arguing with this young 20-year-old woman and be like, it's your fucking fault. He doesn't even know. But he's immediately jumping to blaming her for the fact that he's too fucking weak to open the pickle jar. And then even in these clips, you're watching him and his wife justify themselves. I only slept with 3 people. I could look at you right afterwards and say, well, you should have chose better. Why are you having kids with 2 other motherfuckers and get married and divorced? It seems like you're a fucking loser to me because you don't know how to choose the right person to get married. Not only did you make that mistake once, you made it twice. And most people never get that chance. I could do that, but I don't actually care about this kind of stuff. They care. And what makes them look like losers is their excuses. It's their coming back and being like, my wife has only got 2 baby daddies. You look stupid trying to defend yourself.
People are questioning it because first, you've been living a lie. All this thing that you was boasting, it's not true. not only you're discovered as a liar, but and we find out that you cannot live all that life, and also your theory is a lie.
Mhm.
It's a double whammy, double triple whammy.
Yeah. Like genuinely, what's traditional about getting online and yapping about how many bodies your partner has? And that's the problem. All these motherfuckers, they always parade a lifestyle that none of them live up to. And not only
Okay, this is the other thing that's frustrating. Okay, I'm gonna take off my Bob Ross wig because it gets hot under there pretty quick. The reason why conservatives have to get on the internet and defend a more traditional approach to relationships is because of the sexual revolution. All right. So, what happened, I would say, for humanity up through what, like the 1960s, is so we're talking about like hundreds of thousands of years of history. I can't look at chat right now, Base Perry. So if you guys have comments that you actually want me to contend with, let me get this shit out, and then I'll draw a drawing and I'll fight with chat. So if you're talking about, I think modern humans have been around for 100,000 years, and we've gone through a whole bunch of different sexual stuff. Okay, so prior in tribal settings and in pagan Greece and Rome, bisexuality and promiscuity were real, where effectively dudes hooked up with dudes. It wasn't viewed as a bad thing. As a matter of fact, the thing that was seen as bad in Greece and Rome was being the bottom. Okay. Being the bottom was the thing that was bad, not necessarily being homosexual. And then, so probably what happened though with the Jews, thank the Jews for another thing. In the Abrahamic faith, they were like, okay, well, people are getting diseases and people are dying early, and there's fights about paternity, and there's fights about inheritance, and there's fights about rights, and this, that, the other. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this mad simple. You are going to get with one woman. You are going to stay with one woman. You're not going to engage with men, and you're going to have kids with that one woman. And that's kind of like the cis heterosexual. Yeah, see, it's not gay if you're a top. True. So heterosexuality eliminates, number one, getting a bunch of disease. Number two, it also allows paternity, as long as both partners are loyal, to be predictable. And it solves issues of inheritance. Okay. So that's why the cis heteronormativity came out in the ancient world. Now, what happened is condoms existed, and condoms have largely existed for like 2,000 or 3,000 years. I think they use like sheep intestine as condoms, like in ancient Rome and ancient Greece. But effectively, it wasn't like a broad technology. Not everybody was like slaughtering sheep in order to make condoms for humans, right? That's not the way that it was working. Whereas in the 19th century through the 1960s, we developed like 2 or 3 technologies that were pretty impressive. Number one was like the rubber condom. Number 2 was birth control. And there's probably another technology in there that I'm forgetting, but we effectively came up with birth control within the past like 150 years. And it became more increasingly available throughout time. And so what's happened is you've seen the birth rates come down, because when men are able to use birth control and when women are able to use birth control, they typically like to control how many kids they have, because when they can control it, they can control their wealth easier. And then what you also see is in the 1960s, you also see a correlated flare and decrease in disease. And what I mean by that in the 1960s, once we had condoms, once we had birth control, and it was widely available, people were like, well, why do we have these rules around sex? Because realistically, I can prevent unwanted pregnancy by using the pill, and I can prevent unwanted disease by using rubbers. So why don't we just do whatever we want to do in reference to sex? And so in the 60s, you see a lot of people start to become sexually libertine, and that lasts through like the 80s. But what ends up happening in the 80s is we have the AIDS scare and the HIV scare. And the AIDS scare and the HIV scare is hundreds of thousands of Americans being promiscuous, and then through needle use for hard drugs, through homosexuality without condoms, and then also through bisexuality without condoms, hundreds of thousands of Americans die. And I think that actually scares the piss out of the human population, where they're just like, oh shit, we do need to wear condoms. We do need to be responsible. We do need to not go crazy, right? And so, bro, this is just not an accurate retelling of the sexual revolution. You're gonna have to say what's not accurate. You can't just say it's not accurate, but then not say what's not accurate, right? And so now we have this struggle because in the 60s through the 80s with the sexual revolution, but then with the conservative backlash that I would say happened during the Reagan era and is still going on today, we're having a fight about what is normal, what is healthy, what is good. And so that's where conservatives are saying, like, you should find your wife, you should find your partner, you should be loyal, you should follow scriptural prescriptions about sex, even if you don't follow specifically scriptural prescriptions about sex, which is a lot of scripts right there, back to back to back. But if you don't follow that, you should try to follow it as an ideal. And when you fail in that ideal, you should use condoms and you should use birth control. And that's kind of like the semi-conservative conservatarian worldview. Whereas a lot of libertines in my chat right now are freaking out. And they're saying like, oh, you know, I should be able to do whatever I want. I should be able to do whatever I want. I should be able to do whatever I want. You are a product of the sexual revolution, right? You're just a product of it. And so as long as I can avoid the consequences, I should be able to do whatever I want. That's actually just Destiny, right? That's like, if I talk to Destiny about sex, that's going to be the basis of his argument is, as long as I can avoid the consequences, I can do whatever I want. And that's a shitload of people in my chat, apparently. Lost 20 people by talking to them about the sexual revolution. So anyways, the point is that like ABBA and Preach coming out here and saying like, oh, you know, I would rather date the girl with 20 bodies on her rather than the single mom who has 3 bodies on her who has kids. It's like, yeah, you could say that, but I don't think that has anything to do with like the sexual behavior of the parties involved. I think that you could definitely say that a serial monogamous person who has kids and has only dated 3 people. What's up? Yes. Can I have a hot water refill, please? Do you want me to do it? No, okay. I just don't want our kids to know it. Okay. But the point is that like we can make an argument that adopting somebody else's kids and becoming a stepfather is a lot bigger of a responsibility than dating a girl who's like a libertine. But at the same time, you could also understand how a conservative might think that a single mom who has been in 3 serial monogamous relationships and has kids with another man, but she's an otherwise loyal, responsible, dutiful wife, why that might be the better partner compared to the promiscuous girl who has no kids, right? So anyways, I've kind of drawn that here. I'm going to let ABBA and Preach finish out this segment, and then I'm going to fight chat because chat is still like spurging super hard. So I want to fight chat in a second.
They don't live up to it in the most pathetic way.
Rodney says, I have no idea what Connor said about the revolution was about. I tuned it out like I try to do whenever he rambles about Christian lunacy. You're an idiot, Rodney. You're an idiot. It's the sexual revolution of the 1960s, the broad availability of the pill and condoms. Not even a Christian literalist. This is like saying that I tune out whenever I don't hear something that supports my worldview. Yeah, no shit. That's why you're not a true cogger, Rodney. That's why you'll always be second tier.
Well, I think that he's a piece of shit for taking a woman who's had multiple. No. Children need fathers, and if you believe in a nuclear family, it's a good thing that someone's stepping up to take care of them. Now, maybe y'all be like, that's pathetic. That's fine. But I'm not going to denigrate someone for making that choice. But if you're the motherfucker who makes that choice, and then you get all on your soapbox and shit talk other people's relationship, everything is fair game. And for him to act like, oh, she got personal, motherfucker called her too stupid
from the back.
Too stupid to understand your worldview.
You call
Not just that. I watched the original thing, and earlier they were talking about COVID and disabled people catching COVID and dying. And when leftist Charlie or whatever her name was mentioned the fact that she had a family member who was disabled who had to like hide in order to not get killed during COVID because they were immunocompromised, then Andrew just laughed and was like, ha ha ha, sucks to suck. Which I do think if you're going to have that attitude and be overly callous and hostile to people, you should be prepared for them to throw elbows as well.
They're stupid.
I hate these motherfuckers who mean to other people, and then when people show them even
when it
1/10
flip
of
back,
energy, yeah, and then you're gonna get on a podcast with other grown ass men and lie about the whole thing. It's like, bro, you in your 40s, you gotta grow the fuck up.
Anyways, let's fight chat about that real quick. So if I had to summarize that content, I would say that Andrew Wilson getting elbows thrown his way, being made fun of for the olive jars and pickle jars, all that kind of stuff. When you're in the public sphere, when you're participating in these fights all the time, you're going to have to expect that. That's like a neutral thing. I don't really have a hot take when it comes to that. What I do think is annoying that I'm fighting my chat about right now is that there are a bunch of libs in my chat who think that our sexual behavior as a species is morally neutral. And regardless of whether or not you're an antinatalist, promiscuous person, or if you're a giga conservative with one partner and a couple of kids, these are all morally neutral things, and they're not. Okay. Now, you can say, like, oh, well, 80% or 90% of the population can participate in natalism and the species will be just fine. So let me be a libertine over here. Let me be a libertarian over here. Let me do whatever I want to do over here, and you mind your business. And I'm fine with that. But saying that as a broad social prescription, we should have no opinions about the propagation of the species, I think is cringe and r-slurred. And I'm actually going to see like how many people get triggered and freak the fuck out versus people who are actually listening to the words that I say. And here's another thing to try to wake up the people who are just having an emotional reaction. 70% of y'all in Twitch and YouTube politics are like emotional zombies. Okay. If somebody agrees with you, then you're like, yeah, woo! And then if somebody disagrees, you're like, ooh, boo. But you're not actually like listening to the arguments, building a mind palace in your brain, conceptualizing different things, having them fight it out, and then eliminating the cognitive dissonance that's in your brain over time. That's not what you're doing. You just want somebody to get on the internet and then jerk off the worldview that you already have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through chat and I'm going to fight the people who are fighting me in chat. So scrolling. Beef Supreme says, and yes, that's where I agree with Abba. They don't have to put their lives out there, but they choose to, and now their feet are on the flame, so to speak. But Beef Supreme, this is where conservatives do not believe that promiscuity and pro-natalist monogamy are morally equivalent, and it is the duty of conservative people to spread what they think is best for humanity. It's not morally neutral, and you need to realize that. Tiger says, there are some very judgmental people in chat. I wonder how you might look if we went through your life with a fine-tooth comb. That's not even the point. The point is not, y'all need to like take a step back, okay? Eliminate it from like personal analysis over whether or not we are individually hypocritical or bad people. Eliminate that. Is there a best way for human beings to conduct their sexual affairs in such a way that is good for humanity? And are there ways in which human beings can conduct their sexual affairs that is bad for humanity? Just ask yourselves those two questions back to back. And for me, the answer is yes. Obviously, there's going to be a way. As a matter of fact, I might have to make a drawing in a second. There's obviously a way where human beings can conduct themselves in a way that's good for humanity and bad for humanity. So let's do promiscuous girl versus single mom calculus. I'll save that one and I'll do a new one. And if I keep bumping into that as a topic, then I'll zoom out and I'll do it again. I love how like 30 people were like, no, I just want you to watch Abba and preach and then I'm gonna dip out. It's like, dude, fuck y'all. Y'all don't think for shit. Cowards. This is the interesting content. Fighting with chat over whether or not there's like prescriptions on how society should be sexually. That's the interesting content in my mind. Keep Your Bill Stein says, I'd be mortified if my partner called in to defend me, speaks to my conduct. Other guy says, Andrew ever said he was a traditional man? No idea, don't care. Beef Supreme says, 100 Abbas is preaching here. He isn't the man he claims to be, and that's why he melts the way that he did. But now you have to fight the other guy about whether or not you consistently know what Andrew Wilson claims to be. Rob with the W says, Abba and Preach are correct that the only reason this is a topic is because of their judgmental posture. All right, we have to do it. We got to draw it because this is the lib shit. Dude, once again, this is why like liberals piss me off, okay? So if let's go ahead and draw two people. Okay. So let's flip it. Let's draw a man and a woman. So here's my man. Here's my woman. Give me a second. Let me get to the woman. Don't worry. I'll add in some gay stuff in a second. I know you guys love the gay stuff. So let me add in the gay stuff in a second. Here we go. Woman. Let's give her some legs. She probably needs some legs, right? Probably needs to walk around. Long Beach Griffey doesn't need legs, but we're going to need some legs. All right. So let's say that these people are monogamous and they have little kids. All right. And let's say that they're down here. They have a couple of kids. All right. I've drawn it. This is the conservative ideal. Okay. Matter of fact, the conservative ideal is probably 3 kids. And it's probably males because let's be real, conservatives like males more than they like females. So this is probably like the perfect conservative family is monogamous, heterosexual, 3 kids. This is the ideal. I'm not talking about what conservatives actually do. I'm talking about what they want. Okay. And when you guys are like, oh, well, what they want versus what they do is totally different. And therefore, we can't analyze what's good and bad for society. That's stupid. It's very stupid. It's very, very, very stupid. And let's say over here, we have a sexually non-productive orgy where girls and gals and boys and girls and men and women just have a hedonistic it's literally the fall of the Eldar Empire. That's what it is. And let's say that there's no kids. This is going to affect policy. This is going to affect taxes. This is going to affect retirement. This is going to affect Social Security. This is going to affect medical care. This is going to affect everything. If you have an entire generation of sexual libertines who have no children and they work and have sex and die, then that's going to be another extreme that's going to affect society. And so for you guys to just say, oh, choice 1 and choice 2, I don't even have them on screen. Let me bring them on screen. That was probably very boring. So choice 1 and choice 2, these are not content neutral choices. These affect the way that society operates. And so you guys need to come up for a reason why, because so far the liberals in my chat have said, who are you to judge? Who are you to have an opinion? Why are you saying that there should be a positive emphasis on one choice over another? And I'm saying I'm a person with a brain who cares about the human species. I care that most people get together with somebody they love. They're mutually supported with somebody they love. They have kids with somebody they love. Those future kids are the future of America and the future of the world. And that if you guys want to be a bunch of degenerate libertines in a pile, then you got, as a matter of fact, I should add that. I should add the pile real quick just to make it even more absurd. Let's go over here. South Park, the pile. Come on, guys, we're going to the pile. That's you. That's you right now. Okay? This is you. Everybody in the pile. It's like the box, but it's worse. All right, let me read chat. These 2 dudes were 100% accurate. That doesn't say anything. There was no sexual revolution in the UAE, Connor. Good luck to them. Christians have to do X because they are silly billies. True. Tagroom says the way you defend conservative lifestyles is by living a life worth replicating that shows people the grace, dignity, and love that comes along with that. I try to, imperfectly. Beef Supreme says 100% agree with Abba. No, they don't need to defend themselves. They choose to judge others differently and make... See, that's just a liberal perspective. You're saying that choice 1 and choice 2 are arbitrary, therefore who cares? And that's not true. Carl Johnson says they are right and base. I'm just going to fight all my liberals. It's not gay if you're on top. True. Fatsimo says, didn't Fresh and Fit have an abortion scandal? Yeah, and they're pieces of shit. Weirdly enough, the red pill also argues for the pile. The red pill just says that a man should be in charge of the pile and get to enjoy the. As a matter of fact, that's another option. That's interesting. And this is why I, being raised with the conservative sexual motif of a socially and sexually stable family, which is easier said than done. But the reason why I don't view red pill as truly conservative is they advocate for the pile. They just advocate that a man is in charge and a man gets to dictate that all the people in the pile are women. That's funny too. That's actually mad funny. Thank you for bringing that up. Let me go ahead and copy the pile here. Hold on. Where'd the pile go? Up. Z. Nope. I want to hold this. I want to copy this. Let me move the pile down here. And then the red pill. This is just the red pill. Is this. Sorry, this is actually like a very silly drawing. I know it's like dead air, but I think these drawings are important for us to actually know what we're talking about. Because I'm gonna draw the pile for some of y'all. I'm gonna draw the pile that you guys want to be a part of. Give me a second. Here's your guys' pile. Because you're gay. Hold on. One more. One more guy for the pile. All right. Now let's fight. Andrew is pathetic and talks on the ethos he doesn't actually live. You guys keep saying that, but you're not listening to the words being said. And Fashion 40, I like you just fine. So I'm not like hating on you, but you're not listening to what's being said. True, but you can wear condoms now. True. Okay, now I know Connor is just talking out of his butt. Why? You're going to have to articulate how, Beef Supreme. Once again, if you talk this way and I didn't already parasocially love you, I would have banned you. 2 inches, birth rates declined historically even before widespread modern contraception, primarily due to lower child mortality, rising living standards, and greater economic security. Okay, so it correlates. But what point do you think you made? Bud123 says, good morning, Grill Holidays. I went to the gym today to do leg day. On my best 2 sets, I did 205-pound Smith machine back squats for 20 reps. Let's go. Go. Runamuck Rez says, dink here. We spend our cash on cats. Right. I probably should draw a dink somewhere. I'll open this up for the dink because the dinks are another problem. No offense. Because if you're a dink, but you want to have kids eventually, I mean, once again, if you can't have kids, it is what it is. I don't. If you can't have kids, or you're gay and you can't have kids, or you're infertile and you can't have kids, I don't care. But let's draw a cat for the dinks. I wish I could draw a cat in Funko Pops, because a cat in Funko Pops would be perfectly illustrative. But let me draw the cat. All right, so we got a cat. You understand this is a problem, right? Like if we don't propagate as a species, that's a problem. Now, once again, if you say, oh, I as an individual simply choose not to have kids. I want to make the whiskers. Let's do whiskers. I, as a dink, simply choose not to have kids because it's not right for me and mine. That's fine. I'm talking about broad social prescription. So if you guys can stop feeling personally attacked and start thinking about what's being said, that would be great. Because if everybody became a dink who took care of cats, if everybody became a dink who rescued dogs, then we as a species die out. All right. Birth control is a tool. The desire to control fertility is driven by socioeconomic factors. Okay, that's fine. Bro, this is just not accurate telling of the sexual revolution. Once again, Beef Supreme, you need to say what's inaccurate. The whole thing you're saying, do you have any facts? Yes, I have the history of the world. We have to convince people by demonstrating that Christian principles in our own lives, not shaming and rejecting, which makes us an even smaller group. Sure, but they're going to die out because they're too busy taking care of cats, hanging out in the pile, going to Disney, and buying Funko Pops. I bet he did take a sociology class. I have. 2Hinge says women in poor African countries have access to contraception, but they don't use them as much because kids in these environments are a type of economic security. Sure. Benson Neal says having promiscuous blank is not healthy, but heavily normalized. Sure. Justin said something spicy. Let me take a look at it. Yeah. Justin, play nice or I'll ban you myself. Don't play nice with other chatters. Grassroots says, personally, as I get older, I like women and kids because I instantly know their priorities and they know how to raise their kids. They took the crash course for me. I just have to be a good student. There you go. Thank you. 2Inch says, I'm sorry, Connor, but this will never reverse the decline in birth rates in the long term. People just had more kids as future economic security and because kids used to drop left and right due to disease. Sure. I'm not saying that we can reverse this. That you're extrapolating out further than I want to go. If there's no policy prescriptions against this, then who cares? What's the policy prescriptions that stop the pile if enough people want it? The death of our species. Okay. I'm trying to change culture by talking about this with you guys. And you guys are saying, oh, you're judging me. You're judging me. You're judging me. And it's like, that's not even the point. The point is not to judge you on an individual basis. The point is to normalize saying, hey, this is probably better than this, probably better than this, probably better than this, probably better than this, if we want to continue as a species. Other guy says get in the pile. I hate you guys. All right, hold on. Let's try to do it. Targan says, Connor, you're making too big of a step between promiscuity and having no children. Even marriages choose to have less children, not because of promiscuity, but because they have a choice. Sure, but you're extrapolating too far. Move it back a little bit. Anonymous says, I'm not saying everyone should get in the pile, but I'm saying if they want to get in the pile, then let them. No skin off of my butt. See? Liberal. Classic liberal. 2Hinge says, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore are conservative and very pro-natalist, but their birth rates continue to plummet regardless. Yes, you're extrapolating too far. The other guy says, don't remind me of that horror. You're only straight if you love a woman who loves other women. Politics JK says, why can't conservatives just argue this will give you the most stable life that continues your bloodline and let everyone else do what they want without throwing stones at slightly off the norm? Because we are facing existential crises to our civilization that are both economic and social. Randy Chang says, do we get a cog pile? No. No, my pile is filled with grilled meats. Targun says, what do you think about Putin's idea to turn off electricity and internet in the evening to increase family fertility rate? I think that's silly. I think that's a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound, right? Keeper Billstein says, dinks contribute heavily to the economy. Okay. Do you know what contributes more? Another taxpayer. The other guy says, but you can only love your women who loves other women or get in the pile. We're replacing kids with AI robots, duh. There you go. See, unironically, Jen Winkler has our likely future. Funnily enough, Jen Winkler has just finished the drawing. Okay. So what's going to happen is conservatives and liberals who grow up are going to be over here. Then the pile people are going to be over here. This is mad funny. This is actually mad funny. I should probably add a robot to the pile as well because there's going to be robots in the pile. But I think the pile is more important. And then Jen Winkler, funnily enough, I think is coming up with what's actually going to happen is that we are going to replace productive human capital that's lost. Oh, I could put them up with the conservatives. That's what I could do. With Boston Dynamics robots. Let's do it. Let me pull it up here. I know this is a little bit drier because you're listening to me just kind of like go through chat and do whatever. But the reason why I think this is so freaking funny and the reason why this is so important is because this is actually what, when Elon Musk is freaking out about birth rates, when Donald Trump is talking about freezing immigration, when we're talking about like, what do we do? What do we do as a society with the economic models that are coming down very aggressively? Oop, I don't want to copy and paste the whole thing. I want to copy and paste this. This is unironically where we're going to be. We're going to be replacing the pile people with Boston Dynamics robots. We're going to have the conservatives and the grown-up liberals having kids. And we're going to have all, like, apparently half of the cog is going to be in the pile. See, Rob, if we don't propagate, that's a problem. For who? Yeah, it's going to be a problem for you unless we replace you with Boston Dynamics robots. Sun Patriarch says, Connor, it's because we agree so much the bigotry of small differences. I guess. Christian Blair says, who is advocating for the entire species to stop having kids? Nobody is justifying not propagating to a point that the entire species ends. Well, I would say the liberals are, because the liberals are saying that this is morally neutral. Neo Jax says, this is going to happen with liberals and leftists. We love being in a room where we disagree or have our values or thoughts challenged. This is just us showing love. Well, thank you, Neo Jax, but we did lose 30 people because I got on my high horse. So, unironically, working class folk remain having a plethora of children like they cannot likely afford will lead to greater welfare state and probably a march towards socialism and communism. Sure. Sacred Snow says, yeah, but imagine how many kids the pile will start making once the pile robots get incubators. That's another one. That's another way, is that artificial wombs could see our ways out of the pile. Let me scroll up a little bit, engage a little bit more. We can move into the next segment, but I want to make sure that we understand this, because this is one of the things that makes me mad. Let me say the main thrust of the past 20 minutes of engaging with chat. These things are not neutral, okay? If everybody does this, if everybody lived the conservative lifestyle, we would propagate as a species, but even conservatives are incapable of living the idealistic conservative lifestyle, okay? Hear me when I say that. Even conservatives are not fully capable of living the prescribed conservative lifestyle. Did you hear me? Okay. Now, all the people in the pile, regardless of whether or not it's a red pill pile, regardless of whether or not it's a pile at the Parliament House, regardless of whether or not it's the cog pile. Apparently, this is the cog pile. You guys want to be in the pile. So regardless of whether or not it's the cog pile, the pile people say, well, it's not affecting you, so who cares? Okay? And what the people, the people who are trying to live the idealized conservative mindset are saying, if everybody goes into the pile, then we die as a species. Therefore, we're going to promote our ideal because not everybody can go into the pile, right? And then dinks are saying, I'm going to have fun with my Funko Pops, my cats, and playing Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild while my wife and I smoke marijuana and get DoorDash, which is like, good for you, but please shut up. Okay. Now, what's really going to happen? Ooh, I need to move the dinks down into my model for the future. Okay. Because I do think that it is going to be a complex and interesting future where the dinks are going to have their cats and their Funko Pops and their Breath of the Wild Zelda gameplay. And the pile people are going to pile. But then I do think that these people will inherit the earth. The people who are actually trying to live the ideal conservative lifestyle are the people who are going to go into the future. So these people, sorry, let me draw a box. I think this is the, sorry, I don't want to fill. I want no fill. Part of the reason why I advocate for my chat to seriously think about this topic and seriously, like, if you want to go in the pile when you're young, go off. If you want to be a dink when you're young, go off. And as a matter of fact, if you have something physically wrong with you that makes it so you can't have kids and you're a dink as a result, whatever, have fun. I don't care. But what I'm saying is the future is going to be made up of people who did this. And so I want you guys to be a part of the future. So while it does sound like endless moral frogging for me to be attacking my own chat about the way that they live their lives, it's because I want you to be a part of the future. Okay? Scrolling. Hans Mayer says the time to have kids is pulled way back into late 20s, early 30s because of the monetary security and security of the child's future prosperity. Sure. 2inch says, Jesus Connor, I cited the strongest correlations. These are the drivers for having lower birth rates, and they explain why people desire less kids, less quantity, more quality kids. Yeah, but that's just descriptive. It doesn't change any of this calculus. Christian Blair says cries about the simping cucking of America while simping for a dude, a Volcel, that would either want him incarcerated or segregated. Are you talking about Justin? Connor reads too many Elon Musk tweets. Nope, these are my own thoughts. AK Batusai says married couples should be trying to have more than 2 kids. True, but kids are expensive. Randy Chang says, come join my pile. It's warm and we have snacks. Connor says, what do you mean by move it back a bit? I don't know. Xena says, Connor will put you in a stack, but don't turn it into a pile. True. Tagring says, you're suggesting we try to stop people from getting into the pile by force. No, cultural pressure. Hans Mayer says, why is Connor so interested in other people's stuff? Because I'm interested in the future of humanity. Anonymous Chatter says, you say liberal for saying who cares about the pile, but you're not offering anything with policy prescriptions and acting like the pile isn't already heavily stigmatized broadly. Yes, but I'm defending that cultural stigma. Okay. Rodney says, I don't respect Connor's view on anthropology to entertain his arguments. Okay, good luck with that. Dr. Zaya says, haven't we all seen Idiocracy? Obviously, we should want people like us to start families and have children. That's what I'm saying. Jen Winkler says, Connor doesn't even know he has a pile here. No, I'm actually getting very aware. I am actually, unfortunately, extremely aware that half of the cog is already in a pile. Matter of fact, I'm now worried about building a cog commune because I think half of the population is going to be in their own cog pile. Tigeroon says the cool part about being Christian is you really don't have to worry about steering civilizational boat, which you can't do anyways. Well, you can with cultural pressure. Sacred Snow says, yeah, but imagine how many kids the pile will start making once the pile robots get incubators. The pile is going to play 4D chess to outnumber the conservatives. There you go. That's where you just own me in the marketplace of ideas, okay? Sacred Snow just owned me. Because if you get what is it? The sheep incubators. Now this is where it's going to get really disturbing. I'll move on momentarily, I promise. But like let's do fetus incubators. Here we go. Incubator could grow babies from Tech Insider. So let's go ahead and put that in there. Let's put this next to the pile people, and let's put this next to the dinks, because Sacred Snow is saying that this is how we could overcome. This is how we could overcome this stuff. All right, here we go. I'll do a few more, and then I promise I'll move on. Exponential Entropy says I couldn't super chat as much if I wasn't a dink, though. Well, then I guess you have to keep going. I guess you have to keep going, Exponential Entropy. I guess you have to keep being a dink. Okay, let me say something real, and then we'll move on, okay? I appreciate dinks or single people who contribute. Obviously, Christian Valeris is a degenerate, and in my opinion, is probably a pile person who's going to eventually move to the Boston Dynamics robots conservative culture. That's my impression. I'm not saying that's true, but Christian Valeris is obviously an Oiler. Grassroots Hegemon, I think, is not a dink right now, but easily could be a dink. And so I'll throw him in the dink category. Entropy is saying that he's a dink and he's super chatting a whole bunch. I want that for you. But at the same time, if you came back for real, and I do want, obviously I want a profitable chat. Obviously I want to make a ton of money. Obviously I want to be a successful streamer. Obviously all that crap. But if you came back to me in a week and you said, hey, Connor, I love the show. I'm going to continue being a community member, but I'm not going to be able to super chat as much because I'm actually going to have my first kid this year. I would actually not, I wouldn't begrudge you that at all. I wouldn't begrudge you that at all. I would be like, of course, I understand. Kids are crazy important. My kids are the most important thing that I've ever done. Therefore, you know, I'm definitely gonna miss the revenue, but I appreciate you contributing to the chat, and I wish you the best with your kids, obviously. Dr. Zaya says, I more or less agree with Connor on this, and yet I'm unmarried and have no children. Have never spent $1 in Funko Pops or Disney, though, so at least I have my dignity. There you go. Beef Supreme says, yeah, I think I understand your view. Everyone in the poor is nothing but immoral and choose to be there. Peace out for today, y'all. Okay. I think that person just freaked out, but... Oh, it was AF Racing. AF Racing was the guy who freaked out. Exponential entropy for 100 says understood sweating emoji. Okay. All right. I've bullied. I think my dink and pile community has bullied me enough for now. And I have bullied enough of my dink and pile community for now. And we'll move on. So let me save this as what is it? Like sexuality is not arbitrary. And we'll move on. Because I can feel Beef Supreme got a little bit hostile there towards the end where they were like, F you, basically. So thank you for the super chat, King. Thank you for the massive $100 super chat, King. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you to our Oilers. Let me thank everybody real quick before we move on. Exponential Entropy with the massive $100 super chat. Thank you. Grassroots with multiple super chats. Thank you. Politics JK with the 2. Fashion 40. Fast and Bulbous. Fashion 40 again. Tagarung. Anonymous Chatter. Well QC John. Grassroots with another 20. Grassroots with another 20. Grassroots with the 5. Thank you. I need to be careful about how often I attack my my dink and delete this. What what am I supposed to delete? Delete what? What do you need me to delete, Beef Supreme? What do you need me to delete? What happened, Beef Supreme? Jamestown says soft take, but it seems cruel to bring a new kid into this world given the circumstances. I have a 12-year-old and I'm really worried about what his future in America and world is going to look like. See, Jamestown, I look at history, I look at World War II, I look at World War I, I look at the entirety of the 19th century, I look at the settler colonialism, I look at all that stuff. There are a lot worse places to bring a child into the world than 2025 America. So, yeah. Times 2 Sav says, my wife saved me from that lifestyle and some self-discipline. There you go. Rob with the W says, it's much worse to be a dink, still narrowly treading water, so you lack all the fun people pretend you're having while still they're talking smack at you at least, and you aren't leasing a Lamborghini every few years too. Sure. I think being a poor dink is probably the worst thing. Being a poor dink would be awful. So, and I think a lot of Americans are trapped in being a poor dink. Fashion 40 says, Carter, you don't have to be careful. You just wish you have to be more open-minded like you want us to have to your ideas. No. Let me show you one more time before we move on, okay? One more time. Let me open up this picture. This, in my opinion, is an ideal. You do understand that an ideal means something that you probably will not realize, okay? Like an ideal, let me look up the definition of ideal real quick. Ideal is satisfying one's conception of what is perfect or most suitable, okay? Most things are not perfect, okay? I have an ideal of my life with my wife and my family and all that kind of stuff. We do not realize that ideal. We realize a poor version of the ideal. Okay. Now, what you guys are saying is, Connor, stop criticizing people in the pile. I am in the pile and I'm having fun and I'm not hurting anyone. So stop criticizing the pile. And some of you guys are down in this pile and you're saying, Connor, stop criticizing the pile. You guys make fun of the red pill pilers because the red pill pilers are pretending that they're giga trad con conservatives who are the future of humanity and they're the supreme alpha males. But at the same time, they're just pile people. So they're hypocrites and they're freaks, right? And so making fun of the red pill people, you and I agree that making fun of the red pill people is fun and funny because to me, they're not even strive to achieve the ideal. And realistically, they're pile people too. So how do they judge gay pile people and bisexual pile people for being pile people when they themselves are pile people? Okay. Now, dinks, I think everybody is being a little bit mean to, including me, which is not fun because the dinks realistically are hurting the least amount of people. And let's be real, they're adopting cats, they're adopting dogs. So they're probably taking their excess income and they're pouring it into other things. So I do feel bad for being mean to the dinks, because sometimes for dinks, they can't have kids, right? So they pour their creative and productive energies into other ventures. So me being mean to the dinks is actually, it feels mean. It feels mean to be a dink, right? Now, here's the society that we're probably angling towards, okay? Is that the conservative people and the liberals who get burnt out on being in the pile are going to have a couple of kids, and they're going to have Boston Dynamics robots in order to supplant the non-productive population coming out of the pile people. And then the dinks and the pile people who do not feel like becoming the conservative model people, they're going to incubate their children. Okay? So that's where this is the future we're careening towards. This is where I want you to be. You guys are saying, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. F off, leave me alone. And I'm saying, no, this is the ideal. So when you get tired of being pile people, or if you get tired of being dinks, even if you super chat less, it would make me happy if you incubated a baby in your living room and or had kids. Okay? Does that feel fair? I feel like that's fair. So let me go ahead and pull up. We'll continue talking, right? Like I'm going to go through. Chat is popping off. So, and we did lose like 20 to 30 people. And we did lose 20 or 30 people because I started attacking dinks and pile people, which is unsurprising, but that's okay. And I'm going to start because we can all agree that the quartering sucks, right? We can all agree there. So we'll start talking shit about Jeremy Hambly, the quartering, and then I'll continue to respond and engage with chat in reference to the old one, in reference to the old topic. Poor grifter, rich grifter. It's a video essay, and it's by a black gentleman who says the N-word a lot, but it's actually really funny, and so we're going to do that. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We got 14 total super chats, including a massive oil from exponential entropy and a bunch of chips from grassroots hegemons that have become oil. We're at 9 out of 10 on the goal, and we got 45 minutes left. So if somebody could throw $2 into the chat and I'll reset the goal, that would be great. Let me go ahead and do an intro and get cracking with the next content. I start a video essay about Jeremy Hambly, and the first people pictured are Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. That is wild. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. Today, we're going to be checking out a video essay about Jeremy Hambly, a.k.a. The Quartering. The Quartering is a news commentary contrarian right personality who has dominated the internet YouTube algorithm for a really long time because he does 2 or 3 news stories throughout the day in reference to like anti-social justice warrior topics. That being said, he's made $1 gazillion doing this, and yet he's built and destroyed an economic empire that's quite funny. So we're going to be taking a look at a video essay in reference to that. I will be pausing intermittently with it. Also, just a fair bit of warning. I've been fighting with my chat about like pronatalism and all that kind of stuff. So don't be surprised if throughout this video, I'm fighting my chat about natalism, having kids, not having kids, all that stuff. Let's go.
You'll never work a day in your life. But what if what you love is reading other people's articles in a camera for 10 minutes at a time, e-begging from your audience, and starting businesses that light up like the Notre Dame Cathedral the second you have to actually run them? Can you really still call what you're doing work at that point? Well, you would if your name was Jeremy Hambly, a.k.a. The Quartering. You know, the word grifter gets thrown around a lot these days. It's an overused catch-all term for anyone with a donation link or just a bad opinion. But we need to get back to the roots of the word, the classic definition. a con artist, a shyster, someone who uses deceit to swindle. And if the quartering isn't a grifter, none of these other internet hustlers are either. Thing is, the quarter is not even really a hustler. He's a prolific slot manufacturer who's gotten out of almost every financial jam essentially by relying on his fans to bail him out the moment he got confronted with a problem, vomiting out 5 to 6 videos a day couldn't solve. If there's one thing I've learned about Jeremy Hambly while making this video, it's that when the times get tough, the quartering gets to begging. Jeremy Hambly has always been two things: a neckbeard and obsessed with becoming an entrepreneur. Being a man of industry, a guy who owned his own business and didn't have to answer to anybody, has been an admittedly admirable longtime trait of Jeremy's, and he's been at it for over 2 decades. Probably his oldest internet capitalist venture was his business, Be Your Own IT, back in 2008.
How did you?
Well, I've been YouTubing for almost 20 years. Like, my very first channel, it still exists. It's called Be Your Own IT, and if you go back and look at like the oldest video, I'm there.
Be Your Own IT was a tech YouTube channel and website essentially dedicated to scamming boomers who couldn't use Google or know how to browse tech forums into paying Jeremy to give them the most basic tech advice in the world. There were already YouTube channels back in the early aughts that offered essentially the same value of info that Jeremy was trying to dupe people into paying for. Unsurprisingly, the business struggled, and it led Jeremy to making a video in 2008 that would completely foreshadow his future career.
All right. I got to thank the people who have smashed the goal. And I also have to stop bullying my dink audience because they just gave me so much money. So Exponential Entropy with the 100 said, understood. Old School with the 5 and $100, by the way. Thank you, man. That does not mean nothing to me. That actually means quite a lot. Thank you. Old School with the 5 says, I can't have kids, so I'm going to make an AI which has an aggressive growth protocol, and when it controls a small continent, produce clines of me, which sounds like baby incubators, which is fine. That's fine. As we've gone over, you're effectively a member of the SINC, the single income, no kids. Maybe you're a dink, I don't know. But either way, you can have an incubator baby in the next 50 to 100 years. Jen Winkler with the 2. Thank you for kicking us over the goal. Anonymous Chatter with the 50. My problem with red pill piles is that they want actual laws to force their piles, where liberals just say, let everyone get in the pile where they want, if they want to. Also, how'd that moral pressure work for anti-pile people in the 60s? Not great. Not great, Anonymous Chatter. It didn't work at all. But you know what? That doesn't mean that we can't scream into the void. Christian Valera says, for $300, Jeebus Christ, says, have fun with my dink money. The future elite are the dinks who will be living on Elysium. Good luck landing on my estate. Remember to dodge the anti-aircraft plasma blasts. Okay. Getting owned by, you know what's funny is I'm a little bit of a broke boy, right? Like I got 2 kids. I got a house. I live on the right side of town. I'm trying to live the ideal, but I am reliant on the large super chats of dinks and sinks in order to live my life. So realistically, how can I talk that much smack about them when they're the main people who are oiling the channel? Brutal.
Of entrepreneurship. I ain't got the video though. It's gone. Jeremy managed to get rid of it along with almost any other evidence that Be Your Own IT was a thing that he was once affiliated with. This was a smart move on Jeremy's part because a lot of those videos did not age well for him, including the video I'm talking about, which Jeremy literally titled A Sad, Pathetic Cry for Help from Me. Now, fortunately, while we don't have the video, the transcript did manage to survive. And to summarize, the video was basically a precursor to every I need your help, my channel is under attack video that Jeremy has ever made. double speaking about how the channel and blog are doing great while also admitting he only makes 25 cents off the site every 2 days. Talking about how the business barely making any money is fine because it's all about helping people with his 10 years of computer repair experience anyway. He says this while also pleading for people to share the video, share the blog, make videos about his videos and his blogs, and maybe doing a response for a response, share for a share thing that YouTubers back in the early days like to do. Basically, his business was doing bad, and Jeremy begged for his YouTube audience to come to his rescue. Yeah, bro's been doing that for going on 18 years. He might actually be one of the only guys on the internet who's been crying to their audience for support longer than Darkside Phil. Jeremy Hambly, when it comes to being a strong, independent businessman, is soft as baby shit and quick to resort to a bailout from his community whenever he can. Also, the whole thing about just wanting to help people with his computer repair skills and not caring that Be Your Own IT barely made any money was a lie. Because as soon as he was able to, Jeremy sold that bitch to somebody else and never engaged in any further computer repair content again.
What I did was I started selling these little how to repair your own computer kits, and then some VC guy bought that channel from me, and I think I got $160,000.
Not only
Good God. Good for him, man. You know, I'm seething. Although I guess I shouldn't be seething. I did just have a bunch of people oil the channel, so I really should not be seething. But creating a tech channel with, 20,000 views on average for normie tech advice and then selling it, that's brutal. That's amazing. 160K. Bad analysis, bro. You had a good X. Did it get banned? Yep. I caught a perma. We talked about it earlier this morning.
because it didn't make him that much money, and competition in the online IT advice scene was really starting to heat up around 2011 when he sold it, but because, just like with Review Tech USA, Jeremy's tech know-it-all was actually quite limited. Despite having over a decade's worth of computer repair experience, Jeremy can't even repair his own laptops. He has to send them to an actual expert instead. Now, even though his tech era was over, Jeremy wouldn't stop making YouTube content after Be Your Own IT. All throughout the early 10s, Jeremy would start multiple channels that were more or less just him trying to find a way to turn his various consumerist hobbies into YouTube hustles. You had RC Nightmare, where Jeremy would show off and play with various radio control toys, a strong obsession of his to this day. And this wasn't the only RC channel he had, just the first and biggest one. He'd make a bunch of offshoots: RC Flight School, RC Skipper, RC Spotlight, Team RCN, and Friends of RC. Jeremy really wanted to be a popular RC YouTuber. He also made Clawstruck, a channel dedicated to claw machines.
You know, and then I started a channel about RC cars, and I sold that. And then claw machines.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
The claw machines one was my favorite. It's so sad that that died.
But out of all of these hobby channels, the one Jeremy would go on to get the most mileage out of was one he started in 2012 called Unsleeved Media.
What's up, guys? Jeremy and Brandon here from MTG headquarters. That's up for Magic the Gathering. How's it going? Our hands.
Unsleeved Media, also known as MTG Headquarters, was, as both names suggest, a channel dedicated to Magic the Gathering, a children's trading card game that has gradually evolved into a middle-aged men's trading card game. Jeremy's channel did.
All right. Now I'm going to alienate the audience further. I'm going to tell you why I didn't get into Magic the Gathering myself. Because it does seem that, like, Warhammer people should be natural Magic the Gathering fans. So what bugged me about Magic the Gathering is it's, in my opinion, okay, I'm probably going to piss off a lot of people right now. It's just Yu-Gi-Oh! For fantasy boys, okay? So you have a card, it's representative of a creature, you call it into existence in order to battle another creature, and then it's largely based off of fantasy. And I'm okay with that. That's an okay beginning, middle, and that's fine. Now, what, the reason why people aren't having kids is because of Magic the Gathering. Okay. Now, what bugs me about Magic the Gathering is that they have gone so far with all of that stuff that effectively you have like Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse in a setting that has like hardcore fantasy characters like Lord of the Rings characters and dragons and the all-seeing eye and Dungeons and Dragons characters and all that kind of stuff. And then when you add in like Mickey Mouse battling a Space Marine from Warhammer 40K, what drives me crazy about that is that if I had to live in a universe in which like Mickey Mouse was capable of summoning enough magical power in order to slaughter a Space Marine, I think I would actually lose my shit. So yeah, a lot of MTG old heads have the same complaints. Okay. Anonymous Chatter says you could start selling gun classes if you ever made a fun liberal gun content. Cough. I know. I need to take the excess money that we're getting this month, and I need to put it into gun stuff. But I figured I should actually pay my student loans. so we'll pay. I know paying the way that Patriarch and the way that Grassroots Hegemon feel about taxes is the way that I feel about student loans. So, but I'll pay my student loans. I'll see how much money I have. And if I have money left over, then maybe I'll get some gun stuff so we can run some gun content. We'll see.
Didn't stand out that much. There were plenty of MTG channels out there, and he would do about what most of them did. Unboxing videos, talking about new sets, talking about tournaments, the latest meta, rule changes, the occasional giveaway, etc., about what you expect. Still, Jeremy grinded it out and built a decent following over the years, with Unsleeved Media eventually hitting 75,000 subs by 2015.
Well, we got there. Or rather, we're almost there to the 75,000 subscriber celebration, and I can't thank you.
Rob, if you're asking me a question, let me know when you want to answer my question because the answer to yours was already stipulated. Rob, I don't see the question, so hit me with the question again if you got it.
You guys enough.
Jeremy is noticeably more chill in these videos. Unsleeved Media, like all of his other hobby channels, revolved around him doing things he genuinely enjoyed. And while making money was always a goal, it wasn't the be-all, end-all reason for why Jeremy made content back in the day. Until it was. See, around 2015, Jeremy would try to turn his Unsleeved Media side hustle into an actual business.
Sorry, important question came through. Sacred Snow says the real question, are you building your insert sci-fi media react channel empire to combat the RC channel empire? Yes, that's what I'm doing. So I'm doing Counterpoints 40K, which is obviously already successful. I've started up Sci-Fi and Star Wars, which are very small. So I don't want to toot my own horn too quick, but they have the right indications of growth. They're very small. It's like having a seed. That from growing a plant perspective, I have a avocado tree in my front yard that metaphorically that is producing avocados. And then Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoints Sci-Fi are little seeds in my hand that I watered and soiled enough to germinate. And that's what's happening with Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars. So while people are just like looking at the flowered tree and they're like, why don't you have 1 billion of these? I'm just excited about my little seed that like sprouted like a leaf, right? And so, but once we get those up, then I would love to, if I had the time, I would love to do Counterpoints Combat, where like I break down action movies like war movies. And I would love to do Counterpoints Crime, where I break down like law enforcement movies and TV shows. I would love to do those. And realistically, I think Counterpoints Crime would actually probably pop off the same way that Donut Operator shit did. But I'm so busy with all of my side hustles right now that I just want to get I want to get 3 avocado trees printing money instead of avocados. And then I also just want to keep streaming because I love hanging out with you guys. Like I look forward to work every day. Waking up at 9:30 a.m., hanging out until 2:30 p.m. with like 50 to 150 people and getting enough super chats in order to pay my bills, it's honestly a shitload of fun. So I need to figure out how to, like I said, get into the short form media scene. I did create a TikTok, or at least I started editing the TikTok so I could use it. I need to figure out how to market. I need to figure out how to debate. That way we can grow the community. But realistically, we have something good here and I want to keep it going. And I love waking up every single day and hanging out with you guys.
just through Patreon either. Nah, he was going to launch a mobile app called Game Finder that he had ambitions to turn into a cornerstone for players in the MT.
And by the way, this dude is going to hate on this thing. I actually don't hate this idea. Now, it might be poorly executed and Jeremy might have wasted a lot of money, but for the video game Destiny, I used the looking for games application for Destiny for raids because I didn't have 6 friends who played the video game Destiny. And so I did use the looking for games app for Destiny, and it was a decent app. It's definitely a decent idea. It might have been poorly executed, but it was an excellent idea. Dumpster Buzzard for 5 says, we players hate most of the promo crossover stuff in MTG2. The game has more crossovers than the original releases now. Yeah, that sucks.
MTG community. How did he manage to get the money to develop?
And thank you for the 5 King.
By crowdfunding it to a tune of about $30,000. The purpose was simple. Create a way for players to be able to find other players to play Magic with. Basically Tinder or Grindr, but for middle-aged men playing a children's card game. Very straightforward idea. And hey, it blew up. Like a boat full of fentanyl en route for the United States leaving the Venezuelan coast, I mean. It flopped, basically. And why it flopped was pretty simple. Users really weren't fans of how the app handled location data and personal info.
Senior Chowdown says, okay, that take was way less unhinged than I thought it was going to be. I'm honestly disappointed. Nice.
There were still bugs because the app's maintenance was ass. It just didn't get any traction. Wasn't a whole lot of reason to use it as opposed to Facebook or Discord, which launched the same year as Game Finder did. You would think that a guy with over a decade of tech experience would have considered these things before launching the app and wasting everyone's money, but nah. Jeremy's first crowdfunded business was basically dead on arrival. It looked like Jeremy was going to be stuck being an eternal hobbyist tuber forever. But there had been a little culture war.
Sorry, important question. Bud123 says, what is liberal gun content versus conservative or regular gun content? It's gun content that doesn't presume that the audience already knows everything and that they might be approaching the topic of firearms from an apprehensive perspective. And so as an example, let's say that I just took my firearms to the range, I brought a camera and I was shooting super simple stuff. Not only would I go over like the firearm safety rules every single time I did an intro. Not only would I go over safe handling during almost every single intro, not only would I start very, very, very slow and talk about like concealed weapons carry, both from a legalistic and moral perspective. I would also break down like violence. So a lot of gun channels, they just presume that the people who are into guns already like guns, are already perfectly comfortable with the fact that they might need to kill another human being. They're already into all of the technology, this, that, the other. And so firearms content in general, when you start watching the ones that are super popular, like Brandon Herrera or Donut Operator, or I'm trying to think of anybody else, but they're effectively like gun perverts, right? They're people who assign the level of love, attention, and zeal that I have for Warhammer 40K, they do that with firearms. And they collect firearms the way people collect Funko Pops, and they meme a lot where they don't think that taking a human life is like a huge deal. Whereas I think that for liberals, you would basically it would be like swimming in the shallow end versus just like throwing somebody into the deep end without floaties. And that's how I would want to approach liberal gun content.
Or about ethics and games journalism going on since 2014. Now, Jeremy wouldn't get involved in Gamergate himself, but ripple effects from it, the veterans of it, and the seeds of culture war it would spread across the web would greatly impact Jeremy's future career. It was in 2017 that he would throw himself in his first culture war scuffle. And I want you to pay attention, because 2017...
And real quick, QC John actually asked something relevant to the content. Okay, I might be missing something, but I'm not understanding the criticism of Jeremy stopping to make computer repair videos or selling the channel. Am I just being too charitable? No, you're fine. This guy is a hater. This guy does not like quartering. And I think his main criticism was of the e-begging. But in general, the one thing that I think that Jeremy Handley can actually be almost praised for is the fact that he knew he wanted to be in digital media. He wanted to pursue a career in digital media. He threw stuff at the wall until something stick. And then once something stuck, he quintupled down on it. So I know that people who hate Jeremy, basically will say, well, okay, the thing that he stuck or the thing that did stick is effectively like a YouTube news slop factory. But bro, if he's making hundreds of thousands of dollars off of a YouTube slop factory, then good for him.
17 is where the Hambly Ministry of Truth's narrative crafting really starts to kick in. It all started in June of 2017 when Jeremy got blacklisted by Wizards of the Coast.
It's no secret to those of you who have followed me for a long time that I am blacklisted, both officially. I mean, basically as officially as they can do it. I can still play in sanctioned events currently. I'm probably one offensive joke away from getting my DCI taken. There was a brief period of time where I was somebody that they would send free product to. And I'd gotten to the point where they would even let me do spoilers occasionally. I had done a few spoilers for them.
They decided they were done with this fool and wouldn't send him any more promotional material. This was a very big deal to Jeremy because, again, he'd been trying and failing to turn his internet shit into a career for years, and unsleeved media had been the closest he'd ever come. Now, you're no doubt wondering why Jeremy was abruptly blacklisted by Wizards of the Coast. The story that Jeremy tells is that earlier that June, when the transgender bathroom debate shit was a big topic of discussion in the news for some reason, Jeremy, in reference to it, just made a little joke about how planeswalkers wouldn't need bathrooms because they could just piss into the ether.
It all started with a series of tweets, I think. This is how I remember it. This is like a year ago. LSV retweeted Gabby, and they were basically whining about bad comments. So I chime in by saying, hey, comments are just that. Internet comments are even less important. Let's not be so thin-skinned. Later, the next day, I believe, this was like right around when the Charlotte...
Sorry, Grid One Motorsport says, I'm launching a new firearms channel. Bud, I don't know what part of the country. I think you're further north than me. I think you're in the Northeast. I forget. But yeah, Grid, I obviously want to... Can I explain this real quick? I know this is unrelated to the content. So in my opinion, if I could make liberals not wussies, I would, and then I would have a political tribe. Unfortunately, there are a bunch of libertine, sexual degenerate pile people who are scared of guns. And so therefore, I can't be a liberal. Now, neoconservatives is actually where I'm at because they're military hawks. They like free societies. They like republicanism. They like America. They like capitalism. So neoconservatives are my group. But because of American military misadventurism over the past 20 or 30 years, they're the least liked political tribe that currently exists. And it's not whether or not I am one of them. I am one of them. But they don't seem welcome on the right and they don't seem welcome on the left. And so from my opinion, the way that neoconservatives kind of like infected, you're in Tennessee, nice. So the way that the neoconservatives were like former leftists who decided that America and capitalism was based, but the left had gone too far and so they needed to become conservative. That's kind of what I want to do to liberals, where I want to be like, the right's gone too far. They're too crazy now. I'm going to be a liberal, but also be a little bit racist and love guns. That's what I want. And by the way, my racism is cute racism. It's not like racism. It's fun racism. And so yeah. So like I would love to do that. So if you're in Tennessee, Tennessee's not too far away. Grid says, I have a PCSL match SO rifle and a pistol. It's very newbie friendly. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I need to be more thoughtful about that. I think the problem is, like somebody pointed out, Connor unfortunately cares about his politics avocado tree a lot. I do like talking about politics a lot. I need to figure out how to be more effective with my ventures. That way I have enough cash in order to actually take on these projects. So I'll be thinking about this while we continue the content.
Bathroom thing was going on about trans people not having trans bathrooms or something like that. In their opinion, in a lot of people's opinions, I make a transphobic joke by saying, Another content creator responds and says, I identify as a planeswalker and demand my own bathroom. A clear joke. So I replied, send your urine into the aether.
According to Jeremy, this innocuous joke was taken very serial by Wizards of the Coast, who had been bitten by the progressive bug, so they immediately put him on their shit list from this moment forward. That's the story Jeremy tells. It's not true. The actual reason Jeremy got blacklisted by Wizards of the Coast was because he had been constantly starting shit with other members of the community all year long. See, there are two wolves inside of Jeremy Hambley. One is a greedy, attention-seeking, jaundice-filled fat nigga. The other wolf is also...
Be ready. This guy says the N-word with an A. I think he's black. He says the N-word with an A very casually multiple times throughout this video essay. Fast and Bulbous with the 5. America will only be back to post-Trump America once Connor debates Andy Dick on a WIC panel. That sounds based to me. Set it up.
All of those things, but he also has a drinking problem too. And because he has a drinking problem, he's worse at hiding all those nasty traits the first wolf inside of Jeremy keeps just barely under the surface. A lot of you will probably...
Oh, sorry, this is important. Vorpal says, my brother and I are local Floridians that want to do gun tuber stuff despite our differences in politics. Guns is what brings us together. Would love to do vids with you. I'm in Central Florida, so DM me.
Familiar with Jeremy's Twitter addiction. Boy's got one of the nastiest cases of Twitter fingers I've ever seen. Shit's terminal. And he also has a bad habit of saying things he wouldn't say otherwise, especially when he starts pulling up. Combine this with the fact that Jeremy has been paying attention to a lot of the goings-on in the anti-SJW realms of YouTube and social media at this point, and that he was starting to look for his own SJW dragons to slay, and you end up with a series of tweets where he's constantly squatting on other members of the community, like Anthony from the Mana Source and Kate Donnelly from Hipsters of the Coast, bragging when they eventually block him for constantly tagging them just to insult them, all while reusing Kekistan and other 4chan memes he just copied from the other anti-SJW posters he was following. He also made tweets like these, posting pictures of his guns while mentioning the Milwaukee protest at the same time. Now, some of you would say, well, Mikey, it's not a crime. So long as he wasn't threatening anyone with his firearms or threatening to bring them to an event, it really wasn't the rest of the community's business. I agree, but it's really not a good look to make those types of tweets when you're already building a big reputation for being an abrasive alcoholic asshole. So
yeah, you guys are predicting some stuff that's going to happen in the video. So AKA Batu Sai says, I heard quartering got canceled from Wizards of the Coast because he accused the head tournament officials for protecting sexually aggressive judges. That's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing, but what happens, just giving you a little bit of a prelude, it's because he was making fun of and picking on Magic the Gathering cosplayers and saying Goonie stuff. So, yeah.
No, Jeremy wasn't just a good boy who wasn't doing nothing but making a couple jokes at a few SJW's expense. He had gradually started to become a pariah because he couldn't behave himself. The Game Finder failure, where he basically set 30K from other Magic players on fire, didn't help his rep either. But the most notorious example of Jeremy just being a cunt was a video he made called Playset of Beta White Knights Prevent Rape of MTG Cosplayer at C Sprinkle Run. In this video, Jeremy ran about how Magic the Gathering cosplayer Christine Sprinkle didn't like a certain horned up comment she received.
Okay, so it was drawn to my attention or brought to my attention that there was like literal rape happening in the Magic the Gathering community. Serial virtue signaler and
if you didn't already have your headphones on, put your headphones on, okay? It's not going to get better from here.
Crying for Patreon dollars cosplayer Cia Sprinkle Run posted yesterday, allow messages to my Facebook page again. Question my life choices immediately. Hey, I mean, if a guy tells me.
And for those of you who are not looking at it, came for cosplay inspiration and left with only a arousal. In all seriousness, though, I love your work. I'm going to remind you again, this is not a safe for work video. They do say the N-word with an A couple of times. He does use the female-based C slur a couple of times. And also Jeremy himself says some things that are repulsive. So you just need to be ready for it. Just be ready for it. Just get your headphones on, okay?
That he came and looked at my pictures and it gave him an erection. Like, I'm like, sweet, you know? I appreciate giving you boners.
Jeremy was.
This humor would be okay if he wasn't a 40-year-old married man. I know this was like 10 or 15 years ago, but I still think he was with his wife at the time. If there was like a 21-year-old guy who was like, ha, 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 I think it's funny that you find me attractive on the internet. That's fine. And saying it in a gross way, I think that humor is fine. I think what's off-putting about it is he's a neckbeard who's 40, who's married.
Furious about this. Why? Well, for one, Jeremy had a weird vendetta against female Magic cosplayers in general, but Christine especially triggered him because of how much love she got from the community compared to him.
Let's see what the Magic the Gathering community... 107 likes, which is a lot for a Magic YouTuber or Magic personality.
They literally called her the godmother of Magic cosplay. She even got a video on the official Magic the Gathering channel dedicated to her. This wasn't some random e-thought trying to grift off nerds from a community she wasn't part of. She had been attending tournaments and engaging with the community for years. But Jeremy could see the thought that everybody else was blind to. What really pissed him off were the dudes white knighting for her in the comments.
Tim Wright, jeez, it's not like there are any plenty choices online for cosplay perving. Why can't they leave the pros alone? Obviously, Sprinkle is a pro cosplayer. You know she's a professional cosplayer by the fact that she has to solicit Patreon dollars and then cry in her Patreon video to get loser beta cucks to give her money.
Now, even back then, it was really rich for Jeremy to poke at somebody else for soliciting Patreon bucks and crying to their audience for money because he had literally done the same thing a year earlier.
4 years ago, on February 2nd, 2012, I uploaded my first MTG video on YouTube. Now, 4 years later, more than 4 years later, and 820 more videos, I'm still here, producing content with the same dream of being able to do this as at least a part-time job. For the past year, I've been running myself ragged, trying to run a business as well as YouTube full-time. And while it's been worth every long night, it's unlikely I can continue this pace much longer. I'm just so tired all the time. Now, I wish I'd done a lot of things differently. I wish I was friendlier with other Magic YouTube channels. I wish YouTube ad revenue wasn't less now than it was a year ago. Now, you may have heard of me talk about my Patreon for sub.
Yeah, so real quick, just addressing a little chat drama. So Justin was super rude to Jen today. And I like Justin just fine as our resident groiper, but I'm not going to brook that. I'm not going to tolerate that. You know, be nice. You know, if there's a long-term member of the community who's here and you're just being like rude to them and attacking them on a personal level, then I'm going to pick whoever is not being an a-hole and I'm going to ban whoever's being an a-hole. So I think one of the mods got him and they gave him a day suspension. He came in on an alt and was like, I'm happy I don't have to watch this drama slop. I watch real stuff like geopolitics. And then the alt got suspended or banned. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I'm lifting weights in the background. But the point is, was that Justin? I don't know. I don't know if that was Justin for real. It was a Justin-based alt. Grid says, I have to go make content for the gun channel. You be cool, Connor. See you, buddy. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate you. Have fun blowing stuff up. And so what I was going to say is, if you guys want to do geopolitical content, I'll just pull up maps, man. I'll just pull up Google Maps. We'll just start doing geopolitical analyses. We'll just start talking. We'll just start talking about the history of Israel again. But what I figured is that we've done. Christian Blair's doesn't like Andrew Wilson content, okay? And the reason why is because Andrew Wilson debates are repetitive. They're logically repetitive. Some people really don't like Nick Fuentes content because Nick's kind of a jerk and he's rude and he can't be charismatic and funny, but he also gets into the same fights over and over again. Everybody likes Destiny content because let's be real, half of you guys are liberals. And then also DDW traffic helicopter is a very popular segment. But I don't want to do that every day, because when you do the same content every single day, then effectively you're just, doing that, you're just accumulating that audience repeatedly. Yeah, Senior Chowdown says, Connor, I love you, but no Israel-Palestine, please. Okay. So the whole point, sorry, dog's scratching her ear and she hurt herself. But the whole point is that, we're just taking a break, man. That's all we're doing. We're just watching Jeremy Hambley, aka the quartering, being cringe, soliciting money when he doesn't need it, making a few $1 million, and not like dumping it into entrepreneurial ventures that don't make sense. That's what we're doing. So if I'm taking a little bit of a psychological break from serious stuff, but if you guys want to do Geopoll, I'm down. I love Geopoll. Rob says Wilson presses logical problems on other people that his system cannot answer either, but projects that as a win because they can't do it or give an answer he refuses to accept. Kill me now, lol. Yeah, there you go. Although I do think Christianity does offer those solutions, but then he just says, well, my system offers solutions even if they're bad, so therefore I'm better than you. Which again, I don't feel is like strong argumentation. Sacred Snow says Geopoll is the ultimate COG content. Dude, old people, old heads, people who were here in like April, May, and June, you probably remember me opening up, number one, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but number two, Google Maps a ton. So, yeah. Rob says, Connor, did you see China give a conference that the reunification of China will be unstoppable? Is this a change or more of the same? It's more of the same until they actually invade. Fast and Bulbous says, you forgot to mention that the quartering is fat, Connor. No, I don't like picking on fat people. I got an extra 10 or 20 pounds on me. That's not a problem. You can be a little fat. Being a little fat's not a problem. Senior Chowdow says, it's good once in a while to do some silly stuff for your mental as long as you do not fall down the drama rabbit hole. That's what we're doing today. So if an oiler is like, hey, I'm sick of this, let's just look at Google Maps for the next hour, I'll listen to an oiler. But besides that, we're doing drama, slop, quartering content until an hour and 10 minutes from now. So let me know.
Several months now. The truth is, the support I'm receiving on my Patreon is literally the only reason I can spend the amount of time I do now on these YouTube videos. I feel like we've achieved adequate corporate sponsorship. In fact, I would say I'm probably spending too much time on sponsored type videos. It's a necessary evil as things are now to help fund all the awesome things that I want to do. You backing even $1 or $2 goes so much further than YouTube ad revenue ever could.
He was just green with envy here. My favorite part was when he started going through Christine's cosplay pictures and showing how much of a thirsty gooner he was by admitting that her PG safe for work ass cosplays made him stupid horny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sprinkle. Let's look at your cosplay, your art, where some poor 14-year-old kid was unfortunately made an erection comment about you, and fuck him for being such a degenerate. I mean, what is sexual about this? Nothing, right? Oh no, totally nothing sexual about this. Oh yeah, here you go, Sprinkle. Another totally non-sexual picture where the Pokeball happens to be right on your fucking bush. Oh, here you go, wearing basically a bra. Yep, nope, nothing hot about that. Here we go again, more basically 75.
All right. I'm going to fast forward a little bit because I think we get the point. Jeremy was being incredibly rude and gross. And this is this incline chair press? Yes, it is. Jeremy was being gross. He harassed a cosplayer. He pissed off the community. That's why he was banned. It's not because he was an anti-SJW.
Attractive. And 3, the alcohol was just making Jeremy act unwise. So yeah, all of this were the actual reasons Jeremy got blackballed. Wizards of the Coast wasn't expecting the netbeards. They gave promo material to be the most professional guys around. But they at least...
Randy Chang. Does he like cosplay or does he hate cosplay? He loves cosplay. He wants to look at it. He just doesn't want the women who are being objectified to complain about their objectification.
Least expected them to not chimp out at other people in the community regularly or make videos called Beta White Knights Prevent Rape of MTG Cosplayer, where they literally added the Twitter handle.
See, this is psychotic.
Of the cosplayer whose figurative rape they were talking about. Eventually, Christine announced her retirement that November so she could focus on med school instead. She was hanging up the jersey and she explicitly named Jeremy as the reason for why she got sick of it all and left. His obnoxiousness and drunken tirades were just too much that not even the Patreon bucks made it worth the hassle anymore. Now, was Christine being a bit histrionic here? Of course she was, but the general sentiment was shared among a lot of other people, and her abrupt departure caused a real stir. Jeremy would respond by saying he hadn't harassed anyone, which is someone who doesn't think just sending mean words to other people over the internet automatically counts as harassing them. I would feel he would have been in the right to say, had he also not tried to play victim and say that he was the one actually getting harassed.
This is the type of video I would normally do on my quartering channel, but I'm going to put it here on Unsleeved Media because
this is what I want you to get from this, okay? I've actually been thinking for the past 5 minutes while I'm lifting weights. I'm like, okay, I'm watching like a silly drama video, but what do I want my audience to get out of it? What I want you to get out of it is the fact that it's like, some of these like right-wing grifter guys, they just, and grifter gals, to be honest, they just freak out. They constantly talk about how they're always being attacked. They're always this, they're always that. But then whenever you check out their social media, whenever you check out their Twitter, whenever you check out their, not Discord, but whenever you check out their Twitter, whenever you check out their Instagram, whenever you check out whatever, they are being villains to other people. They're attacking other people. They're criticizing other people. They're calling other people garbage. They're dedicating their online presence, like Melanie Mack, like Lauren Chen, like Lauren Southern. No offense, Lauren. But all those characters, they always have this like tribalist group that they're attacking, but then they simultaneously pretend that like, oh, well, all the hatred against me is undeserved. That's the main thing that I want you to get out of Jeremy Hambley claiming that the reason why he was banned from Wizards of the Coast was just because he was too much of a based anti-SJW. But realistically, he was going out of his way to be a douchebag to members of the community.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm currently under basically a full-scale assault from people who have been misled or have been waiting for a moment to try and, quote, get rid of me. So yesterday or the day before, well-known grifter and cosplayer Sprinkle decided to tweet out that she was quitting Magic. Then we see literally every major creator out there completely unself-aware, talking about me being some kind of serial harasser because I made a video 6 months ago and one tweet like 2 months ago saying I didn't care that she was going to be at a GP or something. You are sicking a hate mob on me. You know that's what you're doing, and you're trying to play the victim while doing it. These people are so disconnected from reality. They legitimately think they're not doing exactly what they're accusing me of doing.
When it happens to somebody else,
Okay, but do you guys understand that this is what pisses me off about it too? Are we going to start talking about supererogatory goods again? Not this time. Not this time. But do you understand that this is why I actually don't like it when Destiny says like, oh, well, the other side is engaged in this bad behavior, therefore I can engage in this bad behavior? It's like, no, because no matter what you do, as a matter of fact, that's what I'm going to draw. That's the thing that I'm going to draw. I'm going to draw the mind maps for the political binary, because no matter what happens, you're always going to be able to point to a binary that is made up of 80 million people, and you're going to be able to find a member who's engaging in poor behavior. So using the bad behavior of the opposite members in a binary in order to justify your bad behavior is dog shit moral theory.
It's just a bit of banter.
And that's what Jeremy's engaged in right now.
Trolling. When it happens to him, it's genuine harassment. Sure, okay, bro. Again, this wasn't Jeremy acting bizarrely out of character. It was an easily observable pattern of behavior.
Stevie Bill Stein says, gotta go. Have a great day, Grillers. Thanks for dropping by, King. I appreciate you.
of him asking for money from the community, then wasting it on a terribly executed business scheme, then starting drama that had nothing to do with magic itself with other people in the community. And now there were members of the community that people actually liked that were saying they were leaving because Jeremy wouldn't stop painting the walls with feces. The perma-ban that Jeremy received that December from all sanctioned magic events might have been harsh, but it was after a year of him basically antagonizing and pissing off numerous influential people in the community, and also just making a general ass out of himself. The ban didn't prevent him from going to non-official events or visiting card shops or anything like that, but it did essentially mean that any chance of Jeremy's Magic the Gathering channel ever becoming anything more than a hobby after 5 years of making hundreds of videos was basically dead in the water. It was the end of unsleeved media. But it wasn't the end for Jeremy himself, though.
Jen Winkler says, going to cheat with Hutch for a bit. I'll be right back. Connor showing off. Pile person. That's what Jen Winkler said. I'm going to go be a digital pile person. I'll be right back. And I am a digital cuckold for accepting this, but I accept it.
So, nah, this was just the beginning, because earlier that year, during the summer, Jeremy had rebranded his other Magic the Gathering YouTube channel to just The Quartering.
Definitely an interesting day for me. So as you know, I'm kind of going through a transition on my main channel, which is specifically about Magic the Gathering. And my second channel, which is now currently called Unsleeved After Dark, because it's Unsleeved Media is my main channel, but I'm going to change it. I think I'm changing it to The Quartering this weekend.
Originally, The Quartering was going to be the sideshow channel where Jeremy would get to vent about things that either had little to do or nothing to do with Magic the Gathering. But this channel would go on to be his most successful YouTube endeavor by far, while also somehow getting him in way more internet drama. The Quartering had already started to become Jeremy's main priority even before his MTG ban. By late 2017, he could already tell how the winds were blowing. So he started maneuvering appropriately. And I gotta hand it to him. He made some smart moves, broadening the topics he talked about from just magic to general geek culture, the news, and politics, encouraging his audience on his Unsleeved Media channel to migrate to The Quartering, and monetizing his channel early by shilling Patreon, Subscribestar, and securing several sponsorship deals, keeping those income streams healthy and diverse from the jump. The early growth of the Quartering channel was a rare example of him putting that masters in internet marketing of his to good use. Granted, Jeremy had made like 10 other fucking YouTube channels at this point, so really you could just say it was the law of averages finally working out in his favor. Another move that the Quartering made in late 2017 and early 2018 that would really affect the trajectory of his career going forward was getting associated with several anti-SJW YouTubers in their communities, like Nerdrotic and Friday Night Tights, Ethan Van Sciver and Cometskate, and Sargon of Akkad and the Skeptics. Sargon, aka Carl Benjamin's clique, would be one Quartering would become especially.
I gotta say, this is part of the reason why I wanted to watch this video essay about how the Quartering blew up, because this anti-SJW sphere is actually the thing that was kind of how I got into Twitch and YouTube politics. Back in 16, 17, 18, maybe 19, I was watching Chris Raygun, Shoe-on-Head, Sargon of Akkad, Dave Rubin, Jordan Peterson, Lauren Southern, like all those people. And so as a result, like, I kind of was like in this internet sphere that Jeremy was able to capitalize on, but my frustrations with those people changed over time. Like with Lauren, she flirted with the dissident right way too much. With Dave Rubin, he always agreed with everybody and never challenged any of his guests. With Sargon of Akkad, he went from being like a classical liberal to being frankly a pedant. He started making really terrible content where he was reading like Medium articles to get pissed off at. Then Chris Raygun, he kind of like, up until Trump got elected, he was kind of like an anti-social justice warrior. And then once he saw how crazy the right was getting, he kind of backed away from the space. And so for me, I just got like increasingly, I still feel like I'm in the anti-SJW sphere, but it feels like all those creators, that's not really a thing. Number one, the anti-SJW era is kind of over. But also, all of those creators have massively disappointed me one way or the other. So it's actually been really, really frustrating to watch these developments. Batu says, got to say, I never cared about quartering when he became a politics guy. True. Christian Blair says, and then Connor watched Destiny and never looked back. You can hate on Destiny. You can think he's the worst guy ever. He makes content. He makes good content. Hans Mayer says the creme de la creme of R slurs. Solidus says, does anybody remember Bearing? Absolutely, I remember Bearing. I tried watching Bearing a couple of times, and I'm not going to lie, I was like, this guy has a 89 IQ. Oh, my God. Yeah. All right, I need to use the restroom and get some water. I'll be right back. And by the way, like, I'm having a good time. I'm hanging out. I'm just watching, Jeremy, whatever. But if you guys want to mix it up and do something else, I do feel a little bit of a lull in the chat. It could just be because it's getting later in the day. But it did seem like you guys were a lot more enthusiastic about me debating sexual morality in reference to ABBA, Preach, and Andrew Wilson. Whereas now it seems like everybody's kind of vibing. I don't mind vibing. If everybody's having a good time, then I'm just going to chill. But if there's something else you guys want to be doing, if there's something hotter that's popping off that we should be, going to, I'm happy to jump to that as well. So let me use the restroom and get some water. I'll be right back.
Tight with, and I mean, he will become really tight with Sargon.
Coach Red Pill asked me, keep sucking on Sargon's dick, boy. V says
this part
that
is really
Sargon's
messed up and
cum
really funny.
Tastes awfully good. So does it? And sure enough, I found a little website where I could purchase Sargon of Akkad semen. Probably my invoice here. Let's see. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Little letterhead. Comes in a nice little vial. This is a lot. Here goes nothing. I don't know.
Hambly was really going to need these connections because he was burning through whatever was left of the bridge between him and the magic community to the ground with his Scorched Earth campaign against Wizards of the Coast, specifically against their judges. Jeremy's a guy who definitely holds a grudge, and he was left seething after they banned him. Not only because they cut them out of his Magic the Gathering tuber ambitions, but they locked bro out of his Magic the Gathering online account too.
But what I wanted to talk about was really digital goods, specifically Magic the Gathering Online, because as you might know, my collection was stolen by Wizards of the Coast.
All that money he spent on boosters lost to the Shadow Realm forever. Honestly, being locked out of playing a gacha game, which Magic the Gathering Online and Arena 1000% are, will always be a blessing in disguise. But for quartering, it was just one of the many heinous offenses committed against him by Wizards of the Coast. But Jeremy was about to get his get back by exposing Wizards of the Coast for harboring pedophiles. It had been brought to Jeremy's attention that Wizards of the Coast had been lacking when it came to their background checks, and there was now a cabal of pedos working for him. Quartering went to gather in a dossier of sorts of this Diddy the Gathering he had found out about and dropped it all on their heads. And how many did he find? One.
We start with Ross Prasner.
There was literally one guy, Ross Prasner, who was convicted of distributing CP in 2014, but continued being an active judge because Wizards failed to do a proper background check on him. He was the only one of the subhumans Jeremy would list who continued affiliating with Magic tournaments after they were caught. It's not that these guys didn't do what they did, it's that they didn't actually judge at Magic tournaments in any official capacity after they did what they did.
Yes, Beef Supreme, you autist. That was a joke. I hope it was a joke. Fellrunner says, I'm embarrassed to admit how long it took me for to understand that the debates were not referencing the actual Sargon of Akkad. Yeah. They're talking about Sargon of Akkad, the anti-social justice warrior who went on to medium.com and found insane lefties to get upset about. They were not talking about like the classic Assyrian ruler. All right. And I do have to say, that is the thing that made me stop watching Sargon of Akkad. Okay. Do you guys know what medium.com is? Medium.com is YouTube for writing stuff. Okay. So I could actually probably sign into my old email and I could actually find some of my old Medium stuff. I think I did it under a pseudonym. I don't think I had this email back in the day. But it's effectively people just like posting their thought experiments, and they'll have hundreds or thousands of viewership, and you can make a few bucks off of it. Like I think I made 20, 30 bucks off of Medium by writing enough to become a part of the partner program, and then also writing enough in order to get people to or getting like ad revenue. So I think I made 20 or 30 bucks off of Medium. But the whole point is that Medium is just YouTube for writing. And so when I saw Sargon of Akkad going to find the most cringe, unread, far left articles that had ever existed ever, and then treating that as if it was left-wing heterodoxy, or excuse me, left-wing orthodoxy, that's where I was like, this dude's a grifter. I'm out.
They just had their names on some lists that had yet to remove them, and Jeremy acted like they were still working with Wizards anyway. Now, a lot of you would go, well, Mikey, you gotta give Jeremy some credit. Just exposing one pedo makes this short crusade of his worth it. And I would agree with that. However, acting like Magic had a cabal of pedos running the show was the quarter in being extra. Even after his in-depth grudge-fueled investigation, he only found the one guy who slipped through the cracks.
But Simo, isn't it orthodoxy now? Dude, every time you come into chat, you're like, this bad lefty did this bad thing. And then you're in a room filled with liberals. I don't know. Ask them. Okay? Ask them. Rob with the W says that's called nut picking, where you find a crazy example of some view and then you use it to cast the whole view as equally crazy. Debate purgatory term of the day. There you go. Yeah, Fatsimo, you're surrounded by liberals. Ask them about guns. Ask them about trans kids. Ask them about immigration. Ask them about jihadism. Don't ask me. Talk to the people around you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna Fatsimo, I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna bring this up and I'm gonna see if it's pretty funny.
Sorry, but literally every institution of a certain size occasionally has sexual deviants pop up in them. Also, this was completely performative outrage from Jeremy to get back at Wizards of the Coast for banning him and stealing his gotcha pools on Magic the Gathering Online. He did not actually care. I know he didn't, because when he got to one of the dudes in the video, Luke Flora, who was arrested for sleeping with a student of his, he said this.
Now, this next person is a little, I was unsure about putting this person on there, but the point of the matter is this person is technically a convicted of a sex act. He now works for Star City Games. He's a former teacher, imagine my shock, convicted of sex with a student, 6 counts, felony counts of sex with a student. He is the in-store programs manager at Star City Games, as far as I can tell. Now, the reason this one's a little dicier, I mean, is because the student was 17, but that really, you can't make any excuses for that.
There's also this clip.
Tell me that Jeremy wasn't saying the right thing while totally sounding like he was sweeping, right? Where he's like, you can't make any excuses for that. But tell me that the tone of his voice and his body language was like, I want to make excuses for this. That's what it sounded like to me.
One of the only remaining remnants of Jeremy's Be Your Own IT videos, where he offered people.
Okay, I'm gonna summarize it. We were at like 100 to 150 earlier during the day during the Andrew Wilson thing, and right now we're bouncing between 80 and 100. And like 5 people come in and 5 people leave and 5 people come in and 5 people leave and 5 people come in and 5 people leave. So I'm just going to assume not everybody is down with the quartering content. So I'm just going to summarize it for you. Okay. So Jeremy, I'll do a 5-minute summary of this content. So Jeremy started as an IT bro and was throwing stuff at the wall to see what was working. Then he did not make as much money as he wanted to, so he e-begged, which is a common theme. Then, in order to get attention from other members of the Wizards of the Coast community, he started beefing with a cosplayer who was complaining about all the lewd male attention that she was receiving. And he thought that that was cringe. So he called her cringe, but realistically, he did it in the most gooner, socially horrific way possible. Okay. Then he actually moves into his news commentary persona and continues beef with Wizards of the Coast, which propels him into the anti-SJW sphere. But what happens is he becomes a Sargon of Akkad oiler, but then he debates Mr. Medicare and he debates Keemstar, and Keemstar and Mr. Medicare make him look like a fool and kind of annihilate him. So he doesn't participate in the debate space very much because every time he does, he gets his shit kicked in. Then he crowdfunds in order to create an IGN style website where they just review video games without talking about broader political trends. And this was in response to Kotaku, but he totally mismanages it and it explodes. And then finally, he creates Coffee Store Coffee or Coffee Brand Coffee, where he invests hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars because this dude is making, high 6 figures, low 7 figures money. Bear in mind, half of that is probably going into taxes, like 40 to 50% of it is going into taxes. But even if he's taking home $500K, $600K a year, he should have expendable income. But what he does is he invests it into the coffee brand, and then he destroys that brand because he's over-invested. Then he invests in Sydney Watson, who is a conservative commentator, and he's paying her to make content. Then their news website explodes. Then he gets with Melanie Mack, and he's allegedly paying Melanie Mack and somebody else $2,000 an episode, their weekly episodes. And so he's spending around $8,000 to $16,000 a month to support 2 random conservative e-girls in their content creation, whatever. And so due to his financial mismanagement, he's $300,000 in debt with Coffee Brand Coffee. He's paying $100,000 to $160,000 a year to 2 random conservative influencers who do not bring in enough money. He has way too big of a house, way too many toys, way too many of this, way too many of that. And despite making like high 6 figures, low 7 figures per year, what's happened is the YouTube algorithm has stopped favoring his slop as much. And so his income is just plummeting and he cannot afford everything that he's committed himself to. Boom. I took a 1 hour or like 90-minute drama essay, and then I made it 5 minutes for you. So there you go. So what do we do now, chat? Because I did see, let me check my Discord real quick, see if there's anybody who was trying to DM me in order to fight. There's Dan. Dan says something that I need to keep to myself. Dan's being nice, so now I can't be mean to Dan. That's sad. I can't be mean to Dan anymore. Dan's being nice in DMs. That sucks. And then the other thing that I saw, which I'm sure is an easy way to get the DDW helicopter up and running, was there was like not something Mark. Spill the tea. The tea is Steven flirted with a girl that he shouldn't have flirted with. That's it. That's the tea. The what is it? Oh, spill the tea in reference to Dan. Dan, I already told this story before. I'll tell it again really quick. During the Lav Loon Mr. Girl stuff, I jumped onto a stream because Lav, Mr. Girl, and a bunch of black creators had jumped on. I was the most boring of the people there. And so Dan kicked me off the stream. And so I was a little ass mad about that because I was like, fuck you. I'm the only person with an IQ higher than 80 in this chat. I didn't make a big deal of it at the time, but I was ass mad about it. Then Dan was saying that in reference to the Supreme Court of the United States ruling that we should incarcerate every member of Congress and then effectively like pack the court. That way they can undo Roe versus Wade. And I jumped on stream and I bullied him for 45 minutes. And then I felt like fair was fair. And then we kind of like just let it go. But, it's been like 2 years and that's it. That's what Dan messaged you about in all beef. No. He was messaging me about getting on Kick, but he's being nice. He's being nice about me getting on Kick. So that's it. He's trying to tell you not to talk about February. No, he's not. It's dude. The thing that the thing in reference to Steven in reference to February is so predictably stupid that you guys already know the story before the story is already out there. You already know the story. Destiny talked to somebody he shouldn't have talked to. He flirted in a way that he shouldn't have flirted. It didn't go great, and now people are upset he's spaghetti. Boom. That's the story. So it's more spicy than that, but like that's it. Destiny being an idiot again in reference to his personal life. I'm not surprised. Fellrunner says get on Kick. Okay. Fashion 40 says, wait, did Totally Not Mark spill the beans? That's where I was going to go, Fashion 40. I was going to go to Totally Not Mark because apparently Totally Not Mark and Destiny had a fight the other day where Totally Not Mark was like, you're bad for the left. You're bad for the left. You're bad for the left. Your rhetoric sucks. Your rhetoric sucks. Your rhetoric sucks.
Like, I don't think it's unreasonable.
Entire time.
It takes 2 seconds to say, okay,
drama that we've heard about a million times or whatever. You know, the DDW traffic helicopter. You guys have already oiled. We're already at 21 super chats. So you guys already smashed the super chat goal. And because I bullied my dink audience, Christian Valaris donated 300, which is insane, by the way. Thank you, Christian Valaris. You did not need to do that much. 50s and 100s are. If you paced yourself with $50 and $100 super chats and you gave just as much, I would be just as happy. But $300 is absurd. So thank you for rubbing your income in my face, but insulting me through massive super chats. And you know what else is massive? Ding, 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 ding. Can you tell I watched Nick Diorio? Anonymous Chatter did a 50, and then Exponential Entropy did 100. So boom, right there. That's like $450. That's not even including all the chips. Grassroots Hegemon chipped like $20 and $10 at a time, and then a bunch of other people chipped, like Dumpster Buzzard, Fast and Bulbous, Jen Winkler, Old School, Politics JK, Fashion 40. And I'm saying thank you, by the way. Fashion 40, Tagarung, Anonymous Chatter, Weld QC John. So everybody chipped. We already made our money. We're not worried about money. We're worried about content. I want to keep you guys entertained. So if you wanted to watch Destiny and some random guy criticize his rhetoric for the next hour, I would do that. If you wanted to find a different debate, I would do that. If you wanted to hang out, I would do that. If you wanted me to just pull up Google Maps and start talking about the history of the planet, I would do that. I could just tell you guys we're kind of bored with the quartering video essay content. So anyways, so I'll just engage with chat for a minute and we'll see it. Like if it's kind of a dead day or whatever, that's fine. But if you guys want to do something else. Fatsimo says, Connor, can you describe what you were going to show me? Also, the Anons in chat will suffer less consequences for opposing the orthodoxy. Just curious where you think Sargon's nuts got their opinions. Yeah, I can. Let me show you this real quick, Fatsimo. So if we pull this up and let me go ahead and label this like neocons, contrarian right. Let's do Christian conservatives, and let's do dissident right. So my frustration with Destiny's line of argumentation in reference to why he gets to behave poorly is that there were moderate Republicans in, Indiana recently who had an opportunity to gerrymander the state of Indiana in a way that would screw over Democrats. But because Donald Trump was being such a dirtbag in reference to bullying them, in reference to that ballot initiative, which would have profited them, and they would not have paid a large political consequence for doing so, they said, F you, that's not the right thing to do. We're going to do the right thing. And because you're bullying us so hard, we're actually going to do the opposite of what you want. And that's kind of like, you might not appreciate it, but that's kind of like an olive branch to the left where they're saying like, hey, MAGA's going too far and they are psychotic. We're not going to be a part of that. And so if Destiny and if the liberals and progressives were looking for sane Republicans to be sane and give them signs that there could be like a coalition that actually advocates in the best interest of the country, that's evidence of it. But instead, what Destiny and the left do is they find Jack Posobiec, being a total schizo piece of shit on the internet, and they're like, oh, well, Republicans are still crazy, therefore we're not going to cool down our rhetoric because Jack Posobiec is a psycho. And it's like, okay, well, then you're never going to be able to cool down because you're always going to be able to find a psycho on the other side. And it's the same thing in reference to the Charlie Kirk assassination. Because if you look at liberals, by and large, the largest liberal creators, 99% of Democratic politicians, they were all like, the assassination of Charlie Kirk is absurd. It has no business in American politics. It's evil and we hate it. Charlie Kirk did a bunch of like bad shit in his life. That does not mean he deserved to get murdered, right? That's what the liberals said. That's what the Democratic politicians said. But then if you go onto Tumblr, or if you go onto Twitter, or if you go onto TikTok, then there's liberals and progressives who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. And so as a result, if you wanted to disarm or slow down your spicy rhetoric, you're never going to, because you will always be able to find a schizophrenic leftist on which to freak out. And that's kind of my point, is that the tit for tat of saying that the opposite side's bad behavior justifies your bad behavior doesn't work, because each one of these tribes is made up of 70 million people. The easiest way to say that is that you can hold individuals accountable for hypocrisy. You cannot hold political tribes or political movements responsible for hypocrisy, because you'll always find a hypocrite. That's what I wanted to show you. So let me save this real quick, and then I'll just engage with chat. Political binary prevents disarmament. I'll put that in there. Let me save that and go full screen. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Dr. Zaya says, is this the empath Chan stuff? No. Well, Kesey John says, did Dan kick you when you were fighting with Kelly Jean? No, I was fighting with, I was defending Lavloon. Dr. Zaya says, kick sucks, it overheats my phone. True. Are you an ortho bro? No. Christian Blair says, year. Gosh darn it. Spell check F me. Based. Jen Winkler says, oh my God, y'all have to hear IRI asking a caller about the branches of government. It's so sad. Why wouldn't I kill myself? Rob with the W says, like a Jay Dyer fan. Jay Dyer had a debate on Modern Day Debates we could check out. Christian Blair says, my comments would hold the same weight. I understand. I just, $300 is a lot of cash, man. Like, I appreciate your dink oiling, but still. Sacred Snow says, can we talk about how 10-Minute Reads is the editor of that DGG deserves in before he has a scandal or something? I don't know who that is. If he's doing the recent edits, like if August moved on and did something else, I mean, that's cool. Whoever's doing the edits, they just need to keep up with how much content he puts out, because Destiny puts out a lot of content. Beef Supreme says, yeah, dude, I worked hard on that table. They can fire stick it up and put up custom maps and stuff, hooked a Delgado deck to a Raspberry Pi and set up speakers in the table so they can have sound. What are you talking about? Jen Winkler says, bow to your dink overlords. I have to. They've been oiling the hell out of the chat. Kazra says, Connor, most cities are fighting here, Connor. Soon you'll hear good news. Please be our voice. If you didn't hear from me again, it's probably because I'm effing gone. Kazra, don't die. Don't kill yourself in the Iranian civil war. And if Iran is actually having a democratic revolution right now, based, just don't be on the front line. Don't get hit with a belt fed. Like Kazra, unironically, stay home. Stay home. It'll like, I want you there, but you seem too nice to participate in the civil war. Civil war in Iran to overthrow the Ayatollahs. Based. Kazra, my sweet Iranian chatter, getting smoked by government forces. Not based. Fashion 40 says, Connor, it wasn't a fight per se. I thought it was a cool combo. Sure. Did you do Destiny versus Asmongold? I haven't. Do you want to do that? Wowman says, pull up the morality of the various dink piles. I think we spent a lot of time on that. To be honest, we spent a lot of time on that. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to pull up the Asmongold versus Destiny part. Why not? Infallible Foul says, Connor pretending he doesn't do the same thing about leftists. What are you talking about? I don't do the same thing, Infallible Foul. I just talk about Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is the end-all, be-all of what I hate about left-wing politics, and I hate how lefties sweep for him. I'm talking about an individual. And then I guess I do talk about a movement, but I'm not talking about a movement in reference to their hypocrisy. I'm talking about leftists in reference to their prescriptions. Their prescriptions suck. That's not an appeal to hypocrisy. You misunderstand. You have 80 IQ. You are not a true cogger. Sacred Snow says, the video you just pulled up was a 10-minute video, 10-minute EADS video. Oh, got you. 10-minute ads video. Got you. Okay, yeah, that's the editor. Yeah. I got you. That makes sense. He's been clipping up a ton of Destiny content. Good for him. Destiny does put out a lot of content. That's how I think he can still... Wow. Good Lord. Okay. Fellrunner says, holy shit, Kaz, base, please be safe. Yes, Kazra, do not go into the front line, please. You are too sweet for the front lines. Beef Supreme says, Connor, I built my wife a D&D table with a TV in it, and I went all out, and then they yet to invite me to play D&D with them. My wife thinks I'll make fun of her friends. That's actually pretty base, bro. I'm sorry for pooping on you as a liberal sexual degenerate dink earlier. My apologies. All right, king of the pile. That's Beef Supreme. Fatsimo says, when are state Democrats in Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut going to give 40% of their voters Republican representation? I don't know. Never going to happen. Patriarch says, also, Destiny, watch your Pisco conversation. Which one? The unhinged one. Okay, that's fun. Okay, yep. Let's do Destiny Asmongold. Why not? Could be fun. That'll give us content until the end. I can tell that you guys weren't into the Jeremy. You weren't into the Jeremy content as much as I was. So what is this? Asmongold directly calls out Destiny again for being too woke. That's not it. Watching Asmongold for an entire week straight. This is probably the one that I was going to do. So should we do him calling him out for being too woke? Sure. Remember when Econoboy had to answer for the crimes of Stalin? Yeah. Yeah, Infallible Foul, I do. I talked about that last night. I talked about how Econoboy wanting to combine the Department of Motor Vehicles with the free market was a horrible idea and how it would necessarily lead to authoritarianism. There's no inconsistency in my argument. All right, we'll do the longer one. Fellrunner said it first. Rob said, did the bullying for my video work? No. No, it didn't. Rob, if you're talking about that water thing, you should bring it up in the afternoon, and it is the afternoon, but it's the afternoon on a Friday, and so I want to go out with a bang. So we're going to do this today. But Monday afternoon, remind me about your water video, and I'll be happy to do it. I guess I should do an intro, and I should actually pull up the content. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. Today, I got a special treat for you. It's Destiny reacting to Asmongold being a freak on the internet. For those of you who don't know, Destiny is a large liberal debate lord. Asmongold is a large streamer who is not that politically informed, actually has a whole host of incoherent ideas, and is actually kind of a scumbag. But that's the thing is, like, I don't hold him that responsible for his scumbag rhetoric because I actually do not respect his intellect that much. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. Could be fun.
Into this war with the Middle East. And if that means we got to invite a few head choppers over to the White House, that is what it is.
This is pretty racist, but you're probably not going to convince anyone that it is, given that Jelani and members of his government have actually overseen executions.
And one of the things I always point out to people is if you are passively getting fed something for media, you're not doing any work in terms of informing yourself. So if you're sitting in front of a feed that is giving you stuff that it thinks you want to see, you're doing something different than like news analysis or news media consumption. When Asmongold is just scrolling X, showing you what you like, that's what it's doing. It's not good. It's not a good way to consume the news.
Instant mandatory prison time. I would do mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it. But I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever. in general, there was a big protest yesterday. People broke into the Capitol building, did all kinds of bad shit. Most reasonable people look at this and view it as a disgrace. This is the Gutex. Is there going to be civil unrest today? It is about as close to a call to violence as possible. That is almost verbatim what Aragorn said in Lord of the Rings in Helm's Deep. There's a lot of people out there, they get left behind by the system. You know, they get themselves into these like real deep conspiracy theories, right? Some people find Jesus. Some people find Alex Jones. Some people find Antifa. But the end result of all of these things is dogmatic behavior. It's a vicious cycle where like you get crazier and then more people don't want to talk to you. And more people don't want to talk to you, so you get crazier. And then more people don't want to talk to you because you're even crazier. And then you get even crazier.
Just die.
I think anybody who stepped foot inside that Capitol building yesterday should be charged. There is a process to changing how things are. Is it right to kill terrorists? Not without a trial. You don't just shoot people randomly. Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong? You ever think about this? We have a system for dealing with people that break the law and are threats to society. Use the fucking system.
I don't even know where to begin with how to describe Asmongold to someone who's never heard of him, the dead rat he used as an alarm clock, or the fact that he's one of the biggest streamers in the world, likely because of the mindset that would use a dead rat as an alarm clock and freely admit to it. I will say that if it weren't for his politics, he'd probably be the platonic ideal of a streamer, someone who can spend hours a day enthusiastically yapping about anything.
True.
Video games. In a similar experience to reconnecting with an old friend. But then you hear the political takes and it becomes less like reconnecting and more like getting cornered at the high school reunion. Still, the man dominates in the streaming space with 2.2 million followers on Twitch, 30,000 concurrent viewers, and over 4 million subscribers on YouTube, despite never really changing up his core format, where some streamers will grow into new settings, bigger guests, more production value, fancier shot callers. Asmongold's brief expansions have found him ultimately reverting back to a starting point. What bits of Asmongold I've encountered myself are the clips that get passed around on social media. Do I want to see whether they were a good representation of what he actually believes?
I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Or if he's just been taken out of context all this time. And so, I watched his streams for a week, and I'm going to tell you what I learned. And if you enjoy my suffering, please subscribe to my Patreon. No obligation. Starting in 2026, I'm going to start providing more rewards there than just the opportunity to give me money, which I do greatly.
I'm going to ask you guys because this feels like it's 1.5. The content is a reaction to Asmongold's reaction. Yeah, bro. Like, back what did I miss? Well, nobody liked my quartering content. So I just summarized the quartering content. We moved into Destiny content. Destiny reacting to the Asmongold thing. But now the guy's at like 1.5. But you guys do not seem bothered by 1.5 at all. So I think we just might keep going. So you tell me if 1.5 is I listen to dry content at 1.25, 1.5. So if it's not a problem, it's not a problem.
We appreciate it.
He can't do a video because I'm just been playing Arc Raiders. Hell yeah.
Another fucking day.
We begin where we'll end, in Asmongold's attic. And much like the Shel Silverstein poem, though the house is dark and shuttered, I can see someone inside looking out.
Oh.
2x.
Oh, God. Oh, shit. Governor, name of each without the letter B. Iron Mouse, literally in 1 second. Yeah, Iron Mouse, Fillion, Sobervale. Who is this retard? Anyway, it's got to just be engagement bait, right? It just pissed me off. I saw it, right? Well, that's true. Yeah, being fat is disgusting. But, you know, unfortunately, Twitch doesn't agree with me.
If you were looking for some kind of filter between the mouth and the mind, for better or worse, you're in the wrong place. Probably should have warned you earlier, but...
when do we boycott Twitch? I mean, you are right now. There are millions of dollars that get evaporated from Twitch because they have to pay for my web hosting.
It surprised me to find out it's true that the web hosting for a major streamer is this expensive. However, that's a cost Twitch definitely understands and accepts given that they've had more than one opportunity to drop Asmongold, and CEO Dan Clancy has a well-known deference for Hassan, who's on the opposite end of the political spectrum. In the lead-up to talking about Hassan's China trip, Asmon watches a video about a fancy Huawei laptop.
If you search 1989, it explodes.
Which segues into a conversation about his broader view of capitalism.
So the U.S. doesn't practice free market capitalism? Wait, no, of course we don't. Like, I mean, not in an ultimate sense. Why would anybody? Oh God, it's a dishonest retard. I don't even want to read it. It's gonna make me mad.
What?
If you don't have a regulated free market, you won't have a free market. You're gonna have a few guys that get in control of it, and then now they're the regulators. Why do you think that we have to have a rule against monopolies? Do we have to have a rule against selling products for free? No, we don't really have a law against that because it's not business. It's not business efficient to do that.
There are rules against setting prices too low because companies seeking to create monopoly can just starve out competition.
I didn't really get a lot of sleep last night, if you want me to be honest. So I'm probably having a few misfires. I want the Chinese government to get obliterated. Well, then you should hope for the Chinese people to do that. Only the people can hold their government accountable, right? You know, we can't go and change it and then assume that it's going to get better, right?
Tucker Carlson's morning newsletter mentions Hassan's trip to China.
Uh-oh. Look who it is. Speaking.
All right, I'm going to say something crazy. So Two In says Trump just threatened the Iranian regime in case they use force against protesters. Brother, we had Khazra, who's in Iran, just a second ago saying, hey, if you guys don't hear from me for a while, or if you don't hear from me at all, there's a bunch of people in the street and it's getting crazy right now. So, I hope I make it. So everybody say a prayer for Khazra real quick. But I'm hoping that it's just, a revolution and nobody gets militarily involved and everything's Gucci. That's what I'm hoping for. Hedonic Samuel with the 20 says, Happy New Year's, Connor. Fun chats today. Matt McCusker has a great bit about how finishing in... Whoa. Hedonic Samuel, that was a spicy chat. So anyways, that was a bananas thing that I almost read out loud, and I'm happy that I didn't read it out loud because it was quite crazy. True?
Right? So it's just electric talk.
Asman actually calls it out as disingenuous.
This is right-wing stuff that's disingenuous in the same way that Hassan can be about left-wing stuff. Don't defend Hassan. I'm not defending Hassan. I'm just defending what I think is true. And I think that if you have to attack people based off of things that aren't true, maybe the reason is because you're actually wrong. I think that sometimes people like to misinterpret things intentionally and then get mad at them for that.
The president of Syria and ex-Al-Qaeda member Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani met with President Trump at the White House, which is a sentence that would probably kill the average person from 2004.
They say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And apparently that's what's happening. This is crazy. This guy is a head-chopping ISIS guy. Everybody has, a rough past, right? I mean, things happen. I think it'd be nice if we just didn't have an endless war with the Middle East. And if that means we got to invite a few head choppers over to the White House, that is what it is.
This is pretty racist, but you're probably not going to convince anyone that it is, given that Jawlani and members of his government have actually
Yeah, is Destiny going to react? Because it feels like he's just stealing content at this point.
You listen to what they do.
I think this is an imperfect argument.
I'm going to scrub, and I'm going to see if he actually talks about it.
With the emails released by Democrats.
But I would actually be the most
reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000.
Okay, guys, we're going to do a little bet. Okay, we're going to do a little betsy. I'm going to scroll through this 5 times. I'm going to scrub, and I'm going to click. I'm going to scrub, and I'm going to click. I'm going to scrub, and I'm going to click. And I'm going to bet you $20. I'm probably going to be wrong. My guess is that out of 5 clicks, we will bump into Destiny talking at some point. But I'm going to see if I make it through the entire thing without Destiny talking. And if I make it through the entire thing with Destiny not talking, I'm going to say Destiny is a content thief, and I'm going to back out and pick a different one. So let's see if I can make it 5 times without Destiny talking.
1000 AD, a dark age for Europe.
The label Dark Ages is a misnomer based on the premise of this
ready
period
for the
of
first
history
click?
not having
Knock any particular type of game.
I lost instantaneously. No. I should have moved the cursor. All right, let's see if he's saying. Let's see if he's let's see if he actually says anything interesting.
Game. Okay. Not to knock any particular type of game, because I think all game genres are beautiful. I've played games across a ton of different genres, but my brother in Christ, you grinded mounts on World of Warcraft for like...
It's not even to the content. I'm going to leave this as a half. That's a half. He's not even reacting to the content. So I'm actually going to cut that out as a half.
This game on release. Oh, wow, it's a Squirtle.
Okay, I'm going to count that as 1.
Oh, wow.
I'm still going to try to make it 5. Okay, let's see if we can get 5.
65. And I am so excited to see every dumb e-girl for reasons.
Okay, but the issue is we still don't
made
know,
it
and
2.
he won't tell us.
I think it's important for people to know whether the president is physically capable of doing the job.
Kids and people like, why is our healthcare system even so fucked? If Mr. Beast didn't exist, then they would have the money already from his billion. It's like, come on, bro.
Criticism just goes away.
Okay, all right. Destiny's actually reacting. Still, I'm not going to listen to 10 minutes of like that original video at 2 times speed for Destiny to talk once. So yes, Hans Mayer, I see you. Connor, please listen. There's a way better reaction to this. I don't even care about this content, bro. How about if they're actually addressing each other directly? How about we take a look at that? Yep, I owe everybody $40. True. I bankrupted the stream. Triple or nothing. No. I'm gonna move on the content because honestly, again, I don't want to watch that video
How about that?
at 2 times speed for Destiny to say something every 15 minutes. Okay, I want some content, so I'm hoping that Destiny will not let me down this time. All right, and he'll actually react and he'll actually say something. I'm not even going to do a new intro. Okay, I'm not even going to do it. I owe everybody $4,000. Okay, give me a year to get it, please.
Is that women have gotten into video games
Yes.
and they've made them
Yes.
for women. And I
Yes.
don't like this.
Yes.
It makes me mad.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Oh, it's such a perfect thing. Okay, listen. Go ahead. Don't. There's this concept called the male gaze, but don't waste.
Of course it's the male gaze. I love hoes. I love I love looking at I want them dressed like that in video games, and I'm not sorry.
But like, here's the difference. Listen, you're gonna hop your ass around Azeroth on.
But hey, guys, no, I'm not really gaming. Like building a factory inside of a factory inside of a factory inside of a third factory after I was building factories. Oh, no, of course not. No, that's real gaming. Oh, yes.
I feel like one of the easiest IQ checks for people, and most people in chat fail this as well. So only the few elite high IQ people will be here. I'm trying to think. I don't have a fun name for this fallacy, but this is this is like such an easy IQ check. So you have a person who will say something, okay? And the person will say something like swimming is the most important thing that a person can be good at, okay? And if you can't swim, then you should be deported, okay? And then a third party observer will come by and they'll notice for this person, wait, you're actually really bad at swimming. You can't swim or something. So this whole rule is dumb. Wouldn't you be deported? And then the person will look back and they'll be like, you're an even worse swimmer than me. What a stupid thing for you to say. It's like, well, I'm challenging the use of the swimming thing here, but I would never say this thing. I'm not saying that, you are, right? And I'm just pointing out that when you're saying this, it's stupid because you wouldn't qualify for this arbitrary standard that you're setting. Therefore, you would qualify for the consequences of whatever standard you're setting based on this thing.
Okay. I like this. I like this mind map. And not only that, I have a perfect example that happened within the past 6 months. Mark Kelly, a guy who was a Medal of Honor winner, said something like, I forget who it was. It was the Marine guy. So sorry that there's this Dakota Meyer. Dakota Meyer was like, oh yeah, everybody who's calling on the troops to disobey unlawful orders, they've never even served. They're a bunch of wussies who never even served their country. And I was like, the guy you're calling a wussy is a naval aviator. Yeah, Dakota Meyer won the Medal of Honor, yes. So Mark Kelly is a naval aviator who was shot at in combat, who was also an astronaut. So clearly he's not a wussy who never served his country. And what happened was a bunch of Dakota Meyer DSers jumped into my replies and they were like, oh yeah, well, the guy you're talking to is a Medal of Honor winner. And it's like, what does that have to do with anything that's being said? That guy said that the people who were calling for people to disobey unlawful orders did not serve the country, which is untrue, and that they were not combat veterans, which is not true. I corrected him. What does him having a Medal of Honor have anything to do with the correctness of their arguments? And that's where I legitimately think that 70% of people who are in online politics, 70% of people who are online in general, they're not actually tracking the words that are being said. They're tracking the emotions of each argument. And so because Dakota Meyer is on their team, attacking somebody who's not on their team, they have a reflexive desire to defend him, regardless of how stupid the argumentation is. Rob's with the W says, Mark Kelly, the astronaut here. And Rob, I did see that you were out for the next 2 weeks. Just hit me back when you get back and we'll do that content. I promise.
I don't know why so many people fall into this. There's like a weird thing in the human brain where if you just say something that's true.
Hans Mayer says, did he get it out of a grappling machine from a fairground shooting gallery? No, he got it by evacuating a bunch of Afghan national police who were shot to shit by the Taliban.
people are like, fucking A, yeah. Like somebody will say something like, it could be over like weightlifting stuff. Some guy will say like, if you can't bench 3 plate, you're a fucking loser. And I'll say some shit like, didn't you cry about shoulder pain? You can't even bench 2 plate. And then somebody thinks they're making a good point by saying, but Destiny, can you even bench 1 plate? And it's like, and people are like, oh shit, that guy just fucking cooked. And it's like, yeah, if you're a microwave, what do you mean? What? How? What? Like, it's just like, if somebody says something that's like a true thing or whatever, then it's just like a fucking it's like a retarded bait, and people are like, oh, fucking true. I feel like I say a lot that I don't give a lot of takes on modern gaming because I don't play very much modern gaming. I play autism simulator games. I said that to everybody. Even people ask me personally, what kind of games do you play? It's like, oh, do you have autism? Because let me tell you, I play the most autistic games in the universe. But I don't usually make much. I don't make many statements on like the state of modern gaming. I'll complain about like I don't like open world shit generally or whatever. But like otherwise, because I'm just not involved heavily in playing modern games. But Asmongold was making not only statements that he made about modern gaming, but then when I look back at his like gaming career, like I know that he farms mounts in WoW, and I know that he got so ass pain traumatized by dying 6 times in Dark Souls 3 that he basically quit his main account forever, and now he streams on Zach Rar. That's all I know about Asmongold's history for gaming. So for him to come out and talk about like, this is what games should be, like, okay, Zach Rar, like calm down there, chief. I don't understand how people think they're cooking. It's like, but don't you not play that many like modern games? Like, no, I don't. That's why I usually don't make super strong statements about like the modern state of gaming. I don't, because I know I don't. But you don't either. So I don't know why you have such a massively invested opinion on it. But I know why. The answer is because you're invested in the culture wars. And this is just like another level that the culture wars battleground can be thrust upon or whatever.
We came up with a new person. We came up with a new person, guys. Where is it? You guys donated a lot of money, but you also got mad at me because I said that you guys were like pile people. Okay. But we forgot incel video gamers. How did we forget about the incels? I need to make a new cube over here. So, okay, hold on. I need to explain this for VOD viewers real quick in case this actually becomes a segment. So what I said is that this is the conservative ideal. Okay. Man, woman, monogamous, few kids. Okay. And what everybody in the COG, who are a bunch of degenerates, okay, they want to be in a giant pile of people having relations with each other, and they don't want me to judge them. But I'm saying if we all become pile people, then society is going to fall apart. And so the red pill are effectively pile people who just want to be in the pile with a bunch of women. And then also I have some promiscuous gay people in my community who want to be pile people, but exclusively with dudes. Okay. So, and then also we have a bunch of dinks who are dual income, no kids people who have a bunch of cats and Funko Pops and video games, but their excess income, I cannot complain about too much because out of the, I don't know, $500 that I've made today, 400 of it has come from dinks. So I can actually no longer be mean to dinks because the dinks are the people that make my channel work. And so what I was saying is I'm arguing for the conservative lifestyle backed by Boston Dynamics robots who will replace the economically unproductive people. But then the pile people and the dinks, I think that they could be saved technologically by vat-grown babies. Okay? Maybe the dinks, if they don't have kids themselves, they could have vat-grown babies. And maybe the pile people, if they're incapable of having like a standard relationship backed by Boston Dynamics robots, then maybe they could grow vat-grown people as well. But I forgot one of the most important demographics. I forgot the incels, because that's clearly who Asmongold is representing, are the incels. And the incels are, they're probably not going to have vat-born babies, right? They're just going to have video game, drugs, and yeah, they're just going to have video games, drugs, and sex robots. So let me open up a recent sexuality is not arbitrary. This is it. I'm going to add, you guys have seen the heroin Harry Potter auto. I can't say a naughty word because this is a family show. Harry Potter, heroin, auto, naughty word. And it's like, just let people have fun. Because sometimes this is you guys, okay? This is the public library, and there's a guy with an auto naughty word, heroin going into his arm, Harry Potter movies and porn, and wine going into the other arm. And then this is me saying, this is kind of weird. And then this is you guys saying, just let people enjoy things. Sometimes this is y'all. So I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to change it a little bit. And I'll make this the incel column. Okay, this will be the incel column. All right. God, let people enjoy things.
Break. Holy shit.
No, no, that's not how it works. This is happening
Grasser says, notice all the conservative drawing kids are white. My bad. I'll make them kids of color next time.
to every single video game is that women have gotten into video games and they've made them for women. And I don't like this. It makes me fucking mad.
According to entertainment software. This is I'm sorry. Oh, it's such a perfect thing. Okay, listen.
Go ahead.
Don't. There's this concept called the male gaze, but don't wish.
Of course, it's the male gaze. I love hoes. I love sluts. I love looking at sluts. I want them dressed like that in video games, and I'm not sorry.
But like, here's the difference. Listen, fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The the Taro dude, I don't know what the fuck his name is, who made Nier Automata. When people were like, why is it that the girls all look like hot as fuck and they're in, you can see up their skirts and shit when they're ladders? I'm pretty sure Yoko Taro, I'm pretty sure his answer is just like, I think they're fucking hot as fuck, and that's it. And you know what? I respect that answer more than Hideo Kojima's, like, I need to model your feet so that I can have you optimally fucking naked for my video game because it's really important that your Wapakachugi viruses in your body can see the sunlight and that's why you have to be naked all the time. Like, just say you like fucking sexy bitches, bro. Everybody likes big honkers. Everybody likes sexy girls.
Classic liberal stuff. I'm going to fast forward a little bit, but just so we can, once again, this is a family show. So let's see if we can get past that.
Cock. It doesn't have to appeal to your dick. You can have other
Okay, dude. Okay, Destiny. This is a family show. Come on, man.
out there, though. Is he mixing me up with Vosh?
You're trying to farm him right now saying this.
I don't even know the references, but whatever it is, I am doing it because I do like whatever he's implying.
I know what you're doing.
Okay, base.
It's not going to happen.
Time with it because when you see it, it's everywhere. Okay, this he tries to reference a lawsuit. What does a lawsuit have to do with fucking video game characters? Concept that everything in the world.
What's wrong with? Yeah, I want the chicks to be hot. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I'm a guy. I want hot chicks.
She's a white guy. Everything is made for you. And
yeah, of course I want it to be made for me. Why wouldn't I want something to be made for me? Fuck. Well, yeah, I'm a white guy. I want things made for me. Sure.
Yeah, and that's cool. But there's also other people that want things made for them. Is that like such a hard bridge to cross? like you want things made for you, that's cool. But other people also probably want things made for them. Isn't that okay? Is that the worst thing in the world?
Yeah, definitely. No doubt. Who do you think plays video games? What was the most popular character made in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but like, do you think more or less women play video games now than they did 20 years ago? No?
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm a white guy. I want things made for me. Sure.
Okay, hold on. This is what I don't like, and I feel like this is cap. Okay, this is cap. So it's true that women play more video games than ever before. And as an example, I play Mario Kart with a wife. The other day, we were playing Gang Beasts as a family. For those of you who don't know, that's where you're like ragdoll characters and you run around knocking each other out and you throw each other off of tall buildings. It's a really fun game. And we were playing that with our kids. So it's true that a lot of us, a lot of women are playing more video games than ever. However, what I don't like about this cope where it's like women are gamers more than they've ever been in the history of the world is that they are juking those stats. They are juicing those stats with Candy Crush. They're juicing those stats with mobile games. And I think that the mobile games, like I still play mobile games, obviously. But at the same time, saying that somebody who plays like FPSs as aggressively as some women play Candy Crush, it's just not the same thing. We're not talking demographically about the same thing. No. Those games count. But I think that there is a so a gamer, in my opinion, is somebody who dedicates either a few hours a day or a few hours a week where they sit down in front of a video, like a computer screen and or a TV screen with a console hooked up to it, and they play video games. That's a gamer to me. Whereas somebody who is waiting for public transit in New York City and they're playing Candy Crush on the train, that's not a gamer to me. So 2Inch says no, more and more women are increasingly playing AAA games. Okay. I still feel like they're juicing the stats. I feel like they're juicing the stats. It's my intuition. I think I'm right. You're wrong. Let's go.
Yeah, definitely. No doubt. Who do you think plays video games? What was the most popular character made in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, that's right. Human, male, European, warrior class, longsword weapon.
True.
Now it's time to game. Okay? Oh, wait a minute. Is that Destiny's character? Wow. How about that?
Me, when I load up a new RPG with 52 different races, 107 different classes, and 480 different special features and abilities on every single thing, and I roll variant human, D&D, white human fighter. That's me every fucking time. You better believe it is, baby. Excuse me, you said this was the protagonist in this game? Yeah, what's wrong with him? He has an axe instead of a sword. Excuse me, what? You said this is the protagonist? Why does he have a fucking bow and arrow? That's called a side character, okay? Yeah, I like those characters. But I also can play female characters or black characters or trans female black fucking wheelchair. Who the fuck cares? It just depends on the game, no? This is like...
Nope.
Should be for you. If a woman looks a certain way, you criticize her because she's not abusing your cock. If a woman is...
Absolutely.
Why?
Exactly.
But can't we make different things for different people? Is that really that hard? Is that impossible?
Okay. We can make different things for different people. But at the same time, I just don't want to hear the cope afterwards. Okay? So if you want to make a video game where you can be a black, trans, disabled character, but then 80% of characters who play your video game boot as a white, cis, straight, able-bodied male, I don't want to read the Kotaku article about how people are like racist and sexist. I don't care. And then same thing with like the Warrior Queen, which was a historically sanitized retelling of the female warriors of the Kingdom of Benin in West Africa. If that movie tanks at the box office because it's designed to appeal to weird history people, and then also it's meant to appeal to the black community, so it's like their version of Braveheart, but you put a black woman in it, and then it tanks at the box office, I don't care. It was not my responsibility to go see that movie. Like, if you want to complain about it, complain about the fact that black women, black men, and progressives didn't go see that movie. Okay? Not my fault, not my interest, not my demographic. So, yeah. Grassroots20 says, I don't main Kali in Smite because she's hot. I main her because I want to make her children cry themselves to sleep and develop a complex by getting 7 and 0'd in 3 minutes, which is fine. But I'm going to complain when Call of Duty, which used to be a tactical, boots on the ground, gritty, murderous, exciting Michael Bay movie, has Nicki Minaj in it as a playable character. And I'm not gonna lose any sleep again, like, over it. Like don't read into this too much. I'm not gonna freak out. I'm not gonna write an article about it. I'm not even gonna tweet about it. I'm just not gonna buy the game. And I don't want to hear about Call of Duty saying, oh wow, we lost 30% of market share and we don't know why. And it's like, well, it's because you turned your video game into Fortnite. And then once you turn it into Fortnite, you made a bunch of skins for characters that I don't find appealing. The mainstream campaigns have sucked for a decade. And also, you made the multiplayer Fortnite, and I just don't care. Yeah. So, it is what it is. Connor needs more Medal of Honor games. No, I actually just need to get out there, and I need to play the new Counter-Strikes and the Ready or Not and the... Ready or Not, and what's the other one? Is it Counter-Strike? It's not Counter-Strike. Rainbow Six, the new Rainbow Six. I know the new Rainbow Six is like a hero shooter, but the Rainbow Six from like a generation ago, like Siege, that's supposed to be like a tactical, breaching, whatever video game. For the games that I want, they're actually Squad would probably give me PTSD, let's be real. But the whole point is that, like, I'm in the golden era of the games that are made for me because the video game market is so wide and so broad. Call of Duty just isn't for me anymore. I am no longer the main niche, but the niche games that I would love are available. I just don't have time like I used to because I got kids. Battlefield is better than COD. I just don't like the running when it gets up close. Want to watch and base an accurate Scottish Highland movie with Rob Roy and Liam Neeson? I do love Liam Neeson, and I do love that movie. What is it called? Is it called Rob Roy? I think it's called Rob Roy, right? Yeah. Where they they duel and they fight with swords. Yeah, that was a good movie. Yes. All right, I need to read this and then I'm going to let the content flow. Joe Vasquez, so take Dragon Age Veilguard, for example. Asmongold hated that game because it allowed you to create a character with trans chest scars instead of it being legit mediocre in a completely different tone. Yeah, that's the wrong reason to hate a game. You should also hate a game based off of the quality, not just the identity politics. So... Anonymous Chatter says, Asmon is talking about options and character selection screens that you have the option to just not pick. If that triggers you, I hate to say it, but you're a snowflake. I agree with that too. The other thing that I agree with is that there are video games that are out right now that have romance options and they're role-playing games, and they make the homosexual or bisexual romantic options optional. You don't have to play it. And yet, people like Asmongold will see that there are homosexual romantic options in a video game, and then they'll freak out about it. And I think the most interesting thing that it might have been from Rockstar Games, they said maybe this is the wrong phrasing, but they said you're responsible for the buttons you press. And I think that even if I got that quote wrong, I think that's such an accurate way to do it. If you don't want to participate in the homosexual or bisexual romance options, and it's an optional part of the game, don't click on it and you're fine. What's the problem? Right? I think my frustration is when you're forced down that thing. Just as an example, there was that new Star Wars game that had a little bit of a silly action mechanic where a 5'10" woman, 5'5" woman walks up behind stormtroopers and slaps them on the back of their helmet and knocks them out. I think that's silly. I wouldn't play that. I also just wouldn't play that because the only playable character is a woman. And I'm a misogynist. So, anyways, let's let the content flow while I continue to draw.
Doing a certain thing, it's not okay because it's not appealing to you. For a white man, especially, this is enough of a criticism. That's it.
Absolutely, it is. I want things that appeal to me.
But they still exist. Didn't you just reference, what was it, God of War 3? How old is that game? Oh, about Baldur's Gate 3. That came out. That was was that last year? These games are still being made. Yeah. They're still there. They're all here. We still have lots of games for us. We're okay. We're doing okay out there.
I want things to appeal to me. What's wrong with that?
Right? Women, the fact that nothing in video games now, they're making video games for women.
Yeah, no. And they're going out of business because they don't buy them. That's the whole point. They got to make video games for me again because I buy them. That's the whole point. That's my whole point. Exactly.
What, does everything in the world have to be made just for you?
Ideally, yes. But okay. I'll settle for the things that I like being made for me, continuing to be made for me.
They are!
Yeah. I'm not going to go into Sephora and say, hey, guys, where's the chainsaws? Look at all this eyelashes and this gay shit.
I feel like remember I say, sometimes people use telling analogies or metaphors or examples, and they don't realize how telling it is. So, are video games your analogy to Sephora here? Is that how... isolate, especially in an era where all these fucking men are crying about having no women to do anything with, and they have no warm spaces to talk to women at. And it's video games, it's kind of like the male version of Sephora, where you go and get all your gay makeup shit. This is where the men go and we hang out, we do all of our stuff. It's
bro,
okay.
Where's the swords? I'm trying to buy a hammer.
They can probably make games you just don't give a fuck about, right? That's okay, right? Oh my God.
Yeah, they did make a game I didn't give a fuck about. It was called World of Warcraft. The problem is that they used to make a game I gave a fuck about it. It was called World of Warcraft. You want to make your own shitty little bullshit game, that's fine. But don't go and, again, you want to get woke on me, that's fine. Let's get woke. Don't go and appropriate my culture. Don't appropriate video game culture.
What the fuck? Does video games have to only be white guys now? Or what does that even mean, bro?
And add your own shit into it. Make your own culture. Make your own games.
Who's ever done that in the history of ever? Go make your own entire culture. Everything is derivative, bro. Everything's built up.
Ranger Nation dubs with the 5. For white dudes, they are the default. Everything has to speak to them. For everyone else, they're the default because they won't even try something new. Yeah, I get that. I get that could be annoying. And it probably is annoying, especially if you're a woman in the United States, or especially if you're a black man or whatever. I could understand how having the default characters in the majority of media being white, straight, and male is probably annoying. However, what I would say is that like then you need to produce your own art, right? Like I understand that this is kind of like the get good libertarian argument, but at the same time, like Blade, black protagonist, amazing movie. Independence Day, black protagonist, amazing movie. I identified with Stephen Miller more than I identified with any other character because he was the archetypical hero played by Will Smith back before he was a cuckold. There's a like art and media. Same thing with like Ripley from Aliens. When you make good art, right? When you make good art, Ripley being one of the protagonists or the protagonist in Alien and Aliens, I think the reason why chuds like myself don't complain is because she's just a damn good actress. She's convincing. She's kind of androgynous. She's masculine in some weird way. She works a masculine job. When men give her shit, she throws elbows right back. She is simultaneously horrified by violence, but also it motivates her to become more heroic through the challenges. Like Alien and Aliens is actually just like legitimately good movies with an amazing protagonist. And then same thing with Blade. Love me some Blade. So I think that, of course, it's a challenge to build in a world in which white straight men are the default. But I think you just have to deal with what is and also just make really, really, really good art. If you make really good art, nobody's going to care. That might be a very privileged thing of me to say, but it is the way that I feel. It's the way that I feel. Beef Supreme says this is just incel cope. Add Ripley to a game and incels will be boycotting. I mean, I wouldn't. Demon says the people who complain about women in roles would complain about Ripley. Maybe they would, but I also think that they would get bullied. I think they would get bullied because of it. Blade suffers on rewatch mostly because of the music. I love the music. Are you kidding me? Blade 1 techno music during a sword fight. That's amazing. Blade 2, the techno goth club BDSM scene. Oh, it's amazing. Sorry, I'm doing the incel drawing. I'm eliminating the person who said, what is it? It's like, just let people enjoy things. I deleted that person. I'm going to put a sex robot in there. Dank Brandon says, but now Alien would be called woke and complain Sigourney Weaver wasn't hot enough. Yeah, that would be annoying. That would be annoying. But that's where we should make fun of these people, right? So I'm incel and chuddy up to the point of, yes, I'm a white straight male. Yes, I do want there to be media that caters to me, particularly action media. I want there to be a white straight male protagonist. Failing that, I would like a black straight male protagonist. Failing that, I would like an Asian straight male protagonist. Failing that, I would like an Indian straight male protagonist. But after that, maybe a woman. So, yeah, it's just my deep-rooted misogyny coming out. Ranger Nation dubs for the 10. Thank you. It's not annoying to me. I'm also a make a hero human with a sword guy. There's plenty of good art with no white men. They just don't engage with things, but made for them. That's my only issue. True. Ranked in order. Yeah, I did rank it in order, but truth be told, I think black and Asian are actually tied, right? In my mind, because with like a black guy, no offense to black men, but they're pretty masculine, right? So I identify with that. I think that's cool. Stereotypically, they're pretty masculine. And then same thing with like Asian guys. Dude, did you guys see the Japanese guy from the new Killer of Killers, the new Predator Killer of Killers? I love that guy. I think that guy's amazing. I think his name is Kenji. And he's shamed as a understudy of a samurai, so he becomes a ninja, and then he infiltrates his dad's temple and tries to assassinate his brother. And then he gets into a fight with a ninja predator. That was amazing. I wasn't thinking to myself, wow, having an Asian guy in a samurai setting is really taking me out of this piece. I was like, oh my God, I wish I was him. I was like, oh my God, I wish I was Kenji, the samurai understudy who became a ninja. That's what I was thinking the entire time. Hispanic? Yep. My only beef with the Hispanics, Joe Vasquez, my only beef with the Hispanics is that they put Pedro Pascal and the guy from Andor in everything, and it feels like a replacement for white straight males. That's my only beef with Hispanics right now. It's not whether or not I would be a Hispanic guy. I love Pedro Pascal. I think Pedro Pascal did a great job in the Nicolas Cage movie, which I haven't seen, but the clips for are hysterical. I think Pedro Pascal did an amazing job as Oberyn Martell in Game of Thrones. I think Pedro Pascal did an okay job, did an okay job in the new video game HBO TV series. Oh, Narcos, dude, the guy who played Pablo Escobar in Narcos was amazing. Pedro Pascal in Narcos was amazing too. Not only that, the head of the police who got mad, one of his under cops became a part of Los Pepes in participate. I've watched the entire season 1 of Narcos. It's amazing. Maybe season 1 and season 2. I've watched up until Pablo Escobar died. The lead police chief who had a under guy whose brother or cousin or whatever was killed, and then he joined the vigilante group Los Pepes, and he used the intel of the police department in order to start hunting down and killing Pablo Escobar's like cronies and lieutenants. Oh, that was so good. I loved the guy who was a member of Los Pepes, and I loved the guy who was the head of the police department who discovered that betrayal. I loved all of those characters. Holy shit. So yeah, who was it? Who asked that question? Sorry, I'll get into the content momentarily, but Joe Vasquez was saying that I was being racist against Hispanics, and I was being a little racist against Hispanics, but it's just because Pedro Pascal keeps stealing straight Northern European white men roles. But I have to admit that Pedro Pascal has done a fantastic job while stealing all the Northern European roles. Yeah. Yep. He was also the Mandalorian. Yep. All right. Anyways. Back to it.
Other shit. Who cares if people want to fucking build shit into your culture and join it and all that? Who the fuck cares? Let them do it. Who cares? Why do you need like a safe space for video games? Why does it matter this much? Now, if they legitimately stopped making fucking franchises that appealed, I guess, to white people at all, or if I'd say if they destroyed a franchise, I guess, but like franchises get destroyed all the time without there even having to be any diversity shit in it. So I don't know.
I'm so sick of this shit. I can't believe it. I saw that Quinn was talking shit about this too. Whoa! Where is it? Fucking son of a bitch. Stupid ass. Where's he at?
Uh-oh.
Stupid bitch. Here it is. No, we're gonna get to it. No, it's fine. Uh-oh. I'll watch it. It's not a big deal. I want to hear it.
Animal Crossing.
Oh wow, he dressed what down. Damn, let's hear what he has to say. Oh yeah, guys, let's hear what he has to say.
The Sims.
The Sims?
Etc.
Yeah.
These types of games, they're like woman games.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You want to watch PUEs? I don't want to watch guys. Something like that. That's an unhinged take.
That is nasty.
That's a truly quite an unhinged take from Asmongold.
He hasn't listened to a lot of my takes. If he thinks that one's unhinged.
I don't even, and it's crazy coming from a guy who's like plays the most femboy games possible. Like literally play.
That's because I'm man enough to do that.
Okay.
I can play Wuthering Waves. I could even play Infinity Nikki. Y'all remember the clip? Who remembers the clip? I said I could suck a dick. It wouldn't be gay. That's how straight I am.
It's like what are top 10 games that
turn people gay
into femboys.
Turning people into femboys is not a recognized feature. What's the list? No, this is honestly. Are you still mad about this shit?
What is he mad about?
It was 4 or 5 years ago, man. Really? He's still mad about Final Fantasy 14. This shit happened in 2021.
What happened?
He's still mad about this. Oh my God.
Legit. I'm not even kidding, by the way. This is fucking accurate.
Go down. See, he's still mad about it 4 years. He hadn't even forgot about this.
It's like
no. By the way, guys, y'all don't understand. Okay, here, I'll let him.
Oh, thank you.
No, okay.
And that is like his favorite game. Like it's like Asmongold's favorite game was.
I didn't know that.
Some shit like straight, bro. Don't even get me started on that other game, Monster Hunter, bro. Don't even get me started on that fucking game.
What the fuck? What?
There was a WoW exodus and everyone moved over to Final Fantasy 14. Maybe I remember this a little bit. Was this like one of the brief... I feel like this was one of the brief moments in time. I don't think people use this term anymore, but there used to be this expression used every time some new fucking slop dog shit MMO came out, and the term was WoW killer. This is going to be the WoW killer. Wow. And I think that Final Fantasy 14, I think, has always been seen as like a good game. And I don't know if they just gotten a good patch and people were getting kind of sick of fucking WoW or whatever. And I think there was like a decent flight or exodus over to Final Fantasy 14. You know how like Jaime Lannister could never quit Cersei, and even at the very end he came back to her because he's like, fuck it, you know, we're incest people, let's fucking die together. Like WoW is just kind of like that for some people, you know?
Okay, all right. I don't. That's so crazy. I can't even respond to it. Okay. Quinn 69 Final Fantasy 14 is above Quinn 69 funny. This is your legacy.
It's pretty cheap. It's pretty credit.
All right. Anyways, I think I think we've hit it a little bit. So I want to show you guys my drawing before we wrap up. Having Asmongold and Destiny beef over who's more soy and who's more this and that. Realistically, I don't think they're any better. Or as a matter of fact, I would argue that who is it? Asmongold is worse. I would argue that he's worse. Okay. So let me show you the various kinds of people that I think exist in America. So I'm over here, and bear in mind, I'm talking about ideals. Okay. Being serial monogamous, screwing around, not in the pile, but around the pile for a few years, growing up and having a couple of kids. That's what I did. That's what I want you to do. That's what I wish you guys weren't reflexively hostile to. I'll bully you about it every now and then, but then my dinks can come back and bully me and say, you are financially reliant upon us. Stop bullying us. Okay. So I am in the idealistic conservatism thing, but it's not a perfect thing. It's just an ideal. And the dinks are allowed to bully me because unfortunately they're my primary Oilers. Okay. Now, what I did is I made a series of piles, okay? And for those of you who don't know, there's a South Park episode where in order to prevent a terrible future, all of the men of South Park get into a pile and they start making love with each other, okay? And so what happens is that normal promiscuous people and bi people, they're yelling at me in chat saying that they want to be a part of the pile. And then whenever I tell gay people like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be so crazy and do hard drugs and be in a pile, they're like, screw you, I love my pile. And then I would say Red Pill pretends that they're better than the Gooner pile, and they pretend that they're better than the bi pile and the gay pile. But realistically, they're doing their own pile. They're just doing it with multiple women instead of, mix of men and women or all men. Now, I think what happens, though, is as you get older, you slow down a little bit. And so you have two options. You can either become like a normie and try to live the conservative ideal, or you can become a dink or a sink, which is single income, no kids, double income, no kids. And so here's my dinks right here who have adopted a bunch of cats. And so what's happened is several dinks in my chat have reminded me that they are the power players in my chat. And so they're actually subsidizing my conservative lifestyle. So I can't be too mean to them. All right. But this is it. And here's the future, which is some conservatives having the economics backed up by an army of robots. Then you have the pile people who want to get into the, maybe they want to have kids in the future. And so instead of moving into the stereotypical conservative ideal, they instead have vat-grown babies. And then same thing with the dinks. The dinks could have vat-grown babies if they so choose. So this is the future of humanity, basically. Now, the reason why I don't like Asmongold and the reason why I don't like Nick Fuentes to a degree is because Nick Fuentes and Asmongold say that this is the future. And by the way, I came up with one more. I need to add the Christian nationalist Volcel. Because right now I have the degenerate incel. I'll go ahead and add degen because I think that's what Asmongold is. The degen incel who says, let me be in the auto crank machine. Let me do my zen. Let me drink beer and let me play first-person shooters, movies, and pornography. and in the future, let me have a sex robot so I no longer need to be a part of this society, right? So I need to put a Christian nationalist in here, and instead I need to put like Volcel lifter bro, and it's a guy who just like lifts weights and listens to Christian stuff, but they don't like Christian nationalists, like anti-Semitic bullshit, but then they don't become like a conservative family thing. They don't join the piles. They don't become dinks or sinks, and they're not a degenerate incels. So anyways, I need to update this drawing tomorrow. But the whole point of it is, when Asmongold is doing what he's doing and he's pretending that he's better than the people in the pile, or he's pretending that he's better than the people who live a traditional lifestyle, or he's pretending that he's better than the dinks or sinks, I don't think he's any better at all. As a matter of fact, I would view this as probably, at least for the pile people and for the dinks and the sinks, they're engaging in some level of social behavior, right? They're at least having a girlfriend or having a wife or adopting cats, or they have friends, or they go to parties, or they go on dates, or they do this or they do that. There's at least some social element to pile people, conservatives, and dinks and sinks, whereas the incels just don't do anything. They don't do anything. It's horrible. It's horrific for us as a species. So I'm going to go ahead and save this picture. I'm going to have to update it. I'm going to have to update it with the Christian nationalist lifter bro. I'm going to have to update the future to include incels and volcels. But yeah, this is crazy. You understand that, like, in society prior to 1992, everybody thought that you should try to live the ideal conservative lifestyle. And if you didn't, you were kind of a freak. And even if you were a pile person, you could be a pile person, but you could only be a pile person until you were like in your late 20s, and then it was time to settle down. Beef Supreme says this is also stupid, Connor. No, it's not. This is exactly what's going on in our society. I have perfectly articulated it. And all you've been able to do so far today, Beef Supreme, is say you're wrong. You haven't been able to say how you're wrong. So Cole G 9145 for 10 says, if you want a quick laugh, you should check out Asmongold finds U.S. states, then feel the horror when you realize probably 3 million people get political takes from him. I would rather eat glass, quickly followed by a shot of hot sauce. So although, get me on a different day and I'll do it. I will do the equivalent of eating glass with a shot of hot sauce for you, Cole G. Just remind me a different day. Let me go ahead and scroll up, engage with chat a little bit. I'll go full screen and we'll just engage before we wrap up. We hit like 4 hours, 30 minutes. It was kind of a weird day. I feel like it took us a minute. We had a lot of momentum in the morning. I feel like in the afternoon, we lost a bit of momentum, but that's okay. And we still had fun. We still hung out. Still had a good time. Beef Supreme says, back to this dumb stuff again. I see your pipes have expanded into multiple piles. Oh, your piles have expanded into multiple piles. Yes. You haven't told me how my piles are wrong. Christian Lair says, some of us don't want, and generally speaking, don't like kids. Beef, there was always more than one pile. Well, Christian Valeris, if you become a dink who just backs the stream for the next 30 or 40 years, how much can I really complain? You know, you're helping me live my ideal while being a dink yourself. And I want you to have kids, but, you know, I can't bully you too hard because you're subsidizing my conservative ideal. Rob says, under this view, a bus driver is a pile driver. Beef Supreme says, the more piles I see, the more real his chart looks. Thank you. That's what I thought. Rob says, you can't really comment on Zin unless you've had some Zins yourself, you know. There you go. Christian Blair says, the incels are talking about can't even get laid. Lol, they aren't having kids anyways. For sure. CD Sockdem says, I've been a Volcel for 2 years, but it's more of a self-implemented timeout. Bad decisions were made. There you go. That's why we get fewer innovative games, more sequels, and overpriced content until this bubble pops. Quality and value for players are sacrificed. Sure. But I do think that there's people out there who are making good stuff. Like Titanfall 2 was amazing. Although it's like a decade old at this point. Respawn, I generally trust to make good content. And then also, like I said, Ready or Not is like, if you go back and you check out the original Rainbow Six is a cursor in the middle of a screen with like a layout at the bottom with horrible graphics that you click the button and then it makes vaguely the sounds of weapons that, you know, existed. And then your reload screen is actually just a taskbar. It's actually just a loading taskbar that reloads. Whereas now, having Ready or Not, in my opinion, it almost looks like body cam footage. And then the room clearing is so off the walls, bananas, and amazing. It's probably the most amazing, most realistic room clearing, violent video game I've ever seen in my entire life. Having that level of quality in a video game is impressive. Beef Supreme says, you sent me to that recycle bin where it belongs. Worst mind map you've ever made. Nope. I'm going to hit you with this every single day. I'm going to hit you with this mind map every single day until you accept its greatness. Rob with the W says the pilers are essentially a logical externality of the conservative system. They naturally occur when the conservative system is running the game. It's self-hatred for the reaction they produce, lol. But Rob, my question is, how much of this game of society can tolerate pilers? Because these things have economic consequences. Having vast swaths of the population check out of society into the incel block has economic consequences. Weirdly enough, the dinks and the sinks are probably the most economically viable people. However, they also don't have progeny, which is like a problem from a future tax basis calculation. And then pile people, while they probably engage in all sorts of economic activity, they also don't generate progeny. So how many pile people, how many dinks and sinks, and how many incels can society tolerate and still function in 2 generations? Is a nun a pile dweller? No, I would actually say a nun would probably be a different kind of incel. Or a volcel, actually. Tainted Grail of Avalon? Not sure what that means. I got into Rainbow Six for Rogue Spear base. Beef Supreme says, maybe I need to bring my own mind maps on the sexual revolution to share with Connor. His is very incelish. Well, I have children, so I'm not that big of an incel. Drakara says, what was the censorship, CJ? If you're talking to me about on Twitter, I just dunked on Megyn Kelly. I dunked on Megyn Kelly. I said that she's a child rape apologist, and then I got perma-nuked off of Twitter. So, fuck the future, says Patriarch. See? My sinks and my dinks and my incels and my volcels, they're destroying the future. Beef Supreme says his mind map on this doesn't even address why or how. It just feels like I shall make a superior mind map. Well, feel free to create it and share it in the Discord. Sen Patriarch says it's a good new game, Connor. I've been having a great time with Fallout of Avalon. Oh, okay, cool. Two Hinged says the future is technology. Well, I already brought that up, buddy. Two Hinged here. If you'll consult your screen, over here is, let me pull it up real quick. Over here is a sex robot for the incels. Over here are Boston Dynamics robots in order to help out the conservatives. Here are vat-grown fetuses for dinks, sinks, and pile people who choose to have children later in life. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Jonah says I'm a volcel until I'm gainfully employed. Well, that's right around the block, isn't it, Jonah? Aren't you, didn't you graduate recently, or aren't you graduating soon? And then Christian Blair says we could lose a lot of people as a society and do a lot better. Maybe, but then we're getting into degrowth. AK Batu Sai, did you ever feel bad writing people tickets? All the time. All the time. Truth be told, I wrote warnings all the time because I was allowed to write warnings. I only wrote tickets when I was when somebody was doing something really crazy, and even then I was cutting them a break. Like if they were doing like 30 miles an hour over the speed limit or 50 miles an hour over the speed limit, I would write them a ticket, but I would typically give them like the lowest fine amount. But we did have speed traps sometimes in the city that the traffic officer would make me participate in. And then we also had click it or ticket, which click it or ticket was not on a volunteer basis. You had to cut tickets during click it or ticket. Rob says society as we know it cannot sustain no new members. That's agreeable enough. That said, if society allowing people greater autonomy depress the rate of growth we had before, why is that bad? Probably all the socioeconomic consequences, but we'll talk about that later. Well, we'll do that another day. I'm kind of wiped. I'm not going to lie. But anyways, I parasocially love you. I want to thank all the people who hung out in chat. Thank you to the roughly 100 to 150 people who hung out all day. And thank you for the 30 separate super chats. I'm going to thank everybody who did. Cole G, Fast and Bulbous, Ranger Nation with several, Anonymous Chatter with several super chats, Grassroots Chajuan with multiple 20s. He chips, but his chips become oil because he chips so often. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you for the 5. Hedonic Samuel with the 20. That was impossible to read. That was a crazy sentence. Dumpster Buzzard, another Fast and Bulbous, Anonymous Chatter, Christian Valeris with the insane $300 super chat. Thank you, King. Anonymous Chatter with the 50, Jen Winkler with the 2, Old School with the 5, Exponential Entropy with the 100. Thank you for your dink contribution today, Exponential Entropy. Grassroots again, Politics JK, Fashion 40, Fast and Bulbous, Grassroots, Fashion 40, Tagaroon, Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots, and Well QC John. Thank you guys. We smashed 3 goals today. Grassroots says, Cop Connor here would have given me a ticket for doing 102 over the speed limit. What a dick. I would have given you a ticket, but I would have given you a 9 over. Okay. So if you get 30 over, if you're 30 over, it's like a $300 ticket. It's actually crazy. It's a crazy ticket, and it's like automatic points on your license. And if you get like 2 or 3 of those, you can have your license revoked. Whereas if you get written at the 9 over, then you get hit with like a $95 fine, and you can dispute it in court, and it's not that big of a deal. So I would have hit you with the 9 over ticket for sure. Jakara says, how often would you show up for court if people disputed their ticket? I mean, I would try to show up as much as I could. I always wondered what the chances would be if I chose not to pay and show up to court. It's pretty high. Most police departments force their cops to show up, because if the cops don't show up, then it pisses off the judges. So, yeah. Sacred Snow says you can also be arrested for going 30 over, right? Maybe I'm thinking of Illinois. No, you can. You can. There's one, I think the 30 over one actually does become one that you can either write a criminal court date or you can just arrest them immediately. It's a misdemeanor, so a lot of people won't arrest. They'll just give you a court date. But yeah, I'm pretty sure after 30, it becomes criminal. Grassroots says, what if I was doing 157 through Virginia tunnels racing a Corvette? I mean, it's a Corvette. It's supposed to get raced, right? So as long as there weren't that many people on the road, if it looked like you were about to kill someone, then I would probably hit you with a harder ticket. But if you were like by yourself, if it was 11 p.m., if it was 1 a.m. or whatever, then I'd be like, it's a Corvette. What are you supposed to do? You know, what are you supposed to do? It's a Corvette. Here's your 9 over ticket. Hans Mayer says 200 on the highway is very fun. Yeah, Hans lives in Germany, so he has the Autobahn. Doesn't 30 over just also constitute reckless? It can, yeah. Yep. Ken says quartering hit piece. You're going to have to rewind like 2 hours, bro. We're way past that. 26 an hour and up is a felonious reckless driving. Yep. Ask how I know, because you got hit with it. Yeah. Absolutely. Snap. Sorry, my bad. I removed myself instead of removing my drawing. I had a blast. I had fun. I hope you guys had fun as well. I'm going to go lift weights a little bit. I'm going to wrap up the day. I'm going to go work on editing some videos. I hope you guys have a beautiful weekend. I will see you Monday at 9:30 a.m. Han says, hey, Connor, my hot take a few minutes ago. Big boobs are overrated. What's your opinion on that? Nah. Chesticles are awesome. Ken says, ABBA attacked Andrew. Yes, buddy. You're going to have to rewind the VOD, Ken. You're a little bit late, Ken. 7432. Early in the morning, ABBA in Preach covered Andrew Wilson, and they made fun of him for leftist Charlie or whatever, dunking on him for relational stuff. That inspired a mind map where we broke down different kinds of relationships and all the people who are in the pile, and dual income, no kids people, and single income, no kids people, and incels and volcels and all that stuff. And then we got into a fight with Beef Supreme. And that was like the morning content. Then the afternoon content, we tried to watch the quartering hit piece, but a lot of people got bored and they started leaving. So it's like, all right, we'll just move it into some Destiny content just for shits and gigs. And then we had fun. And we talked a lot of shit, and we finished up the drawing where I talked about incels and volcels. It's pretty fun. I had fun today. I don't know about you guys. Joe Vasquez says, see you, bro. Caught the tail end of the stream, but entertaining as always. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Jonah Boy says, face is most important. True. Grassroots 5 says, to be fair, I was on a CBR 1000 RR, not in a vet. I was racing the vet. Lol. Based. I mean, that's cool. What are you supposed to do when you're in a sports car? When you're in a sports car, you're supposed to race it. What are you supposed to do? Beef Supreme says, ABBA basically says Andrew doesn't need to defend himself, but since he did it to others, it's fair game. True. Sacred Snow says, butt is better than chesticles, but there is nothing more neocon than a big chesticle chick eating a Hardee's hamburger on the hood of a muscle car. True. My new views, goonerism and antinatalism. I have reached peak liberalism. True, Christian Blaris, and I am sad for your perpetual commitment to dinkitude, but I also cannot complain about the super chats. So I'm kind of stuck here. I'm kind of stuck with my dink and sink pile audience, because on one hand I can complain about the way that they're living their lives. On the other hand, they help me live my life. So it's kind of stuck here. Grassroots says, I won at 80 miles an hour. The rest was me being an idiot. Based. All right. I'm going to lift a little bit of weights. I'm going to hang out with the family. I parasocially love you. I'll see you on Monday morning. Christian Blair says, nah, F that noise. I'm fine with F's having kids as long as I don't have to raise them. Goonerism stands strong, though. All right. Well, I wish you and your dink partner the very best, Christian Valeris. Grassroots, thank you. Christian Valeris, Grassroots, Entropy X, and everybody else. Fast and Bulbous, Numinax, Dr. Zaius, Fell Runner, Ranger Nation, Weld QC John, Politics JK, Fashion 40, Old School, Jen Winkler, Dumpster Buzzard. Thank you all for your financial support and your viewership. I parasocially love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful day. And as soon as I figure out this button, I will see you later. Connor ran. I did run. I'll see you guys later. Bye now.